This is the President of the United States. Who is this? Is it you again?
Look behind you.
This is my private line. How did you get through?
They're everywhere. All the time. We see them every day. But you have to look behind you.
There is nothing behind me. How did you get this number?
The spaceman told me.
What spaceman?
It doesn't matter. They're telling you about the monsters. Please, you must look behind you.
Young lady, there are no monsters in the Oval Office.
The loudspeaker spoke up and said,
Wayne City.
the loudspeaker spoke up and said, the loudspeaker spoke up and said, give up, give up, give up, give up, give up.
Wayne City. Wayne City. Wayne City.
I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. Tonight you can call and talk to us by dialing in 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Put those numbers in memory because you want to call in and talk on this show tonight. It's going to be an interesting show for sure. 888-673-3700. We're also heard on TalkStream Live. Go to TalkStreamLive.com for all the radio stations posted that actually stream the program, all 3 hours of the show. Also, if you miss any of the show, you can always dial up on the telephone, 701-801-3900. That is a rebroadcast, or at least an archive online, or actually on the phone that you can call in, 701-801-3900. We have podcasts by phone as well, 5 shows in the queue. You can call that number by 701-719-9949. That's 701-719-9949. You have 5 shows to choose from, and you can do pause, rewind, fast forward. No data required. All you got to do is just use your unlimited minutes on your cell phone, and that's how it works. TalkStreamLive.com. All of that information that I just gave you is on their website. You can go to SoundCloud.com/Ground Zero Media. There you'll be able to listen to all the archived shows free of charge. We don't charge you to listen to our archives. We believe that those archives are, we broadcast them for free, so we give them to you for free on the internet, and we hope that you listen to those shows, download those shows, share those shows with your friends, and get them hooked up to Ground Zero, because we put in a lot of work on this program, and we value you, and we also hope you enjoy what we do for you here on the show. So at the suggestion of my listeners, many calling in, many emailing, many giving me messages on Facebook and Twitter, Clyde, have you seen the Netflix television series Stranger Things, Winona Ryder, Matthew Modine? I say, no, I haven't. And so I recently binge-watched the Netflix series Stranger Things on my computer when I was in Salt Lake City alone in my hotel room. It was great because I was there watching it on my computer in the hotel. Television sucked. I don't know why. Nothing was good on TV. So I figured, hey, here's an opportunity for me to watch the series. And as I say, I thank you, those of you who sent me messages, those of you who told me that I wouldn't regret watching it. Needless to say, I didn't regret watching it, especially when this TV series seems to be art imitating life, as we realize that a monster in the woods and strange experiments and the opening of a portal demonstrate that there's an underworld. They call it the Upside Down, which I've determined is the portal to hell. Or we can compare it to CERN, or The Mist, Stephen King's The Mist, where they're doing the Arrowhead Project, where the military had opened up a portal and all these ugly creatures came out. I mean, these are things that make for great stories, great horror stories. It also opens up a lot of possibilities about what is called brain cosmology. That our universe is actually embedded in a higher dimensional reality, which is it's kind of like a photograph or perhaps a hologram encompassing 3 dimensions onto 1-dimensional surface. They did this whole object lesson in the show, which I thought was funny, where they're talking about what is it, a bug on a wire, and it's just complicated. They actually gave us an object lesson in brain cosmology on the show, which usually, that only happens on science fiction shows where we're dealing with space. But no, this is brain cosmology at work here. Brain, of course, is short for membrane. Basically, the concept being that our observable universe is kind of a membrane with other dimensions extending from it. And people pointed out how you can look at a brain, you look inside the brain, you see the nerve cells, and you see everything coming together, and then you look at a galaxy, and it's almost the same. It's like we're in this brain of a god or something. But it is the idea of brain cosmology that, back in 1997, the theory of a holographic universe was first introduced by physicist Juan Maldacena, who theorized that gravity arises from thin vibrating strings that exist in 9 dimensions of space. At another time, there's also time that we deal with, whereas real life exists in the universe without gravity. And the comparison to the hologram is frequently made because of the way a hologram is created. It's a 3-dimensional image coded onto a 2-dimensional surface. So we're getting to brain cosmology. And the theory suggests that the universe is built in a similar fashion, that the higher dimensional part is coded onto a flatter, lower dimensional part. So on a hologram, only one part is tangible, the lower dimensional surface onto which the hologram is coded. The holographic image merely looks 3-dimensional, and it fools us. You can't, for example, touch it with your fingers. Hypothetically, that's the structure of the universe, that something out there has created this hologram. And it's kind of like we're being watched for entertainment purposes or educational purposes by either our progeny or by the gods or by whomever. And in fact, I was really kind of curious because Dana Lesh the other night talked about it. She said it was silly, but at least she brought it up. And I thought, whoa. That's kind of a very hefty topic to get in. I mean, even I, still cannot quite put my finger on what this is. I interviewed Brian Greene a long time ago, and I was so intimidated. He's a string theorist. I was so intimidated talking to him because I told him, I said, I have a high school education and not much into particle physics or quantum physics. I don't know much about them. I know enough to ask questions. I've studied enough to ask questions and hopefully bring it to a level where my listeners would understand how the alternative universe works and what could be in that alternative universe, and how, and this goes back to when I met Stephen Hawking, we talked about Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, literally saying that in the ether, we can find anything from Mickey Mouse to Santa Claus. And we can conjure anything from Mickey Mouse to Santa Claus. And it's because of the fact that we have this, I guess you could say, these quantum entanglements that from a distance, as Einstein once pointed out, are spooky. The universe continually surprises us. The dimensions continually surprise us. Opening up portals at CERN continually surprise us. Black magic, or the use of magic to open up portals, continues throughout time ad infinitum. We have magicians like John Dee, Ed Kelly, Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, Aleister Crowley. They were all attempting to make contact of some kind. The Philadelphia experiment. Al Bielek told me that they made contact with beings in 1943. Germany of the 1930s making contact with the Vril. These ultra-terrestrials, not necessarily extraterrestrials, but ultra-terrestrials. Something from the Earth that got greater. Maybe went underground or maybe left the planet and came back in some way. Some sort of a time-traveling type being that can appear and manifest in many ways, so many ways that we can't even count them. Quantum physics gives us a new way to look at our world. If we see an object, it's because the object pops into view. If it leaves our view quickly, we question if what we see was just a hallucination or if it is real and pops out of sight and out of mind. Behind us, there are so many possibilities happening because we don't see them. In front of us, we see a lot of things. Sometimes we imagine things, or sometimes we hallucinate, or sometimes we have deja vu. Sometimes, the universe is so weird, so peculiar. It's hard for me not to understand how anyone can reject the paranormal or the supernatural. Because as we've heard earlier, that if you see something that you don't understand, it's indistinguishable from magic. Until somebody explains to you how it's done, right? You don't know the trick of the magician unless he shows you it's an illusion. But now we have illusions that are simulated as realities. We have the uncanny valley we have to cross. We have all of these different things. Quantum reality gives us the ability to even question if what we saw was out of the ordinary or plucked from another matrix to occupy this construct. That is, if you believe we live in a hologram. There have been many occasions where we have been told that the universe we live in is a construct, a safe haven that we've developed to hide away from the various demons and boogeymen that plague our nightmares. Now in the TV show Stranger Things, all of the secrets of the unknown are all kept hidden in the woods near a facility that is being operated by the Department of Energy. The woods. From an occult perspective, the woods, they're a breeding ground for paranormal events, and in many cases it's a place where one can find themselves lost, and in some cases, the woods are believed to be areas where portals are secretly hidden. And every once in a while, we hear of people who end up disappearing in the woods without a trace. Sometimes we see things in the woods that we can't understand. The Flatwoods Monster, the Jersey Devil, Bigfoot, who knows? The world is a strange place. And the upside down is even more peculiar. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. I'm Clyde Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
I don't know how many times I've been told that what we live in is like the Matrix or some sort of multi-dimensional hologram that is being watched, and the television show Stranger Things is, well, one of its core themes is a portal to a place called the Upside Down, which I think is a portal to hell, literally. And of course, one of the entry points of this portal is in this facility. It's being occupied by the Department of Energy. Now, who knows what kind of experimentation they're doing? It's probably something similar to HARP, I guess. But there's also areas within a forest where we see dimensional hobnobbery, I guess you call it, happening there in the woods. From an occult perspective, the woods are a breeding ground for paranormal events, and in many cases, it's a place where one can find themselves lost, and in some cases, the woods are, well, they're believed to be areas where portals are secretly hidden. Every once in a while, we hear of people who end up disappearing in the woods. We've heard cases of children missing in the woods. There's an area in Romania. It's called Hoia Basiu. There, the woods are said to be peculiar because the trees are oddly shaped and orbs and lights are seen appearing and disappearing constantly. There's stories of werewolves in those woods and talk of dimensional portals where strange creatures emerge. And they're described as little men or demonic men with pale faces and dark eyes. This place is considerably charged with what can be called paranormal or unexplained forces. The strange forest can be seen as a place of mystical toponymy. Now, we talked about mystical toponymy before when we're discussing things like the 33rd North Parallel, the 37th Parallel, or places where strange things happen in patterns. So when you realize what mystical toponymy is, it's really the notion that there are powerful and sacred places on the earth where if you go there, I'm sure that, there's a lot of, I guess you could call it residual tension there, residual haunting there. Places like Ground Zero in New York, some Indian burial grounds, cemeteries, places where major events took place. A lot of them on the 33rd degree North Parallel, like Nagasaki, Hiroshima. Places on Earth with strange names, places on Earth where horrible things have happened. They have a certain power about them, a certain energy about them, a sort of, I guess you call it magnetism. Some places are considered dangerous or creepy only because of some horrible event that has happened or continues to happen there over and over again. A lot of those places are woods, forests. A lot of plane crashes in the woods and forests. Sometimes planes can't be found, disappearances, Bigfoots in the woods. Go down Flatwoods Monster, Jersey Devil, Mothman. All these places, all these areas where these strange creatures exist, crypto critters, strange activity where portals open. Strange beings come through those portals, little men, like elves, for example. There was a story that I read the other day that, I guess in one of the Scandinavian countries, they couldn't dig because they were afraid that they would arouse the elves, and the elves are dangerous. The gnomes are dangerous. They believe in these things. They believe in the little people. In Ireland, they're the leprechauns. In other folklore, got plenty of stories of the little people in forested areas. We have aliens, little gray men with big dark eyes. H.G. Wells had the Morlocks, that are these underground dwellers with bleached faces and dark eyes. The forest primeval is considered the testing ground for many things that are considered paranormal in most of our myths and campfire stories. The hero must always be tested in the forest in order to transform and prepare for greater dangers ahead. Give you an example of Luke Skywalker in the forest there at Dagobah, and he was met by an image of Darth Vader. And when he lopped off the head of Darth Vader, he saw in the mask his own face. It's happened in a forest or in a cave that was near the swamps of Dagobah. Many things happen in the forest. You go into the forest. I think Joseph Campbell had something to say about forests as well, saying that this is the place where the unknown is found in places like groves of trees. Bohemian Grove, that's where the elites go to dance naked in front of an owl. Every witch, dragon, and demon, well, they appear to the warriors in the forest. If you read a lot of the books, Brothers Grimm, go through all of the literature, the old literature, the mythologies. You go into the woods to take on the witch, the dragon, the demon, even some of the forest creatures. All shadow archetypes convene in the woods, and sometimes the observer witnesses the manifestation of profane beings from other dimensional locales. And we all know that haunted forests are very likely to house secret cults, sometimes satanic rituals. Just today I was reading a story about how there was a place where a young girl found a lot of decapitated animals and fruit left behind, probably a place where they were actually doing rituals. And remember last night we did the show about the mutilated animals and the mutilated humans. It seems that this is becoming more mainstream now than it was before. And the woods is a great place to hide things. We know that as well. Some woods or forests are cursed. It's pretty terrifying to think of what goes on in the trees while no one is looking. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. I'm Clyde Lewis, and you're listening to Ground Zero. We'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. It's funny how so many paranormal stories and supernatural stories, including a lot of our fairy tales, Grimm's fairy tales to be exact, a lot of them begin in the woods. And it's because most good mythologies do. Most good religious things do. I mean, we hear the stories of people taking journeys into deserts and finding themselves. Jesus was in the desert 40 days, 40 nights, was tempted by Satan. Go into the desert, go into the woods, go into the grove. Joseph Smith went into a grove of trees to pray, came back, created the Mormon Church. Go down the list of, you look in all kinds, I mean, there's the Fortress of Solitude. Superman had that in the ice and snow. Places where a man can go to be one with nature, one with the universe, places that are considered paranormal or supernatural, and of course test a person, puts him in a place where he can find fertile ground for his imaginations and his fears and those things that he has to prepare for, the greater dangers ahead. Haunted forests, places where cryptoid creatures roam, from Bigfoot to the Flatwoods Monster to the Jersey Devil, Mothman. These are characters that we read about, we wonder about. We don't know if they're real or not, but they certainly have manifested to people who claim that they've seen these creatures. And these haunted forests are very likely to house secret cults. Some of the scariest stories have happened in the Freetown Fall River State Forest, Massachusetts. Brent Swanser of MysteriousUniverse.org describes this cursed forest in Massachusetts. He says there seems to be places in this world to which strangeness seems to gravitate, whether it is their geography, topography, or some inexplicable unseen forces. These locations possess what can only be described as certain disconnect from reality as we know it. They are imbued with some sort of undercurrent of mystery, strangeness, and sometimes even terror. The Freetown Fall River State Forest is a paranormal hotspot with a history of crimes and mysteries. In 1978, a teenage cheerleader was found murdered, and over the years there have been murders and other crimes, alleged satanic or cult activity. The cultist activities were mentioned in 2 murder trials. Nevertheless, there is a lot of speculation here, and once a place has a certain reputation, there could be limitations or wrong leads or presumed haunts. Legends of evil or curses attach themselves to the woods as well. If you look at the Agagakara Japan forest, the trees of the sea, the suicide forest right there near Mount Fuji, the density of the trees is so massive that you can wander in pitch black darkness during the day. And due to the wind blocking density of the trees and an absence of wildlife, the forest is also known for being extremely quiet. They say it's remarkably peaceful. The only problem, though, is that hanging from the trees are decaying bodies, and on the ground are rotting corpses and skeletal remains of those who decided to shake this mortal coil and commit suicide. The forest has a historic association with demons in Japanese mythology. It's the second most popular place for suicides in the world, right after the Golden Gate Bridge. Almost 100 people a year wander in this forest, never to return again. More than 500 people have committed suicide there in the last 50 years. Japanese authorities have had a hard time finding and removing all the bodies. Every year, they do a sweep of the area in hopes of removing the bodies, as being more of a task as the suicides are increasing. David Weatherly, a well-known writer and investigator of the strange, has reported recently that in the woods of Tennessee and in various neighborhoods around Nashville, people are reporting seeing what are described as faceless entities. They're seeing entities walking around with no faces. Albert S. Rosales, reported back in 2013, he was a researcher, reported this. He said, the main witness and a friend decided to walk around the block in a pretty quiet suburban neighborhood. Once they started walking down the middle of the street, everything became strangely quiet. No crickets, frogs, wind, nothing. It seemed like the breeze stopped as well. They kept walking, and about halfway down the street, they saw a minivan in a driveway with the hood up. And there were these two beings peering into the engine like they were studying it. They were white, and they had no faces. There was a soft glow coming off them like if they were reflecting a black light, but it seemed like there wasn't really a source for it. The white flowers in the yard had the same glow. The strange figures looked about as normal height, 2 arms and 2 legs. They sort of jumped when the witnesses came into view, like they were surprised. Then they half hid behind the van, and both witnesses immediately had this feeling like they could not look at them no matter what. That was probably the most scared the main witnesses have ever been. They both kept walking forward and watched out the corner of their eyes. The entities watched them while also trying to position themselves behind the van. The main witness got the impression that they weren't used to hiding much because they would look at them, then look at the van, then at themselves, and they'd crouch behind the van a little more. The witnesses kept walking, looking ahead until they got to the end of the street. At this point, all the normal sounds returned and they could feel the breeze again. Everything again felt normal. The main witness wasn't really sure if he was going to say something to his friend, but suddenly, at the same time, they both stopped and exhaled really hard. He asked his friend if he'd seen those white figures without faces, but for most of the walk, they wouldn't talk about it, and his friend just told him to shut up. Strangely, the witnesses had the feeling that they shouldn't talk about what they'd seen. 3 years later, the main witnesses finally spoke to a friend about what they had seen. His friend looked pretty freaked out and asked the main witness if he remembered them crossing the street in front of them. So the main witness said that he doesn't remember that. He told him it was right after he fell or laid down, and all of a sudden the main witness remembered right before he saw them, he looked over and his friend was laying down on the side of the road. His friend was stiff as a board and not responding to anything. The witness was trying to wake him. He just was blinking really hard. This was some repressed memory that they finally remembered. Eventually, the guy on the ground finally got up and they just kept walking. Around the time that his friend fell to the ground, that's when everything became quiet and eerie. The witness says he can't believe that and he doesn't know how he forgot or has forgotten that part. Of course, there's something inherently disturbing about a figure without a face. Humans relate their facial expressions. They see facial expressions, and that's how they read people. And to be confronted with a blank nothingness, a person without a face, that's pretty unsettling. Equally, the corpse face. The idea of the corpse face, pale, white, with dark eyes, and red exaggerated lips eventually became the comical visage of what the trickster is, or the clown. The trickster, joker, or clown is often associated with the devil or death. The Black Death killed some 25 million Europeans in a devastating outbreak between 1347 and 1352, and then it reappeared periodically for more than 300 years. Of course, we all know that scholars say that fleas may have caused this plague, the Black Death. But many people don't know that when people were dropping like flies from the Black Death, some of the first clowns were seen in the streets of Europe. The clowns were actually a commentary on the outrageous features that were seen on plague victims. The clown face, of course, was pale, dark eyes with enlarged red fat lips and exaggerated tassels or buttons that looked very much like the purple and reddish buboes on the body. You look at anybody with the Black Death, they have black buboes on their body. They look like little buttons. So the clown was this comical form of a corpse. One of the a corpse that had the plague, or a dying person having the plague. And this may be why, deep down, we associate the clown with death and mischief. Peter Barnes, who's an acclaimed playwright and screenwriter, actually penned a story called Red Noses, which is a fictional account of a priest who trained a group of clowns that he called God's Zanies and traveled through France. Although the play is ostensibly about love in the time of plague, it's less about disease than it is about humanity's durability and the power of acceptance and tolerance. The origins of clowns, how the exaggerated features of death by plague were part of their visage and body hundreds of years ago, brings forth a creepy synchronicity when we think about how today there are many people who fear clowns. This all happened, 700 years ago. After the first clowns were seen some 700 years ago. They were administering and entertaining plague victims. 700 years afterwards, we have 2% of the adult population here in the United States, maybe even all over the world, but I know that here in the United States there's a small amount of people, and more people growing, that have the fear of clowns. And it seems that the fear is increasing as clowns are being used more and more as evil entities in movies and books. Adult clownophobics are unsettled by how clowns are able to engage in manic behavior, often without consequences. There's something about a person who hides behind the mask, hides behind the clown mask. And of course, we all know that recently there have been a lot of strange and creepy clown sightings that have been sweeping the nation. Many of these clowns have been reportedly seen in the woods and have allegedly beckoned children to follow them into the trees away from their homes. Now, what is odd is that the police in any given area have been unable to capture or even make contact with one of these weird clowns that seem to be disturbing people. This makes the story even more frightening. This strikes a chord with what could be called phantom hysteria or psychogenic blocking. What if the clowns aren't clowns? Think about it. They haven't been caught. None of them have been caught on film, these new ones. I mean, there have been a couple clown sightings that have been caught on film, but that's pranking. But this is something worse. These are clowns that are threatening children. These are clowns with machetes and knives. These are clowns with guns. These are clowns that hide out in the woods and then disappear. As one person reported, that as they were chasing the clown in the woods, they saw it disappear. A number of children said there was a cabin in one instance where clowns lived. When they went to the cabin, there was no trace of the clowns. So is this hysteria? Is this psychogenic blocking? Is this another entity in the woods that's coming forward so terrifying that we block it and we see a clown? What, a white face and dark eyes? Exaggerated lips, or maybe less? Faceless beings like the ones seen in Nashville, Tennessee? Are they aliens with dark eyes and white faces? Are we seeing what we want to see? Are we making it up? Who knows? But it's happening. People are seeing them, so are children, and people are terrified. We'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis. What lurks in the forest primeval? What seeds of imagination and terror are planted in the heads of people? I mean, what are they seeing? They're seeing clowns? That's what we keep hearing. We're hearing that people are seeing clowns. They're luring children into the woods. In fact, I have for you, hopefully I have time to play this. I want to play this for you. This is a 911 call of someone frantically reporting that a clown was seen near her apartment complex.
Pima County 911, what is the location of the emergency?
Hi, this is 6526 Walhurst Road. I am reporting the killer clown.
You're reporting what?
The killer clown.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Have you not the news about the clown that's kidnapping kids?
The clown that's kidnapping kids?
Yes.
I'm not familiar, ma'am. What is it that you're reporting?
He's like around our neighborhood. He's been like reportedly going around neighborhoods, kidnapping children, raping them, and killing them.
Okay, well, do you
he's
see?
around our neighborhood.
Do you see? Okay, is he there right now, ma'am?
I honestly don't know, but
are you just calling to tell me this, ma'am? Are you just calling to, ma'am? Are you just calling to, hello? Are you just calling to tell me this is in the news, or do you see him out there?
I seen him out here, but I don't know if he's in the woods now. I don't know if he went to go hide back in the woods or what.
When did you see him?
When did we see him? When did we see him? Like, how many hours ago? Like, how many minutes ago? About 2 hours. Like 2 hours ago. And I think he's standing around the woods. I'm not sure.
Okay, what is your name?
My name is Presla.
Tell me again.
Presla.
Presla?
Yeah.
Spell that for me.
Presla.
Okay, what's your telephone number?
I don't have one right now.
You don't have one? Okay, so 2 hours ago you saw this person. Is he a black male or a white male?
Yes, ma'am. And there's a
I need you to slow down for me. 2 hours ago you saw this person. Is he a black male or a white male?
Is he black or white? He's black.
And how old is he?
I don't know. We don't know him.
Did you see him?
I did see him. I don't see him anymore.
Slow down for me. When you saw him, how old did he look to be?
I don't know, like 38, 30, I don't know.
Okay, what was he wearing?
What was he wearing? He was wearing regular clothes. He was wearing a black jacket and the clown mask.
A black jacket and a clown mask?
Yes.
Okay, when you saw him, where was he?
He was like, I cannot explain it. Like, I'm really, down here in the house, I don't know. Like, he was passing from the bottom of our neighborhood and going through to the woods. Huh?
You saw him going into the woods?
Yes. And, there's another man, he's, riding on a bike. Down here in the house! He's riding on a bike and he's coming up and down the street, going into each apartment. Then he's taking pictures of kids.
Was that earlier today or is that going on right now?
This just happened like 30 minutes ago.
Okay, so this was a different guy. Was he a black male or a white male?
Black.
And how old was he?
I don't know.
And he was on what color bicycle?
What color bicycle was he on? Blue? I think it was blue.
And where was he riding?
He was riding in every court in our apartment residence.
Okay.
Taking pictures of children.
Okay. What apartment number are you in?
I am in 11C. I am like
11C.
As you can hear, the woman is panicked, reporting a clown sighting near her home. She is all over the place, wondering what she saw. Could it have been a psychogenic block? Are we seeing clowns when something else is in the woods? We'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. You know, there are many books and TV shows and movies that you see that change your life. There are many people who speak that change your life as well. Well, one of the books, or one of the writers of the books, of course, was the man who analyzed mythologies and belief systems. That's Joseph Campbell. He wrote The Hero's Journey. The Power of Myth, his book changed my life as well. But in the book The Hero's Journey, he said, quote, "You enter the forest at the darkest point where there is no path. Where there is a way or path, it is someone else's path. You are not on your own path. If you follow someone else's way, you're not going to realize your potential. Finding the fire within, finding the imagination, go where there's fertile ground, explore. Slay your dragons and your demons in the forest. That's the place to do it. Pray in the forest. Scheme in the forest. Pour out your heart to the universe in the forest. That seems to be what happens. Why? Because the forest is a magical place. The woods are a magical place. The grove is a very magical, paranormal place. And it never fails that people, when they go into the woods, say that they've had experiences, whether they've seen Bigfoot or they've seen a crypto critter like the Flatwoods Monster or perhaps the Jersey Devil. There are places all over the country that are considered sacred or hallowed. They call them, they call it mystical toponymy. So they call it mystical toponymy. That's where there are secret places or hallowed places or places where bad things have happened or good things have happened, they're considered special. And when we hear of these places, sometimes we hear legends and mythology surrounding them, but they are places where the gods come and go, or where demons and ghosts appear, or spirits of the forest appear. I mean, in the Native American legends, the shaman, of course, talk about spirits of wildlife, spirits of the trees. I mean, these are things that are very earthly powers. You know, I recently binge watched the Netflix television series Stranger Things, and I was encouraged to do this by my listeners, and I've decided that was a great choice. And what's interesting is that there seems to be this, I know people are telling me it's probably predictive program. I say it's not predictive programming. I think it's art imitating life, because, you know, here we are again with another story similar to The Mist, where there's this portal, but in the portal, or out of the portal, come these monsters, or this monster. And there are a number of doorways to get in through the portal. One doorway happens to be in this building that is occupied by the Department of Energy, and this other place is in the woods. Once again, the woods, you know. And what it does is it opens up a discussion about something called brain cosmology, or that the universe is actually a membrane, or it's kind of like we are a membrane with other dimensions extending from it. And once again, this brings up the theory of holographic universe, that there is a right side up that we're a part of, an upside down that we're a part of. That's brain cosmology. It's where we have a hologram type of existence that compresses three dimensions onto one-dimensional surface. So we're dimensional, and we don't realize we're dimensional, but there are those out there that can see it.
You will fail. So what? Everybody does. But your gym, your watch, your yoga pants, they pretend you won't. So when you miss a day, eat the pancakes. Give up on a workout? You failed? Seriously, what the hell? We're Body. We've been a part of that too, but not anymore. At Body, we're rejecting perfection and embracing reality. Not in a Pizza Monday kind of way, in a loving your whole life kind of way. In a, this workout is fun and it's okay if I take a week off kind of way. In an, I'm eating healthy and it's okay if I indulge kind of way. In a, I like myself no matter what kind of way. Yeah, you will fail. We all will. But we're not going to let that be the end. You see that? We're already making progress. So let's keep going. We are Body. Start your free trial at body.com. That's BODI.com.
They can see that time is not linear, but it's simultaneous. And so we have this theory that was first produced by physicist Juan Maldacena, who theorized that gravity arises from thin vibrating strings that exist in 9 dimensions of space and in another time. And then we have real life existing in the universe without gravity. We have real life existing in the universe with gravity. And then they're all somehow, this 3-dimensional image is coded onto a 2-dimensional surface. And this is how we're living our lives.
You will fail. So what? Everybody does. But your gym, your watch, your yoga pants, they pretend you won't. So when you miss a day, eat the pancakes. Give up on a workout? You failed? Seriously, what the hell? We're Body. We've been a part of that too, but not anymore. At Body, we're rejecting perfection and embracing reality. Not in a Pizza Monday kind of way, in a loving your whole life kind of way. In a, this workout is fun and it's okay if I take a week off kind of way. In an, I'm eating healthy and it's okay if I indulge kind of way. In a, I like myself no matter what kind of way. Yeah, you will fail. We all will. But we're not going to let that be the end. You see that? We're already making progress. So let's keep going. We are Body. Start your free trial at body.com. That's BODI.com.
¿Te preocupas por tu familia? Entonces, ¿por qué darles solo huevos ordinarios cuando pueden disfrutar de lo mejor? Eggland's Best, los únicos huevos con ese delicioso sabor fresco de granja, además de la mejor nutrición, como 6 veces más vitamina D, 10 veces más vitamina E y 25% menos de grasa saturada que los huevos regulares, además de muchos otros nutrientes importantes. Así que, dales los mejores huevos. Eggland's Best, mejor sabor, mejor nutrición, mejores huevos.
I know that it's kind of hard to fathom, but of course, movies like The Matrix and, of course, Stranger Things now. There was, Flash Forward. The Mist, all of these TV shows and stories dealing with the hologram principle. Only one part is tangible, the lower dimensional surface onto which the hologram is coded, and the holographic image, though merely, it looks three-dimensional, but you can't touch it. And of course,
You will fail. So what? Everybody does. But your gym, your watch, your yoga pants, they pretend you won't. So when you miss a day, eat the pancakes. Give up on a workout? You failed? Seriously, what the hell? We're Body. We've been a part of that too, but not anymore. At Body, we're rejecting perfection and embracing reality. Not in a Pizza Monday kind of way, in a loving your whole life kind of way. In a, this workout is fun and it's okay if I take a week off kind of way. In an, I'm eating healthy and it's okay if I indulge kind of way. In a, I like myself no matter what kind of way. Yeah, you will fail. We all will. But we're not going to let that be the end. You see that? We're already making progress. So let's keep going. We are Body. Start your free trial at body.com. That's BODI.com.
The Department of Veterans Affairs is so innovative, it not only improves the lives of veterans, it transforms the lives of healthcare professionals who serve them with access to the latest technologies and remarkable benefits. Transform your future at vacareers.va.gov.
that's all hypothetical unless they can prove it completely. I've been seeing some stories floating around that they have proven it, but I don't know. I need to read more, I guess. But, you know, I remember when I first talked about this idea, and basically I quoted Robert Anton Wilson, who I interviewed before he passed away. He stated that we have created this safety net, which we call reality, and every once in a while we're reminded that a very real existential world exists and that the spooky actions we see are all part of some quantum theory which is not easily explained. And of course, we've talked about the quantum physics, and I know a lot of skeptics will say, well, you know, you're using them the wrong way because, you know, it doesn't prove the existence of magic, nor does it prove the existence of the paranormal. But, you know, it gives us a new way to look at our world. If we see an object, it's because the object pops into view. If it leaves our view quickly, we question if it's, you know, if what we saw was just a hallucination, if it's real, it pops in and out of sight of mind or whatever. I mean, these things happen. Strange things, stranger things, if you will, happen. Quantum reality gives us the ability to even question if what we saw was out of the ordinary or plucked from another matrix to occupy this construct. There have been many occasions where we have been told that the universe we live in is a construct, a safe haven that we have developed to hide away from the various demons and boogeymen that plague our nightmares. So now we have this TV show, Stranger Things, on Netflix, where it talks about all the secrets of the unknown, and they're all kept hidden in the woods near a facility that's being operated by the Department of Energy. And from occult perspectives, the woods is a breeding ground for paranormal events, and in many cases, it's a place where we can find ourselves, we can get lost. And in some cases, the woods are believed to be areas where portals are secretly hidden, rituals are done. It's a symbol. And tonight, I think it's going to play an intricate part of what we're talking about. And also, I've decided to call upon a guest tonight to come on the program. From Beyond the Edge Radio, we have Eric Altman with us. He has had a lifelong interest in the strange and unusual. His interest began at the age of 10 when he saw two films that would inspire him to begin closely looking and studying monsters, Legends of Boggy Creek, a great show about Bigfoot, and Creatures from Black Lake. They were catalysts in studying the Bigfoot phenomenon, and for over 35 years, Eric has educated himself by studying all aspects of the paranormal with an emphasis on undiscovered creatures and animals. And of course, Eric has been the host and organizer of the 8 East Bigfoot conferences, the East Coast Bigfoot conferences, of course, once again, Beyond the Edge Radio, a number of other things to his credit. Eric, welcome to Ground Zero.
Clyde, it's a real pleasure to be with you tonight.
It's good to have you here. So let's talk about the woods for a moment. You know, you said you were inspired by the legend of Boggy Creek and Creature from Black Lake. I mean, there are plenty of stories out there that originate in wooded areas. And as I said at the beginning of the program, you know, Joseph Campbell said, this is where it starts. This is where it begins. This is the fertile ground for imagination. I'm sure as a person who's been investigating cryptids like Bigfoot and others, that you've gone into the woods. What do you feel when you go out there?
The woods are my second home. I love spending as much free time as I can in the woods, whether it's searching for cryptids or strange phenomenon or just recreational, hunting, fishing, camping, hiking. I just adore spending time in the woods. It's very relaxing, peaceful, and at the same time, it can be very sinister, very foreboding. And as you mentioned earlier, it has this very strange and sometimes sinister feel to it.
Mm-hmm. And you know, it seems that I know that when I go out in the woods, you know, it doesn't dawn on you just how. It's kind of like going into the ocean. You know, the ocean frightens me more than the woods because at least I'm on the ground and I can run. In the ocean, you can't do that. But it's almost like you're open to anything when you're in the woods. And anything and everything happens there. It's like when you, like for example, when I go to ECETI, it's not necessarily in a wooded area, although they have a wooded orchard. But we're out there near the mountains, and there you hear coyotes howling, and you hear other strange creatures howling, and you see strange lights in the sky, and you start to wonder, you know, what is going on, and what kind of paranormal experiences am I going to have out here? Because people have had many out there, and it's because the woods have always been considered in both mythology and in reality places where spiritual experiences or supernatural experiences occur.
Yeah, the possibilities are endless. From the time you park your car on the road or wherever you park it and you get out and you enter the forest, it's so vast in some places and so wide. You're a little speck of dust in that huge ocean of desert. Mm-hmm. And you're walking in there and anything's possible. Mm-hmm. You could run into any type of creature, any type of phenomenon, any kind of situation, any type of environment, weather. Mm-hmm. There's so many possibilities that you can run into in the forest. And I think that's what really makes it a great unknown.
You know, it's interesting that we're talking about, you know, events that happen in the forest. A lot of major events that have been known as paranormal events have happened in the forest. I can't help but, and this is the second time this week I've talked about Travis Walton, who of course was in Snowflake, Arizona. He's a lumberjack, a woodsman. They're out in the woods and they saw something that was glowing and bright. And when he ran to it, a big beam of light came and his cohorts all thought he was killed and taken up into a flying disc. And so it's things like that, you know, going into the woods and he was one of those guys that was, you know, he was adventurous and he jumped around and got into a lot of trouble. And then of course he's in the woods goofing around again and he stumbles upon something he doesn't quite understand. And then of course they beam him up and take him away and his buddies think he killed him. I talked with Travis himself and he said that he felt that, yeah, he was killed, but the aliens were trying to revive him and put him back. He was gone for a few days. See, that's the thing is that UFO encounters, Rendlesham Forest. There's another encounter that happened there at Bentwaters in England, the double base there with the RAF and of course the United States. The huge UFO event that happened there in the forest was of note. A number of other things from the Flatwoods Monster to Bigfoot to I go down the list of all these things that appear in the forest. We could safely say that the woods are the place where a lot of this fertile paranormal type of activity is bred, don't you think?
Oh, I agree completely. There's so many different phenomena that's been recorded in the forest throughout the years, of so many variety of phenomenon. As you mentioned, UFO sightings are quite common. People are out in the forest camping and they see something strange in the sky moving above the treetops. And in Travis's case, they were logging, returning home from a job in the forest when they saw that bright light in the sky they thought was a fire. Right. And they came across that craft.
Yeah, there's so many stories we can tell you about the woods, and Stranger Things, this new show is amazing because they have these things going on in the woods. What I'm getting to about the woods and the supernatural as well are the reports of these clowns that are being reported coming out of the woods. We're going to get to that coming up with Eric Altman tonight on Ground Zero. More strangeness from the woods. This time we have clowns now that are appearing, but here's the strange part. None of them have been photographed and none of them have been arrested by the police. In fact, none of them have been caught. So what does that tell you about our clowns? Are they real? Are they phantom? Are they psychogenic? Are they blocking something more terrifying? Coming up on Ground Zero, we'll discuss this with Eric Altman. Coming up, don't go away. Eric Altman's my guest tonight on Ground Zero, Beyond the Edge radio host, and of course talking to us tonight about the woods so far. And, you know, it's not just the Bigfoots, and it's not just the Flatwoods Monster or the Jersey Devil. They're also, you know, if you go back in a lot of histories, you go back to Grimm's fairy tales, you go back to all these mythologies surrounding forests and the forest primeval, you also hear stories about little men like elves and other creatures that are there. And of course, they have the leprechauns and the tree people. Is that all based in paganism, or are there any reason to believe that these creatures exist in the woods?
I think cultures around the world have stories about these little types of little people and creatures. I don't think it's strictly to the pagan religion. There's stories that come from Ireland and different countries from around the world talk about these little elvish-like creatures or gnomes. I know the United States has their own subcultural stories about these creatures as well. So there may be something to them. I don't think there's any physical proof that they exist, but the stories are definitely out there.
Let's face it, guys, we're living in times where the truth is becoming more suppressed and censorship is increasing at an alarming rate, especially on social media platforms. It's Clyde, and I want to tell you about a safe and secure digital playground we put together just for you. It's Aftermath.media. You get access to thousands of Ground Zero archives and podcasts, along with our private social media groups with your basic membership starting at only $7 a month. Each subscription includes tech support, access to the RSS feeds, along with our own chat room and Telegram channel. In addition, the premium membership includes research study groups, webinars, a document and movie library, a live video stream of Ground Zero, a monthly Zoom chat with me, and other bonus content. Be sure to check out our yearly specials as well. Sign up today while you're thinking about it. Sign up at Aftermath.media. Again, that's Aftermath.media. Let's face it, guys, we're living in times where the truth is becoming more suppressed and censorship is increasing at an alarming rate, especially on social media platforms. It's Clyde, and I want to tell you about a safe and secure digital playground we put together just for you. It's Aftermath.media. You get access to thousands of Ground Zero archives and podcasts, along with our private social media groups with your basic membership starting at only $7 a month. Each subscription includes tech support, access to the RSS feeds, along with our own chat room and Telegram channel. In addition, the premium membership includes research study groups, webinars, a document and movie library, a live video stream of Ground Zero, a monthly Zoom chat with me, and other bonus content. Be sure to check out our yearly specials as well. Sign up today while you're thinking about it. Sign up at Aftermath.media. Again, that's Aftermath.media.
Yeah, there was, in fact, what was it? There was a week or two or some other time I was reading about how they have respect in Iceland for the elves, I guess. The elves are huge, and that they had to stop construction on something because it was going to harm the elves. In fact, there was actually it was an article that was published, I believe, back in May, that said that, it says, elves have been part of the folklore in Iceland since time immemorial, and if you were to ask any local, they will tell you earnestly that elves appear regularly to those who know how to see them. Construction sites have been moved so as not to disturb the elves, and fishermen have refused to put out to sea because of their warnings. Here in Iceland, these creatures are part of everyday life. But honestly, do they really exist? Well, apparently, according to a number of anthropologists, they have collected witness accounts, and the answer is yes, that elves do exist, that elves live in certain areas, and that there are stories that have evolved over time, from elves to leprechauns to aliens to demons to fairies with wings. It's amazing that I know that a lot of people say, "Oh, come on, Clyde, why are you talking about this?" But there have been witnesses, and of course, why would they just stop everything? Is that superstition? Why would they stop construction or fishermen not go out to sea if the elves told them not to? I mean, unless it's some hallucination.
That story is absolutely correct. They did stop construction on a highway that they were building because they came across an elf mound. And the superstition is that if they destroyed that mound, it would bring a lot of bad luck to that roadway they were building. So they stopped construction and they actually built around that mound.
Yeah.
It's very well known in Iceland that you don't disturb the elf mounds.
Well, and here's the thing too, is that now we have this story when we've gone from the elf mounds in Iceland and construction sites being shut down and little elves telling them to stop doing this, which sounds outrageous, but anthropologists are saying it's not outrageous. You should come to Iceland. But here in the United States, now we have clowns that are appearing in forests, and they're luring children into the forests to do harm to them. But not one clown has been caught. Not one clown has been photographed. Not one clown has been even taken in for questioning by the police, which makes me wonder if this is similar to the elves stories.
Yeah, I started reading these newspaper articles a few weeks ago, and started in South Carolina outside an apartment complex where children were telling their parents that these clowns were appearing near the forest tree line area, and they were trying to bribe these children with money to follow them into the tree line, into the forest. And they were telling their parents, and pretty soon they were starting to be seen repeatedly around this apartment complex. And next thing you know, people are calling 911. There was a report of even a man supposedly chasing a clown into the forest with a machete.
Yeah.
And now these clowns are being seen all over the country, and they're being reported.
Yeah, I mean, it just started there. There was, I think, a clown sighting in Ohio. There's a clown sighting in Winston-Salem. I mean, I'm just going down the list of places where, it started there in that area, moved its way through, and now people are seeing them everywhere. The only thing is that, not one has been caught, and so it seems like there's a rash of sightings, like they're phantom clowns or ghost clowns or maybe a figment of imagination or even a psychogenic block, which is something that some people do when they see things that are terrifying or things they don't understand. They try to fill it in with something else. 888-673-3700. We'll be back with more. Don't go away. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. The numbers to call tonight, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Eric Altman's with me tonight talking about the boogeymen in the world that haunt us from the woods. Anything from Slender Man to faceless entities. We talked about the faceless entities in the first hour, but now there's a bizarre epidemic of men dressed as clowns threatening to abduct children. Cops are warning terrified parents to be on alert. Sightings of men in clown costumes trying to tempt kids into the woods or standing in a sinister manner beneath streetlights have been reported in 4 states now. The creepy clowns, they're saying they're men in costumes, but I have a hard time believing that. I don't know. I mean, if they were in costume, you'd think they'd be able to take them and put them in jail or at least press charges. I'm beginning to wonder if this is some psychogenic activity where these clowns are supernatural in a sense, that perhaps we're seeing something happen, like because there was a case where, there were 2 cases that stick out in my mind. One, Eric, I don't know if you heard this. A woman said that she saw one of the clowns that was shooting lasers out of his eyes or shooting lasers out of his fingers, green lasers. There was another clown sighting where a woman claimed that the clown had a light that was blinking on his head or on his nose. She figured it was the nose because it was blinking red. So we have a blinking red nose on one of the clowns, and we have lasers shooting out of one of the clown's fingers. This doesn't sound like clowns to me. I don't know. What does it sound like to you?
Well, the first one I didn't hear, but the second one I did. And I can see the second one, maybe a flashing nose, part of the costume, but the first one doesn't sound like a typical clown costume to me.
No.
Any special effects. That's kind of odd or even strange behavior for a clown.
Right. And they, just having them stand there. But I'd like to see a picture of one of these clowns in the woods, which I didn't get. And I'd like to share for my audience this 911 call. Now, I want people to pay attention to this 911 call because I think it's very important to hear the description of this clown. And it sounds as though that because she sounds as though she's repeating the news, or at least parroting what the news says. And she says, I saw the killer clown that's raping the children and killing the children. There's not one clown yet that's reported to have killed a child or raped a child, yet she's reporting this. Here's the 911 call to dispatchers reporting a, quote, killer clown.
McKinney 911, what is the location of the emergency?
Hi, this is 6526 Wildhorse Road. I am reporting the killer clown.
You're reporting what?
The killer clown.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Have you not the news about the clown that's kidnapping kids?
The clown that's kidnapping kids?
Yes.
I'm not familiar, ma'am. What is it that you're reporting?
He's like around our neighborhood. He's been like reportedly going around neighborhoods, kidnapping children, raping them, and killing them.
Okay, well,
And
do you
he's
see?
around our neighborhood.
do you
Like,
see- Okay, is he there right now, ma'am?
I honestly don't know, but
Are you just calling to tell me that, ma'am? Are you just calling to, ma'am? Oh, are you just calling to, hello? Are you just calling to tell me this is in the news, or do you see him out there?
I seen him out here, but I don't know if he's in the woods now. I don't know if he went to go hide back in the woods or what.
When did you see him?
When did we see him? When did we see him? Like, how many hours ago? Like, how many minutes ago? Like 2 hours. Like 2 hours ago. And I think he's standing around in the woods. I'm not sure.
Okay, what is your name?
My name is Presla.
Tell me again.
Presla.
Presla?
Yeah.
Spell that for me.
Presla.
Okay, what's your telephone number?
I don't have one right now.
You don't have one? Okay, so 2 hours ago you saw this person. Is he a black male or a white male?
Yes, ma'am. And there's a man.
I need you to slow down for me. 2 hours ago you saw this person. Is he a black male or a white male?
Is he black or white? He's black.
And how old is he?
I don't know. We don't know him.
Did you see him?
I did see him. I don't see him anymore.
Slow down for me. When you saw him, how old did he look to be?
I don't know, like 38, 30. I don't know.
Okay. What was he wearing?
What was he wearing? He was wearing a black jacket. He was wearing regular clothes. He was wearing a black jacket and the clown mask.
A black jacket and a clown mask?
Yes.
Okay, when you saw him, where was he?
He was like, I cannot explain it. Like, I'm really, down in the house. I don't know. Like, he was passing from the bottom of our neighborhood and going through to the woods. Huh?
You saw him going into the woods?
Yes. And there's this man, there's another man. He's riding on a bike. Down in the house. He's riding on a bike and he's coming up and down the street, going into each apartment. Then he's taking pictures of kids.
Was that earlier today, or is that going on right now?
This just happened like 30 minutes ago.
Okay, so this was a different guy. Was he a black male or a white male?
Black.
And how old was he?
I don't know.
And he was on what color bicycle?
What color bicycle was he on? Blue? I think it was blue.
And where was he riding?
He was riding in every court in our apartment residence.
Okay.
And taking pictures of children.
Okay. What apartment number are you in?
I am in 11C. I am like...
11C, C like cat?
Yes, C like cat.
Okay. Do you want to meet with the deputy?
Please.
Okay, we'll be on the way to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
There you have it, a 9/11 call of a woman obviously just completely upset. She said that a clown was riding around on a blue bicycle, clown mask, taking pictures of little children, claiming that this was a clown that had been raping and kidnapping children. I guess she heard on the news that clowns were raping and kidnapping children rather than just hanging out, standing in the woods. Eric, she sounded upset. She may have seen something, but see, this is amazing that, it started in one place and now people are seeing them all over the country now.
It might be a case of mass hysteria.
Mass hysteria. Yeah, I was thinking either mass hysteria here, where people are saying that they're seeing the clowns and they're not really seeing them, or we're seeing something that is called the phantom hysteria effect, where, people say that they see these things and then they appear to them, and then if it's something that's psychogenic, it would be something that is being blocked. Like there's some hideous thing that's being seen in the woods, something that they cannot, their brain doesn't contemplate, and so it registers as a clown face. When it could be a faceless entity, like we talked about in Nashville, Tennessee in the first hour, or it could be an alien of some kind with a white-looking face and dark eyes that looks like a clown, or it could be stealthy people dressed as clowns and apparently have eluded police, and there are no pictures or any film of them riding around near these forested areas.
It's possible it could be any of those. It's hard to determine, especially when the media gets a hold of it and they put it out to the public, and what the media perceives is being reported and what's going on. And especially if that seed gets planted, and if they see somebody riding a bike in this case, and as you mentioned, it could be a block that their brain is trying to fill in that hole, what they saw, and she's thinking to herself, oh my gosh, there's somebody riding around in my neighborhood on a bike taking pictures of kids, and right away her mind snaps to that story that she heard about the clown. Then she's seeing a clown riding a bike.
Because you notice how when they asked her what race he was, she said black. So obviously, if you're a clown, if you're a good clown, no one knows what race you are, I think. Because, you're painting your face and you're wearing gloves and you're wearing these outrageous costumes. So, it seems peculiar. The whole phone call seemed a little peculiar, whether she wanted to do it to get attention, but she said she wanted to speak to a deputy, and this is where we ask the question of mass hysteria or phantom clowns. Now, there are stories. Lauren Coleman comes to mind, writing stories about phantom clowns and how one person sighted a clown, and when they saw it, it was kind of bizarre. It disappeared into thin air. A supernatural clown story. I'm sure that a lot of supernatural clown stories appearing in the annals of supernatural history have found their way into like what Stephen King wrote about when he wrote the book It, and how it became a television show with Pennywise the clown, which everybody associates with evil, and probably sparked a lot of fear of clowns. But then again, people say, well, I was afraid of clowns long before Pennywise made the scene. What do you have to say about that?
Well, sure. There were clown reports coming out of the Chicago area in the 1970s that were supposedly trying to abduct children. They were driving around in white box vans, and people were seeing them and reporting them, stalking neighborhoods and stalking children. That was a very common thing in the mid-1970s that was going on, that was terrorizing neighborhoods. I remember that very well.
And John Wayne Gacy, of course, was a killer. But here's the thing about John Wayne Gacy is, while he was Pogo the Clown, he never killed children as Pogo.
Correct.
He only killed them as himself. So Pogo was his alter ego, where he was good with children, and he performed at charities, and he did all these things. His alter ego as a clown was the nice guy, but the evil man inside was Gacy without the clown makeup.
That's correct. Yeah, he was the serial killer that killed the young men and buried them underneath his house.
Yeah, that's a very tragic story, very frightening story. So yeah, the idea of a killer clown, wherever it was bred, it was kind of strange. But as I said earlier, the clowns themselves are, the idea of a clown is about 700 years old. In fact, back in the times of the plague, clowns were invented to kind of ease the pain of the death and suffering of those who had the plague, the Black Death, actually. And if you notice that they were pale, darkened eyes, with exaggerated lips and little buttons on their suits to look like the nodules, or what they called the buboes from the plague, from the Black Death. And see, a lot of people, I always say that clowns in their element aren't scary, but as Lon Chaney once said, there's nothing scarier than a clown at midnight. And that means, someone standing on the street dressed as a clown holding balloons at 3 a.m. or whenever. That's a frightening idea. And I think that's what people are worried about now. Somewhere, a clown was out of its element and scared the living daylights out of people, which is turning into clown hysteria, mass hysteria, coming from the woods now. These clowns are allegedly luring children into the woods, offering them things like sweets and ice cream and money. Eric Altman with me tonight on Ground Zero. Has there ever been anything that you've seen in the woods that kind of made you take a double take? Because the woods are the place where these things are born, these weird stories of creatures, aliens, Bigfoot, and clowns, now clowns. So give us a call if you've seen anything in the woods that you found questionable or terrifying. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Eric Altman with us from Beyond the Edge Radio, taking your phone calls about what's going on, whether you've seen a clown, a werewolf, or a monster in the woods. We want to hear from you tonight on Ground Zero. 888-673-3700. Eric Altman is with us tonight on Ground Zero, talking about strange things happening in the woods, even clowns being sighted all over the country. We can go to Uncle Doug. He's got something he wants to tell us. Uncle Doug, you're on with Eric Altman. Go ahead.
Hey, Eric. Hey, Clyde. How you guys doing tonight?
Doing great, man.
Doing good.
Hey, man. Okay, all this started about 2 months ago in Spartanburg, North Carolina, or South Carolina. Spartanburg, Greenville is where all this ass clown stuff started. It didn't start all over the United States. It started in one spot, and then your great illustrious news media grabbed a hold of it, and it went viral from there to Winston-Salem. It went north, south, east, and west. The clown thing, I really feel bad for these guys, and there's a bunch of them that are in North and South Carolina that do the clown events for kids in the hospitals, old folks' homes, country fairs, blah, 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 and it's killed these guys. It's killed all of them. Anyway, long story short here, it started down in Greenville and Spartanburg, and yes, the kids saw them when they were getting off the school buses, and there were some parents that actually saw them on and off. Now, whether these guys are boogers that are trying to lure the kids into the woods, they said, and the kids even said that they were trying to give them money, they were trying to give them candy, they were trying to lure them into the woods, and there were several parents at these apartment complexes down there that actually saw them. And then it went viral, and it's gone across the United States. And I'm going to tell you something, Clyde. There's people that make a living doing clown events. Mm-hmm. God bless those people. And I'm going to tell you, this is not a phenomenon. This is not a wacko thing that's going on. The wacko is the people that are taking advantage of it. And that's the bottom line of that.
So you think there was only one clown sighting, and that people are freaking out over one clown sighting? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Or, I mean... I'm trying to tell you right now that thing that went on down in Greenville, Spartanburg, South Carolina, that was the beginning. And go back and research it, Google it. That's where it started 2 months ago. Oh, I know. It's exactly where it started.
And then it went viral across the damn United States.
Well, yeah, people are seeing them all over now.
Those people that saw that down there, they saw what they saw. And the kids saw what they saw. Okay, there might have been some crackheads down there that were doing that, and we don't know because nobody was ever caught. Well, yeah, and there's not been anybody caught across the United States.
Nobody's been caught. No pictures of these clowns harassing the children. You'd think that woman on the 911 call, if there was a clown taking pictures of her kids, why didn't she get out her phone and take pictures of the clown?
She had nothing to verify. She didn't even know what day it was or what was going on.
Well, even in South Carolina, why didn't they take pictures of the clown that was doing it then?
Because it happened at a spur of the moment, Clyde. The kids didn't have a camera. The parent, the 2 or 3 women that were at the apartment complex didn't have a camera. No, it's not a paranormal. It's not a wacko thing. We have orchestrated it with the news media, and that's the end of that.
So you're saying the news media is making up, but it's not something that'd be psychogenic or hysterical or anything like that. It's
not. I don't like clowns. You know what I like? I like rodeo clowns. I don't like clowns of the circus. But I'm going to tell you right now, those people gave those folks a bad name.
Okay. Well, Uncle Doug, I thank you for your call. Tonight, we're talking about the clown problem. Everywhere, people are seeing clowns. And it did start right there in South Carolina. It's moved its way up to Winston-Salem. It's moved its way up to Ohio and other places where they're seeing the clowns. Eric Altman with us tonight from Beyond the Edge Radio, talking about the clowns and what lurks in the forest. Have you seen anything that lurks in the woods? Have you ever had a weird experience in the woods? Well, these are where the clowns are coming from, where Bigfoot comes from, and other monsters. We'll be back with more. Keep it here on Ground Zero. I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. Strange things are coming out of the woods. Strange things are going on in the woods of the United States. People are missing. A lot of Bigfoot sightings this year. There have been decapitated animals found. Mutilated cattle, a lot of strange things going on, birds dying. And now, at least since August, there's been a whole hell of a lot of clown sightings. And this strikes a chord with what could be called phantom hysteria. Other strange clown sightings involve particularly disturbing clown behavior, ranging from strolling through the graveyard at 3 a.m. to knife attacks and other mischief. While many clown sightings are being reported to the police right now, it's apparent that a lot more are either being ignored by the media or are not being reported at all due to the fear and of many witnesses being ridiculed. Some of the stranger aspects of these clown sightings are being left out of the mainstream media reports altogether. The most disturbing rash of recent clown sightings, though, does stand out from the rest. South Carolina, as Uncle Doug reported, is dealing with some really serious and disturbing clown activity at the moment. Many of the encounters involving these clowns are violent, implicate child abduction, and at the very least are highly disturbing. Police in many places, especially South Carolina, are becoming very serious about people dressed as clowns terrorizing people, and they have vowed to arrest anyone who's caught doing it. 911 calls to police dispatchers in South Carolina are growing. More and more people are seeing what they call white-faced clown or killer clowns hiding out in places and attempting to lure kids in the woods.
Pima County 911, what is the location of the emergency?
Hi, this is 6526 Valhalla Road. I am reporting the killer clown.
You're reporting what?
The killer clown.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Have you not the news about the clown that's kidnapping kids?
The clown that's kidnapping kids?
Yes.
I'm not familiar, ma'am. What is it that you're reporting?
He's like around our neighborhood. He's been like reportedly going around neighborhoods, kidnapping children, raping them, and killing them.
Okay, well, do you see?
Around our neighborhood.
Do you see? Okay, is he there right now, ma'am?
I honestly don't know, but
are you just calling to tell me that, ma'am? Are you just calling to, ma'am? Hello? Are you just calling to, hello? Are you just calling to tell me this is in the news, or do you see him out there?
I seen him out here, but I don't know if he's in the woods now. I don't know if he went to go hide back in the woods or what.
When did you see him?
When did we see him? When did we see him? Like, how many hours ago? Like, how many minutes ago? About 2 hours. Like 2 hours ago. And I think he's standing around in the woods. I'm not sure.
Okay, what is your name?
My name is Presla.
Tell me again?
Presla.
Presla?
Yeah.
Spell that for me.
Presla.
Okay, what's your telephone number?
I don't have one right now.
You don't have one? Okay, so 2 hours ago you saw this person. Is he a black male or a white male?
Yes, ma'am. And there's a man.
I need you to slow down for me. 2 hours ago you saw this person. Is he a black male or a white male?
Is he black or white? He's black.
And how old is he?
I don't know. We don't know him.
Did you see him?
I did see him. I don't see him anymore.
Slow down for me. When you saw him, how old did he look to be?
I don't know, like 38, 30. I don't know.
Okay. What was he wearing?
What was he wearing? He was wearing a black jacket. He was wearing regular clothes. He was wearing a black jacket and the clown mask.
A black jacket and a clown mask?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw him, where was he?
He was like, I cannot explain it. Like, I'm really, y'all be in the house. I don't know. Like, he was passing from the bottom of our neighborhood and going through to the woods. Huh?
You saw him going into the woods?
Yes.
She saw him going into the woods and luring children into the woods. It seems to be what is being said about these clowns, stalker clowns, a meme that has been generated and manifested in a viral fashion thanks to social media. Entities like elves, leprechauns, aliens, and even demons have been known to lurk in the forest during certain times of the year, luring children into their lairs and to kill or eat them. Eric, something else I was realizing as I was listening to all of this, I know that this clown hysteria has been going on for months now, but it's interesting to note that last night I did a show about these animals that were found mutilated and also human beings that have been found with organs harvested. Friday's the harvest moon. And this is something that I think is definitely going to affect a lot of this. I think we'll probably see more strange activity happening in the woods here in the United States and beyond. What do you say to that?
Well, I've seen a trend happening over the last, 10, 15 years, especially doing my radio program. We read paranormal news stories and strange crime stories on our show, and I've noticed these stories pop up, especially around full moons. These stories of mutilated animals that pop up, cats that are being killed or beheaded, people that are being murdered and corpses found in the body where, like you said, organs are harvested. These clown sightings aren't just something recent that's happened. It's happened around the country before, and it's happened. They pop up in spurts, and then they just disappear, and you don't hear about it for several years. So this isn't something that's new. It's happened before, and it does seem to happen around full moons, or maybe even like the harvest moon, like you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. And in the metaphor of the archetype itself of this killer clown, or the idea of a menacing clown, I mean, we all can go back and remember Stephen King's It. Features a clown named Pennywise that in the TV series, based on the book, appears in a storm drain under the street. And he asks the little boy, Georgie, if he wants to come in and join him. He offers the boy a balloon and tells him that there are rides and cotton candy waiting for him if he would just go down underneath this hole in the ground. And it's a classic metaphor. The hole in the ground represents a portal of some kind, going through the portal and getting to the other side with the clown or with a guide. And, I looked at all these metaphors of the same character, of this menacing child meme of either the leprechauns or the elves or the gnomes or the clowns or, just going down the list, even aliens for that. When you look at, for example, the Teletubbies, children are exposed to these furry little pseudo-aliens. They speak baby gibberish, and they prance around getting into all kinds of mischievous trouble, kind of like, tricksters or poltergeists. However, when you compare them to something like, the Morlocks from H.G. Wells, The Time Machine, Teletubbies and Morlocks are basically the same, because in the Teletubby, shows, you see this control voice that's basically dictating to the Teletubbies that it's time to play, or Teletubby bye-bye or whatever. And Wells describes the Morlocks also as creatures that are half bleached in color with dark eyes. Their eyes were abnormally large and sensitive, just as the pupils of these abysmal fishes, as he says. Or, if you want to, extend the imagination a little more, a half bleached out colored creature with large black eyes. We're talking white-faced black eyes. We're looking at white-faced aliens. We're looking at white-faced clowns with the dark eyes. The same face. You take a look at some of the faces that have menaced us over the years in movies. You have the Scream character. What is its face? It's a white face with black eyes, screaming. You have Michael Myers, who turned a William Shatner mouth inside out, and all you see is the white face with black eyes, a killer. You have Captain Howdy in The Exorcist, which was a white-faced and black eyes with black lips. You have, I can go down the list of all these characters. You have the Joker in Batman, which had corpse paint, not necessarily clown paint, but corpse paint, where it was just white, black, and red smeared across the face to cover up scars and the hideous face that's that. So, the idea of a paled face or a lesser-faced creature or a grinning creature, something like that, has always been part of one of the shadow archetypes, I guess, if you get into Jungian philosophy, correct?
Yeah, it's almost like a psychological attempt to feed on our fears.
I would say that, yeah, it is. Like I say, even though, I know Uncle Doug was animate in saying that this isn't something paranormal, it's a part. I'd say if that's just people going around dressing up as clowns, they have triggered some psychogenic type of block, or they've somehow created the stalker clown meme, and it's hitting home again because, we've all heard these stories of abductions of these, there's the child, what do they call it? The child killer or the child stealer that was in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. He too had the white face with the big nose, and he'd go, "Children, got the lollipops, got the lollipops." And the kids would come for the lollipops, and then they were nabbed because the king didn't want children in his kingdom. This is the kind of stuff that is a meme that's right up there with Slender Man, in my opinion.
Well, regardless if it's paranormal or not, the clown has always been is supposed to be thought as, something that's fun and to make you laugh and smile and it's supposed to be warm and welcoming and it's entertaining for children. And here it is supposedly luring these children into the woods. And that's terrifying for parents.
Yeah.
And, that's scary in itself. And people are hearing this on the news and it's spreading like wildfire across the country.
Well, I'll tell you, I know it's terrifying. And this is the thing, I'll tell you something else too. It's not just the clowns, okay? There are other things happening in forests. Like we talked about the mutilations, the decapitations, the bird deaths, sort of rituals being done in the forest now. We had a beach recently near some woods where a woman found decapitated animals and fruit. I guess Santeria rituals are going on. The harvest moon is coming up, which is also a symbol of harvest, literally flesh harvest, human harvest. I don't know. It's going to be crazy because of what's going on now. And in Rhode Island, a guy by the name of Chris Simpkins was awakened near his Rhode Island home, the Forest Sears Rhode Island home, and he recorded something that he claims was alien sounding or strange sounding, and he recorded as a mysterious noise coming out of the forest. We're going to share it with you coming up. Eric Altman with us tonight on Ground Zero. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
Eric Altman's with me tonight on Ground Zero. We're discussing some pretty strange stuff coming from your forests, coming from the woods. A lot of strange things from strange cryptozoological creatures like Bigfoot and other things to mutilated animals, dead birds, and simultaneously with the clown sightings in the woods and other strange stories being reported. This time in the woods of Rhode Island, Chris Simpkins was awakened in his rural Rhode Island home by a frightening, mysterious noise coming from the forest, and he did his best to try and record the sound of what he had heard. In fact, for almost 20 minutes, Simpkins recorded the noises echoing from the woods, noting that not only was the wind quiet, but there were no trains or traffic sources anywhere nearby. In fact, you can even hear the sounds of crickets and frogs from the nearby woods. We're going to play you this. Now, I don't know what this is. Eric, maybe you can give us your opinion when you hear it, but this is something strange, a strange noise coming out of the woods near this gentleman's home. Listen to this. I think we get the idea here. This is some pretty bizarre stuff out of Rhode Island. What do you make of it, Eric?
It kind of reminds me of those Skyquake recordings that were pretty popular last summer.
Oh, you mean those strange sounds of the trumpets blowing or whatever they may sound like, the echoing trumpet?
Pretty familiar. Sounds pretty close to that, but I know the Skyquakes were a little louder and deeper in tone. Mm-hmm. But that's the only thing I could place it as. It could be something man-made.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. It really is.
Well, people were saying that you got a full-on, mothership flying over somewhere. He said he didn't see any UFOs or anything. Some say it's a communication going on between some alien or whatever. Others are trying to tie it to clowns again, and it's a mess. These strange things are happening in these darker, more secluded places of the world.
Yeah, it's anybody's guess what the sound is. I would have to guess it's either mechanical, man-made of some sort, but I really can't say what it is.
What have you being in the woods? What's some of the strangest things you've seen out there?
The ghost lights would probably be the strangest thing I've seen in the woods.
Really?
I've, as you know from my bio, I've been investigating the Bigfoot phenomenon and cryptid phenomenon now for close to next year will be my 20th year doing it, investigating the cases. And I've seen some strange things in the woods as far as animals go that I can't identify. But the ghost lights would probably be the strangest thing that I've seen in the forest. And when I say ghost lights, the only thing I can really describe it as is seeing a solid light. And I've seen it several times in different locations across the country where it appears to be almost a lantern swinging back and forth, moving through the trees, like someone would be carrying a lantern if they're walking through the forest. And I would approach the light and it would disappear.
You know, I think the Paulding light was in the news recently. People are saying they're now seeing the Paulding light, which of course is a light that shows up in a forest near Michigan, it's in Michigan actually. It's called the Paulding light, and they don't know what it is. It just shows up in the sky. It's an area there. I think it's near. I think it's there near the Wisconsin border, in Michigan, Wisconsin. The Paulding light. And they have video of it too. If you put it up online, you'll see that they're, in fact, a group of engineering students from Michigan Technological University claimed to have debunked it. They said that it was headlights of vehicles traveling down the highway, but then it disappeared for some time. Now the light is back. The Paulding light is back, and people are seeing. I don't know if any of my listeners have seen the Paulding lights, but apparently they made the news a few days ago. The Paulding lights, of course, the Marfa lights in Marfa, Texas. People see those. The lights we see over E-Setting near Trout Lake in southwestern Washington, those are lights too. So yeah, there are a lot of strange things that happen in these wooded areas. You name it. And that's why when I saw Stranger Things, I couldn't help but applaud the idea that this TV show was actually pointing out that these children were going into the forest and there was some sort of a portal there where a monster would show up that would go after and devour deer that have been dead or bleeding, or even human beings that were bleeding. It's attracted by blood, and then it disappears into the trees into a portal. It's an amazing story. If you haven't seen it, it's called Stranger Things. It's on Netflix. This inspired me to do this program because I was noticing a lot of reports out of the forests and the woods, namely the clown stories, but of course the mutilation stories and all these other crazy things that are happening. It seems that art is imitating life. Eric Altman with me tonight on Ground Zero from Beyond the Edge Radio. We'll be back with more Ground Zero. Don't go away. I'm Clyde Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero. The numbers to call, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. My guest tonight, Eric Altman from Beyond the Edge Radio, having a discussion about what's out there in the woods, whether it be a cryptid, strange lights, or even clowns luring children into the woods. A lot of strange things happening there. You know, and when we see this type of flap going on, Eric, you know, it just seems to come in patterns. And it's weird how it's all, I guess, building up to the harvest moon coming this Friday, when it'll be a supermoon, too. It'll be the closest. It'll look like it's close and bigger. And they say that the moon does affect a lot of things, both paranormal and psychological.
It certainly does. More psychological than paranormal, I'd say. But yeah, it seems to bring out the strangeness.
Yes, it definitely does. Let's go to Larry in Virginia. Hi, Larry. You're on Ground Zero.
Hey, Clyde. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
I called today, some stuff been going on up here in Hampton Roads area of Virginia. A little background. I was a police officer and a deputy sheriff up here for about 7 years. And so I still keep pretty good contact with folks, friends of mine who are still working in law enforcement. And here in Virginia, we have what's called a fusion center that's maintained by the state police. And they take reports in where there's patterns from all over the state, and they try to combine and then disseminate it back to the local departments. And the information that we have now is that there's been at least 7 reports similar to like what's been going on down in Spartanburg and in Winston-Salem up here, which we're only about 150 miles north of Winston-Salem in the Hampton Roads area here. One of the stories we heard, and I actually had a chance to sit down with them at lunch and talk to them, you know, there's patterns to this like you were talking about earlier. It seems like a lot of it is occurring, you know, family complexes and in the woods. In Virginia, wearing a face mask in public is a felony, so whoever's doing this, if it's an individual, obviously they're willing to risk being charged with a felony, but nobody's been able to catch him.
You're kind of pulling away from your phone a little, Larry, but you're saying that wearing a mask in Virginia is a felony?
It is. In Virginia, they passed a law where wearing a mask in public is a felony.
What about Halloween? What about during Halloween festivities?
Well, that's minor. We have the laws that kind of match up with that, where as long as you're a minor and on that night, you're fine, but adults aren't permitted. Or if you do, you'd have to stay indoors. You can't be outside in public with a face mask.
Okay.
Of any kind. So, I was considering that. My wife had brought up a similar point, which was, a lot of children have, an innate fear of clowns anyway, for some reasons even you were talking about earlier.
Right.
Like Pennywise with. But one of the police officers that I know received a call from one of his neighbors. He said there was a clown coming out of the woods where we just had a murder there the year before. They found a mother of 2 young children in that particular forest. They found her dead. And when the neighbor was seeking his help, knowing he was an off-duty officer, when he came out there, he was about 50 yards from the forest, and he was able to see the individual or whatever it was, and what it was wearing. And when he was approaching it, he identified himself as a police officer. And he said, and this is a guy who's, he's been a field training officer, master police officer, physically fit, 6 foot, 250 pounds, former SWAT guy, and said that when the clown looked at him, it frightened him so badly, it froze up, caused him to, the hairs on the back of his neck stand up on his arm and stuff. And he hadn't grabbed the sidearm going out, he just had his cell phone. So he's caught some of it on camera. But for whatever reason, the media is choosing not to report on this right now. I don't know if it's to prevent hysteria.
Is there any way we can get that footage?
Well, that's what I'm hoping on trying to. That was one of the things I was hoping that maybe we could. I'm going to speak with your staff there, see if we can get that camera footage sent to you guys.
That'd be great.
It's a very interesting capture. It's only about 45 seconds of it, but the stature of the clown. The clown is over 6 foot. Over 200 pounds, it's an imposing figure. And, he identified himself as a police officer and the thing did the badge, turned and looked at him, and he said, all he could see was black eyes, and it frightened him pretty good.
So the clown had black eyes, it was large and very menacing looking clown, and he has footage of this. Now, if you want to send it, you can send it via email. It's groundzeropdx@yahoo.com. That's groundzeropdx@yahoo.com. And you're right, the media has not shown any clown footage, and that's why I find this interesting, is that with all the clown reports, you'd think that we would have clown footage. You'd think we'd have all that stuff, but we don't.
Exactly.
And all we have are these stories of these hideous, and people are thinking, somebody in a mask is just marauding or goofing around. These clowns are menacing, apparently. They're terrifying. They're nothing like, this is like killer clowns from outer space, it's kind of bizarre.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, with the face mask thing, people are trying to play it off as if it's not a big deal. But at least in Virginia, for instance, most people know it's a felony to wear a face mask here. So they're taking an awful big risk to try to frighten, I guess.
Yeah, it is a big risk.
It raises some questions about what their intent is, or what they're trying to accomplish.
Right. Well, in South Carolina, they'll arrest if they find him. They say that they will arrest anyone who's dressed as a clown and is stalking or menacing any area. So. Whatever it is, they'll be arrested.
Hopefully, we see some arrests out of that then, if it's possible.
Well, Larry, send us the footage if you get an opportunity, that we can see what this exactly is. groundzeropdx@yahoo.com. Okay.
We'll do that, and I'll follow up with you. Thanks, bud.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Mark in South Carolina. Hi, Mark. You're on Ground Zero.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing great.
Thanks for taking my call. I live here right in Spartanburg County, real close to Greenville, and these clowns, I think the press is overdoing it. There's no clowns that run kids into the woods and kidnapping kids. I think most of us has come to the conclusion that possibly this is a publicity stunt for the new movie. The new Rob Zombie movie, 31.
Oh, Zombie! I think Rob Zombie's denied it. He said, no, this isn't it. And this isn't also, this isn't a promotion for it either. They're remaking it, and it's not a promotion for that either.
Okay, that's what's what everybody comes to the conclusion.
Well, I mean, you can come to the conclusion all you want, but the police are chasing after anybody who's going to dress up as a clown. They sent out a letter saying that if anyone is doing this as a joke or a prank or a publicity stunt, they will be arrested. But see, here's the deal. Not one photo, no movie footage, nothing. No film footage or nothing. And police say that they come to the place and the clowns are gone.
Yeah, I thought there was one picture of a clown inside of a apartment complex, inside of a laundromat in the apartment complex, but I guess it was like a little picture of it. But now Rob, even if they did question Rob Zombie, he's not going to say, this is a publicity stunt. Of course, he's going to deny it.
Why would he deny it? He's Rob Zombie. Why would he deny it? His movie 31 is already shown at Sundance, so why would he deny it? The movie's already been out. It's already been released in Sundance. It doesn't need publicity now. It's got all the talk from Sundance. Why would we have clowns doing a publicity stunt for a film that's already been released in a small venue to get the critics and everybody else watching it?
So why is it spreading into different areas?
It's called mass hysteria. It's called psychogenic blocking. It's called people are seeing things now because they're told to see them. Or it's paranormal.
Okay, I can see your point there.
I mean, if I were to say that, well, for example, let's take the Zika virus, for example, or how about the flu? Okay, let's talk about the flu scares. People line up to get flu vaccinations. Why? Because they're told the flu is going to kill them. Flu's not going to kill you. I mean, people don't want the flu, but people stand in line because they're afraid the flu is going to kill them, so they get a shot. It's the same difference. If we have one clown that just happens to show up in front of an apartment complex, we have people phoning in, they see this clown. The clown probably was just there goofing around, or they were trying to say this would scare people, but it backfired. And now people say, oh, he's luring children. And then you heard that woman on the phone saying, the killer clown is out, the one that's been going around raping and killing children. No clown has raped or killed a child. Not one.
No, there ain't.
Which right
there hasn't been any clown sightings here in Greenville lately. It's pretty much settled down now, quieting down quite a bit.
Uh-huh.
And I guess the sheriff of Greenville County had more or less said that, it was probably a publicity stunt. And they first said, maybe it was for the It movie, but maybe it was more or less the 31 movie.
Well, 31 has already been shown. Like I said, at Sundance. So
just shown here in Greenville, probably. I think by the end of September, it's supposed to premiere here in Greenville.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out when the remake of It comes out. I know it comes out this year, so probably around Halloween or something.
Right. But there was thing, everyone says, oh, it's so close to Halloween, but that was in August, and I was like, that's not close to Halloween, it's only in August.
See, I always get, it's interesting, and Eric, you may want to chime in on this, but, isn't it funny how when somebody makes a claim about some paranormal event, they're always told, you're crazy, you're reaching. But, the skeptics do the same thing by saying, oh, this is a Halloween publicity stunt. Oh, in August? No. I mean, sometimes they are so desperate in finding some logical explanation, they throw away the idea that Halloween isn't for 3 months, and why would somebody be doing a clown prank that early in the year? Especially one that is terrorized. This is terrorism in a way. It's psychological terrorism. Eric, what do you think of that?
I agree with. I think it is terrorism. It may be a case of one person that, like you mentioned, that was goofing around and having fun in front of a apartment complex, and then you get your copycat people doing it, and the next thing you know, it's mass hysteria, and then everybody's terrified. Everybody's seeing clowns behind every building, and they're luring people in the woods, and then we heard the 911 call. They're killer clowns abducting children and killing them.
Yeah, but it's not happening.
It's not happening.
But she thinks it's happening. That's why she reports it like that. So, Mark, thank you so much for giving us your opinion from South Carolina. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, buddy.
Take care. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Have you seen some crazy stuff in the woods that you want to tell us about? Have you seen any clowns lately? or something even more peculiar, like lights. We're seeing a number of things happening now that are just peculiar. And so we're taking the time to report them here on Ground Zero, because when the paranormal happens, we go to work and we get it on the air for you as soon as we find some interesting things about it. And this apparently, this clown hysteria is taking the country by storm. Some psychogenic attack. Hysteria. We'll be back. Eric Altman from Beyond the Edge Radio on my program tonight to talk about the strange things in the woods, especially the clown scares that are happening in South Carolina and beyond. We go to Chelsea now in Oregon. Hi, Chelsea. You're on Ground Zero.
Hi. Okay, so I have seen something in the woods that is scarier than clowns, scarier than anything. My friend and I, we went camping with my dad, and while he was out hunting, we heard some kind of singing, humming, kind of like a lullaby, and it kind of mesmerized us. And we're like 10 years old. And we kind of follow it, and we're being really quiet, and we come to this clearing, and there's this lady sitting on this, like, log-type thing. Her back is to us, and she has, like, long black hair and almost wearing, like, maybe a petticoat, maybe. I don't know how to explain what she was wearing. But anyway, we're sitting there watching her for a little while, and one of us, I don't know which one, snapped a stick or made some noise, and she turns around, and her jaw is just hanging there. She's black, like no eyes in her eye sockets, and she starts screaming, and she gets up, and she's not even running, it's almost like floating after us, and we run, and we're screaming, and we run back to our tent. There's like wind and everything, and my dad hears us from wherever he was hunting, and he comes back, and he's just like, what's wrong, and we're both like, we need to get out of here. We tried to explain it to him, and we did leave. We were supposed to stay for like 4 nights, but he let us leave. We all left that day.
Wow.
It was the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced in my life. And I've had paranormal experiences before.
Did anybody die that was near you after you saw that being?
Not that I know of. I was 10, so nothing that I can remember.
Eric, doesn't that sound like a banshee? A classic banshee?
Does.
Yeah. I was curious because that's what she meant. It sounds like it's a banshee, and a banshee, of course, is a female spirit that appears and screams, and basically what it is, it's a herald of death. A harbinger of death, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was, I will never, ever forget that day. Like, I still have nightmares of it. It's insane.
Well, that's pretty creepy, yeah. Chelsea. Thank you for calling.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Let's go to Ken in Virginia. Hi, Ken. You're on with Eric Altman. Go ahead.
Hey, Clyde. I basically, so I had a dream maybe 3 or 4 nights ago, and it had a clown, and I was in like a factory of clouds, and this clown or trickster or whatever you want to call it pushed me onto this dragon. It was like an amusement ride. And so I was basically floating in the clouds on this dragon, and the clown's head was popping up and down through the clouds. And it went on for a while longer. I don't remember a lot of it. But when I woke up, I saw his face. I had a shirt hanging at the foot of my bed, and his body was basically in the shirt. And for, I don't know, maybe 30 or 40 seconds, and it scared the crap out of me.
It says here that it manifested. Did it manifest? You said it manifested?
I hope not. I mean,
okay.
I was kind of scared of that.
All right. Well, I hope it didn't happen, but somebody had told me that it manifested. But Ken, thank you for the call. Eric, we're out of time with you for these 3 hours. I thank you for being on the program tonight. Where could we find your radio show, Beyond the Edge Radio?
It's simple, beyondtheedgeradio.com.
And we'll be able, and people tell me you got a great show, so we'll be tuning in for sure. BeyondTheEdgeRadio.com. Eric Altman, my guest tonight, talking about the strange things in the woods, the clowns, the cryptids, you name it. And thank you so much for being on the program tonight.
Thanks for having me on. It's been a real pleasure.
You bet. You have a great night. And Eric Altman, fantastic. Remember, BeyondTheEdgeRadio.com. To listen to Eric, he's definitely an investigator. He definitely has a good reputation. So if you want some good information. Just check out Eric on the Air. We'll be back with more of your experiences in the woods, whether it be clowns or monsters or screaming old women with black eyes coming after you. There's also faceless entities that people are now reporting in Nashville. It's just some crazy stuff going on right now before the harvest moon. We'll be back with more Ground Zero. Don't go away. I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. 2 schools in Alabama were put on lockdown today for a reported threat of Flomo clowns in the area. The clowns were spotted near the grounds of Flomaton High School and Escambia County High School in Atmore, prompting school officials, this is in Alabama, it prompted school officials to put the schools on lockdown after similar incidents have occurred in other southern states. As of 11 a.m. Today, the schools are on lockdown. Escambia High School on lockdown. The Flomo clowns have a Facebook page where they say, "I kill people for a living." And there's more threatening language on their Facebook page, including several gun emojis, and one post from Thursday today stating, "It's going down tonight." News 5 was reporting this in Alabama. It was told that there was no credible threat of a gun on the campus of either school. Mike Lambert, a chief deputy with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office, says the situation is taken very seriously. Parents are telling the local station that there are at least 2 more Facebook pages of local clowns threatening the area, with most seeing it as a prank. These Facebook pages are receiving many friend requests from curious users. In recent weeks, clowns have been showing up from North Carolina to Georgia. According to media reports, some clowns are luring children into the woods with promise of candy. In some areas, it's being taken as a prank, but in others, police are working to make arrests. Not much is known about the Flomo clowns, other than their Facebook page, where this group lists themselves as from Flomaton, Alabama, and lives in Flomaton, Alabama. There are creepy photos of clowns on the page, along with several vague threats.
Let's face it, guys. We're living in times where the truth is becoming more suppressed and censorship is increasing at an alarming rate, especially on social media platforms. It's Clyde, and I want to tell you about a safe and secure digital playground we put together just for you. It's Aftermath.media. You get access to thousands of Ground Zero archives and podcasts, along with our private social media groups with your basic membership starting at only $7 a month. Each subscription includes tech support, access to the RSS feeds, along with our own chat room and Telegram channel. In addition, the premium membership includes research study groups, webinars, a document and movie library, a live video stream of Ground Zero, a monthly Zoom chat with me, and other bonus content. Be sure to check out our yearly specials as well. Sign up today while you're thinking about it. Sign up at Aftermath.media. Again, that's Aftermath.media.
So now the clowns get militant and they say they're going to kill on a Facebook page. This is outrageous. I mean, this is some strange form of pop communion that, of course, hiding behind the visage of a clown or the death face. This is not a typical clown face. I mean, happy clowns. I mean, I went to clown school when I was younger. We went to Clown Alley, and they taught us how to be good clowns. And one of the things about clowns that a lot of people don't know about is there are clowns, and then there are death-faced clowns. And the death-faced clowns are usually the ones that use corpse paint colors like greens and blues and reds. And a lot of corpse paint or corpse-faced clowns use pointy edges on their markings. And they say that clowns should never use pointy edges. They should always be rounded, and they should use colors that are bright and cheerful. But of course, you know, a lot of the effective scary clowns, I mean, the demonic clown look, creates an ageless, larger-than-life type of look. I mean, if you look at some of the rock stars, I mean, take a look at some of the well-known characters that have clown looks. Like, for example, during protests, we see everyone wearing the V for Vendetta masks. Now, the V for Vendetta mask represents an idea that cannot be destroyed even in death. So the face of a ghostly Guy Fawkes with a white face, pink cheeks, and a mustache. I mean, this is something like off a playing card. It's clownish. It's kind of tricksterish. Then, of course, this ghoulish clown look is an archetype that's seen a lot of times in films. Musicians also have been known to use the face by applying makeup. We had Michael Jackson who wanted to permanently look ghoulish with the white face or the whitish face. Marilyn Manson, the Insane Clown Posse, Kiss, they all play with this demonic clown look, making them ageless. Gene Simmons of Kiss explained once that when Kiss eventually took their makeup off, the whole feeling of the band had changed. He said he was having a hard time adapting to having to be part of a pretty boy band. He felt like the makeup needed to go back on. Eventually, the temptation did happen. It all went out. Kiss again wore their ghoulish faces for their fans and ended up making a major comeback. But you're looking at films. You're looking at the same image. This black eyed, darker featured, red faced, red lipped character. And it's a very effective tool to terrify people. Characters like Michael Myers from Halloween. You see the mask that Michael Myers wears. Captain Howdy from The Exorcist. And the Joker. The Joker from the makeup scheme that was created by Heath Ledger. That's associated with the Death Clown, the trickster, the shape-shifting, transmogrifying devil. All with the power to mesmerize, trick, and in some cases attack. Now, the reason why you should fear a clown, well, it's very simple why. A lot of people don't, and that's because a lot of the clowns we don't fear are the ones I talked about that don't use what is known as the corpse paint. But the clown represents death. It represents shape-shifting. It represents deceit. It's the trickster. It's a message or image of the trickster. It's a very powerful image, and anything associated with it, any triggering mechanism or meme, always can spark a backlash or what is known as an ethereal blowback. And I think that's happening now with what we're seeing here. We're seeing something that's the psychogenic or psychogenesis happening now, where we're seeing chaos from the image, chaos that is demonstrating itself, moving through and creating mass hysteria. And so when, think about this. You recall that when The Dark Knight was released in theaters, Batman, images of Heath Ledger as the Joker started popping up everywhere. And one of the most disturbing images was Ledger in Joker makeup with a puffy scars on his lips. And while most clowns wear full white paint and use colorful accents in their image, Ledger chose to wear what is called the corpse paint colors, which is a term that is coined by death metal bands to invoke an image of death and decay. The colors they use are limited to black, white, and red. However, greens can be used, and blues. And so we look at Ledger's Joker. He was the image of the classic dead clown. It was even more ghoulish when you consider that after playing the Joker, Ledger died of an accidental drug overdose. But if you look at the old pictures of him as the Joker, he literally looks like a corpse. The face of the Joker is corpse-like, and it's really creepy looking back at this because that's exactly what he looks like. He looks like the pale, dying, scarred face with the exaggerated lips. And I remember when Greta Van Susteren actually was doing, she did a Fox News show talking about the visage of clowns or the idea of death clowns. And one of the things she pointed out was that there were many people like Ledger who actually wore the corpse paint look or the death paint look and actually died or were found dead afterwards. So she pointed to Anna Nicole Smith. When she was 8 months pregnant, her face was painted like a clown, and she was stoned out of her mind, and Howard K. Stern, who was her boyfriend at the time, had her on video walking around, just dazed. And she was wearing a green and red clown makeup with a pointed face, kind of like Pogo the Clown, actually. No one understands why Anna Nicole Smith was whacked out of her mind in clown makeup, but it's unfortunate that after that video was made, Anna Nicole Smith also died of a drug overdose. She died of an accidental drug overdose. Brandon Lee, who was in The Crow, he was in full corpse paint when he was accidentally shot in the abdomen while shooting a scene in the movie The Crow. If you look back, he looked white-faced, black eyes painted in and black lips. And of course, when you think of The Crow, many people understand that The Crow is the clown of birds. And so when you're looking at this death visage, the cold feeling of knowing that there are certain characters who played clowns in films that have died. I remember the old film, The Man Who Laughs, and that was exactly I believe, what was thought of when the Joker was first created in the comic books. It was the man who laughs. And then, of course, the carrying on of what Jack Nicholson did, what Cesar Romero did in the old Batman shows, the idea of a clown being played. In fact, I thought it was interesting that Heath Ledger, when he played the Joker, that wasn't his final role. He was actually in the film The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus, and he actually played Pierrot, which is the sad clown. He didn't wear makeup, but he was wearing a clown suit, and he died before the film could be finished, and so there were other actors that portrayed the role, and basically they would shapeshift throughout time, so he would look different in each time frame as he went through time. So, we look at these clown faces, and we look at what they are. The Joker and the clown is often associated with the devil or death. Heath Ledger's now dead. He played a personage of death in the Batman films, and I believe that that's the darkest irony of all things. I mean, he disappeared behind the makeup, a lot of people say. Even Jack Nicholson allegedly warned Ledger that the role had a consuming effect and that it was dangerous to play this clown, this gangster clown like the Joker. So, it's just amazing how I think there's clown faces, there are clown faces, and then there are death clown faces. There are threatening clown faces. And a lot of people have been saying that this could be a publicity stunt for the movie 31. Well, 31 has already been shown in theaters. Oh, actually in theaters in Park City. And I found out from my producers that the reboot of It is coming, I believe, to Showtime or some other network. And apparently the reboot is not due for release until next year. So if they are doing some sort of a publicity stunt for either 31 from Rob Zombie or It, then they're doing it a little too early. And it's not anywhere near Halloween because it started in August, and now it's becoming more of a mass hysteria. I think that this triggered a lot of menacing clown nightmares, and this is why it's happening. Of course, having the clowns hiding out in the woods adds more of a paranormal aspect to it, because we all know that the woods are where a lot of paranormal things happen, where the ground is fertile and the mind is fertile for the hero to slay the dragon or to slay the clown. If that's what needs to be done, we have these supernatural clowns or these real clowns that are testing the waters to see how the reaction is. And the reaction is one of chaos, because the face of the clown represents that. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Tonight on Ground Zero, what is hiding in the forest primeval, the devil woods, in the sinister, invisible hand? What is that? A lot of people are seeing clowns. A lot of people are reporting things in the woods, strange sounds, strange voices, 911 calls. Is this mass hysteria, or is there something truly going on? And maybe there are not clowns out there that we're seeing. Maybe something more terrifying that we're blocking it out with the clown visage. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
Let's go to Russell in Georgia. Hi, Russell. You're on Ground Zero.
Hey, Clay, how are you doing tonight?
Doing great.
Hey, I was wondering, it's probably about a year ago on YouTube, I've seen these pranks, they're clown pranks is what they are. Mm-hmm. These guys will dress up like clowns, mm-hmm. and then they'll wait like in a subway alley or a dark tunnel or something, and they'll set up and film people walking toward them. They'll do this strange little whistle, and they'll have this big sledgehammer or something, or a big bat or something, and they'll hit like this dummy they have on the ground. And the head explodes against the wall, and blood and stuff splatters out, and people get scared and they take off running. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if like some teenagers or something, say over in South Carolina or wherever, have saw this and they're trying to copycat or imitate that. And like y'all was saying earlier, play on the fears of people, and it's just like a prank that's gone way too far. Now everybody's like, oh, well, they're hearing about it, and everyone's doing it now.
Well, I mean, we could say that it's copycats from clown pranks. The only thing is that they're not being filmed. And so there's no one there to, laugh or jeer or cheer on the terrifying moments that are created by the clowns appearing to just normal people on camera. So the shock value is not being recorded. And of course, according to reports, these clowns their marks are children. And so they're offering candy and ice cream. And they're offering them money to go into the woods with them. So this is a case of, coercion. It's the idea of coercion. It's the idea of, luring a child into a very dangerous situation. But we need to remember this. There hasn't been one successful attempt. There's not been one successful reported kidnapping or killing of a child by a clown. So what this is it's enough to get people terrified to believe in the stalker clown meme or the terrifying death transmogrifying clown. These are dark archetypes. These are what are shadow archetypes that are buried deep within us. So whoever's doing this is a psychological terrorist type of activity going on. This is psychological terror as opposed to the kind of terrorism that we equate to Islam. This is psychological terror being carried out against children, against mothers of children and fathers of children who want to protect their children from these menacing clowns. So what they're doing, Uncle Doug said...
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine seeing that? I mean, I'm a pretty big boy. I mean, I'm about 6'1", I'm about, 230, 235. And it would... I think I would be kind of struck by seeing something standing in the woods like that. Especially like the clown pranks that, like I was saying, was on YouTube. I could imagine walking down a dark sidewalk and watching someone splatter a dummy that I didn't know was a dummy on the ground. That would be terrifying. And I would cut off and run.
Well, it's something out of your nightmares, for sure. I mean, when they're
exactly.
When they're pulling these disturbing pranks on terrified victims, they want them filmed or they want them online so that they can get the thrill of watching themselves scaring people. But the situation that's going on in South Carolina, that's not happening.
Yeah, they're not being filmed, and then that's what I was looking at. Or I even went on YouTube after I heard about that over in South Carolina, and I went on YouTube and I was like, I wonder if someone's filming, and you can't find any film on it or anything like that. So, I mean, when I first heard about it, I immediately thought of the clown pranks on YouTube, and that's where my thought goes to. But I couldn't imagine it. I mean, like I said, I'm a big old boy, but I'd probably cut off and run.
Yeah, I think I would too. Having a clown, like I said, there's nothing more. Lon Chaney said there's nothing more frightening than a clown at midnight, especially when it's standing there with balloons or riding a golf cart or something else. It just can get really creepy, and yeah, I'd run too. Thank you for the call. 888-673-3700. It's 888-673-3700. We'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis. Shouts, beat, beat, Georgie. Beat, beat, Richie. Pennywise the clown. Terrifying. Beat, beat, Richie. 888-673-3700. They all float here, Georgie. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. We go to Jason in Florida. Hi, Jason. You're on Ground Zero.
Hi, Clyde. How you doing?
Doing great, man.
All right. First, I'd like to comment about the recording in Rhode Island. When you play that on the radio, I have a slight hearing impairment, and I can hear bass very well. And I heard 3 separate distinctive sounds in that recording. Is it known that anyone who's like an audio wizard has tried to play it faster or slower or in reverse faster and slower?
No, nobody's done that.
Then I'd like to jump. Okay. And now to the clown issue. It seems to me that this individual, if there is such an individual, puts this mask on, and he is empowering the deviance of himself. And when people fear, it's feeding what he's looking for. And there's a strong possibility that this individual, when he puts that mask on, he is now in a veil of darkness that may be complementing the darkness inside of him. And I'm basically inferring that he may be entertaining angels, the wrong angels, like as in this individual's possessed. Or it could be a cult. I don't know.
A cult of clowns. That's an interesting idea, that there's a cult of clowns that have decided to just, bring forward the menacing clown meme and literally terrorize. I mean, this is psychological terrorism. What's going on with the clowns?
Yes, it is.
It's psychological terrorism, and it can traumatize people. And even if it was just one clown incident, that's the thing. All it takes is one incident of a clown in a field luring children or trying to lure children into the field with candy or ice cream or money. And that's all it will take, because then people will start seeing the same thing happening, or keeping the children inside because they're afraid that the clowns will show up. And people are seeing phantom clowns. Like they start what I call the psychogenesis, where it's a seed that is planted in the mind, and then eventually you start seeing these things when they're not really there.
Yes, it's like the power of suggestion in a sense.
Right.
All right, and now a story. I'm from Northwest Jersey, and this happened at my friend Jay's house, who was my dad's friend. It was bow season, deer season. My dad and Jay were upstairs in Jay's kitchen. He has a butcher sink in his kitchen. He had 2 sinks.
Mm-hmm.
And they were basically cleaning the deer, butchering it.
Yeah.
And I was downstairs, and Jay was a taxidermist. Now, I almost forgot. Jay had an Uncle Ellsworth, and it was rumored to people in the neighborhood that Ellsworth was a necromancer. He talked to the dead. And Ellsworth was not a person who was all mentally there. He was slightly retarded. Now, it was really when Ellsworth died, 5 liters of black goop came out of him. Now I'm going to jump forward back to what happened when my dad and Jay were butchering his deer upstairs. I had a dog, Whiskers. And I'll be honest with you. We used to use my dog, Whiskers. He was a 40-pound wire-haired terrier, and that dog could take deer down. We used to poach. There was a way of putting food on the table for 2 families. Now, this is what happened. I was in the basement, and there was a breathing coming from outside this house. And I heard the breathing distinctively coming from, it's like a swing-open hatch basement entryway, like the ramp on the side of a house leading down concrete stairs to the basement. The breathing I heard was coming from outside that door, but my dog was looking in the corner of the basement, and you gotta imagine a dog that is basically fearless. My dog, every hair on his body was standing, his teeth were out. I kept calling him Whiskers. His name was Whiskers. I kept calling him, and my dog did not even acknowledge me. And I am a Christian, and this scared me. So I began calling my dad and Jay. Clyde, I was basically yelling, like screaming, loud yelling. This is an older house. They should have heard me. They never heard me. And it was so strange. And the house, I believe, is haunted. And I think Ellsworth basically somehow attracted entities to that house, and they never really left.
You're talking about the guy who, when he died, he basically was bleeding black tar out of his body?
Yes, I've heard it's called a necromancer's death also. It's like black goop. He had 5 liters of it come out. It was the strangest thing. It was talked about in the neighborhood for years about Ellsworth. And he was a creepy man, I was told. I've never met him.
And when they were dressing the deer in the house, what happened again?
I'm down in the basement. Jay was actually a taxidermist also. His taxidermy shop was in the basement.
Right.
And I was basically down there. I just finished cleaning up because they skinned it down in the basement. They hung it off a rafter.
Right.
And then it was carried upstairs. My dad and Jay were butchering the deer at the butcher sink in the kitchen. And what happened was the basement entry door from the outside, there was breathing outside. I mean, Clyde, it was like loud, heavy, like angry breathing.
The reason why.
My dog.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I said the reason why I wanted you to repeat what happened is I can tell you this, and I've never shared this story with anybody on the air before or even in public, but I remember when I was young, my father used to go to a place called Bert's Barbershop. And, I was a young kid, and that's one of the things I always tell people is that a lot of the reasons why I am the way I am is because my father used to go to the old barbershops, and there was one in Midvale, I think it was called Bert's Barbershop we'd go to, and then, of course, there was Blackie's Barbershop, where we went in Kearns. I was older when we went to Blackie's Barbershop because barbershops were the place to get all the information, all the gossip, everything. Well, This is when I was about 5 years old, and I'll never forget this because it was traumatizing. My father took me to Bert's Barbershop. It was in Midvale, Utah. It was a little barbershop. I remember he wore glasses. And what had happened is that, you go to barbershops sometimes and you see like jackalopes, you see these jackalope, the taxidermists put them together, which of course, jackalopes are kind of, they're fake. But then, in Bert's Barbershop, he not only had the jackalope, but he also had deer trophy heads on the wall. And I remember going to Bert's and always finding myself a little spooked by the deer heads, by the trophies. And then one day, Bert, who I didn't trust, I mean, when you're young and these older guys are all talking and everything, you want to stick with your dad, but Bert thought he would be a little daring. And so what he did is he said, "Come here." And I didn't want to. And he said, "No, come here. I want to show you something." And so he put me up towards the deer head. And I swear to God, and I remember this when I was little and it traumatized me, and deer heads to this day, the trophies really freak me out. What happened is that when he picked me up, he put me right up to the face of that dead deer head, that dead elk head. And I swear that the eye blinked and it went, like it sounded like it was rutting. You know how a deer sounds when it ruts? It sounded like it was, it was like a high whistle. It made a high whistle noise. I can't do it. It was just a weird noise.
Like a minor version of an elk call.
Right,
almost.
right. It was almost like it sounded like it was. It did it like 3 times. It made a weird whistle, like a rutting noise. And every time I hear rutting noises too, I think rutting noises are just terrifying. And that's why when you're in the woods, and there are a lot of people that when they're in the woods they hear like coyotes howl, and that's kind of creepy. But one of the creepiest things I believe you hear. Yeah, it does. So does rutting. So does the sound of a rutting deer or rutting elk. They sound demonic. And so I'll never forget, I remember and I'll never forget the sound of rutting when Bert picked me up and put me up face to face with his deer head that had been severed from a deer's body and it was hanging up on the wall. And so that has always triggered a little bit of anxiety with me. I mean, my father and I used to hunt. And he used to dress the deer as well in our house. But what really was creepy was when they would hang it in the patio and they'd put like cheesecloth over it. And it looked like there was a body hanging in your backyard. And it was just a creepy feeling to see that thing like, in the wind blowing around and curing. And then finally bring it downstairs. And the house smelled terrible when they were cutting it up in the butcher sink. It was just gross.
Yes. Well, I'm going to end it with this. I am a person, I believe evil is manifesting itself in this world. And when we see the crime that's going on, even in America especially, with some of these crimes that hit the news, there is just a certain malfeasance behind these crimes. And they're becoming more distorted, twisted, and strange. Like I just heard on the radio, Robbie Gordon, the former NASCAR driver, his father or stepfather went and choked his mother, and then he went and shot himself.
Murder-suicide.
In California. This just happened.
Yeah.
And strange things are going on. And people are so wrapped up in their own little pathetic worlds of me, and I. It just floats on right by. And I don't think a lot of people really realize what's going on around us.
No, a lot of creepy things.
Scary itself.
A lot of creepy things are going on around us, I know.
Yes. Well, Clyde, I had to dial the phone 76 times to get you, and I'm glad I spoke to you.
I thank you. Thank you for coming on the program tonight. I really appreciate it. What? Oh, my God. Oh, don't do this to me. Please. That is the sound of a bull elk rutting. It sounds demonic. And that is exactly what I heard when that... Oh. There's something to dream about tonight, huh? I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening. Joe in Texas. Hi, Joe. You're on Ground Zero. Go ahead.
Hey, Clyde. When I was a kid, we used to live behind this forest, and me and my friends would go back there and play every day.
Uh-huh.
And after a while, we started to notice that every time we'd go out there, after a little bit, we'd hear something following us around. So we started making a game where we'd go out in the forest and try to find it before it found us. We thought it was an animal or something.
Mm-hmm.
And one day, we heard it, and we laid low in the brush, and then it came barreling at us. So we took off as fast as we could to the easiest way out of the forest, which was connected to a golf course.
Mm-hmm.
We ran across the green, and about a quarter mile, we turned around, and right there at the forest's edge, there was this guy standing there dressed in a black, it was the middle of summer. It's like a black trench coat and a black hat, and he wouldn't move past the edge of the forest. We split up, and we went home, and then the following night, some weird orbs were outside my house, and then someone scratched a pentagram into my friend's garage door. It's creepy. Our parents forbade us from going out there after that.
You're kidding me. That's horrifying. How old were you?
Yeah, I was 10 then.
So you were 10 years old, and you're being menaced and stalked by this man in black with no face, who was wearing a hat and a trench coat, and then when you went to bed or you were at night, somebody had scratched a pentagram into your... Where did they scratch it?
They scratched the pentagram in my friend's garage door, and there were orbs outside of my house. My mom woke me up for that because she was scared. She saw them outside.
What was the reaction to the pentagram?
Well, we were kind of creeped out.
I would too.
We always heard stories that there were devil worshippers in the forest, but we never believed it.
Well, I know. Isn't that weird that, it's always a forest where the devil worshippers hang out? When I was a kid, it was a place called Hobbitland. And I can't remember exactly where it was. It was in town in Salt Lake County. And I remember, everybody said, let's go to Hobbitland. And there was this park that was hidden within the city limits. And people would go there, and they said the reason why they called it Hobbitland was because when the hippies used to go down there, they used to trip out on drugs. And they said they would see these little people roaming around through there and living in little houses. Well, you go there, and somebody has built little houses for them. But then somebody told me that rituals are done in this little forest park. And you go there sometimes, and you see people in hoods and cloaks. And they are, they pretty much, they're devil worshippers. It's scary.
Yeah, it was weird, man. I mean, he just stood there right at the edge of the forest and didn't come after us, and we were a good distance away with clear open land and freaked us out.
Well, Joe, I appreciate you calling in and sharing that story with us.
Thanks, man.
You bet. Take care. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Down in Ground Zero, talking about the woods, talking about the scary woods, actually, and how all this crazy stuff is going on with the clowns and a number of other things, getting your calls. What are some of the strangest things you've seen in the woods? Another thing is that, once again, the woods or forests are places where it's believed a lot of portals are, or Rosen bridges, where, time travelers, shapeshifters, werewolves, bears. I mean, it's just a place where, a lot of strange things happen. And the reason why I bring this up is not only because of the fact that the clowns are menacing parts of the United States right now, these clowns coming from out of the woods, but there is a television show on Netflix called Stranger Things. And this show is pretty amazing. If you've seen it, maybe we can talk about it too. Just the idea that these young children are actually part of some strange conspiracy to keep a lid on the idea of a portal that was opened up in a facility that is owned by the Department of Energy, and that strange monsters, or a monster comes out of the portal to menace this town, and it's just creepy. And they talk about the upside down world, or the upside down is what it's called, and they actually give you an object lesson in quantum mechanics during the program. It's amazing to watch. Stranger Things prompted a lot of what I'm talking about tonight, and just to kind of put it all in perspective. Sure, It's science fiction, but a lot of it's based on quantum theory and the idea that quantum entanglements are spooky actions at a distance, as said by Albert Einstein. So with these quantum entanglements, anything can happen. Anything can come from the woods or even come from the skies. Even killer clowns, which is something that I just can't believe is happening. The mass hysteria, the panic, and everything that's going with it. It's just an incredible, terrifying story, and it's an example of psychological terrorism being carried out in this country. No guns fired, no bombs being set off, and no religion. Just an ideological scare that has people completely spellbound. We'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. The numbers to call tonight, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. During the break, I had an opportunity to read an email. I'm going to read it to you in just a bit. It's a very terrifying email. I can just imagine the shock and the terror that this person went through. He had an encounter with a skinwalker with his uncle. See, here's another thing. The skinwalker, that's another character you don't hear much about, but it affects a lot of people. I did a show once about the skinwalker a long time ago, and some of the stories about the skinwalker were very terrifying, especially the fact that this creature, whatever it is, it is, it's part of the Native American lore. And some people believe it's the shaman that create the skinwalker. They transform into an animal. They wear the skins of the animal, and they transform into the animal. They wear the skins of a wolf, they transform into a wolf. They wear the skins of a bear, they transform into a bear. Some even turn into birds. And see, once again, the idea that all these strange things go down in the forests and in the deserts of the world. I mean, the ritual to the Babylon working, L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons, was done in a desert. As I said, many things happened in the forest too. When you're thinking about Travis Walton, he was a logger who got abducted in Snowflake, Arizona, and that's what we're seeing that happening. I swear, even when we talked about Todd Seas, he also was killed in a forested area. He was looking for deer. And it all seems to come together. The idea that there is this upside down world, the underworld called the upside down, like what was talked about in the TV series Stranger Things. As I said earlier, the first hour, I was encouraged by my listeners to watch this show. And I found it to be, I couldn't stop watching it. I binge watched it when I was in Salt Lake because at the hotel at night, Janine hadn't come in because she didn't come in until later in the week. So I was there for 2 days without her. And didn't want to venture out after hours. I did go with my friend Kevin to an old hangout we used to go to at the University of Utah. But that was one night. I mean, the other nights were spent long hours in my room, doing nothing. TV sucked. So luckily I had my Netflix subscription and I got to watch Stranger Things. And it's just amazing how this TV series actually took us on a trip and actually taught us about what brain cosmology is. The idea of membrane, that we are a membrane, that our life is a membrane, that we live in a matrix, that this membrane that we live on is that you begin to see this observable universe that's a membrane with all of these other dimensions extending from it. Like we're one big nucleus, then from it comes other things. And so this idea of holographic universe, that this is why in our holographic universe some things get in and they appear and then they disappear. I remember in the movie The Matrix where Persephone is telling Neo that there are old programs in the Matrix that malfunction, and that's why every once in a while we see ghosts or we see vampires or we see werewolves. And these are all part of the original Matrix. They're all part of the original programming. And every once in a while, there's a glitch in the programming where they finally get a chance to come in, and they're part of our universe for a short amount of time, and then they disappear. Well, that's not what's said in this television show about brain cosmology. Just basically, it explains the theory of holographic universe, using the theories of Juan Maldacena, who theorized that gravity arises from thin vibrating strings that exist in 9 dimensions of space and another of time, whereas real life exists in the universe without gravity. And the comparison to the hologram is frequently made because of the way a hologram is created. It's a 3-dimensional image coded onto a 2-dimensional surface. So, if that's the way we live, then someone is watching this. Someone is controlling this. It all goes back to the idea we are a farm. Earth is a farm. We are somebody else's property. We're either being watched and they have empathy for us and they're reading us like a book. They're watching us like an active encyclopedia, or they're running us like a game and they decide to push the buttons like we're some Sims program in a computer. And so when you have quantum physics and you have brain cosmology and you have all this, I guess you could call it, get out of jail free card. What I mean by that is you can get out of, this existence free card and go into another existence and a new way to look at our world. If we see an object, it's because the object pops into view. It disappears because it can disappear. It goes in and out of the matrix and the construct that we have created. Our reality is this construct. But outside the reality is another construct where every once in a while, the safe haven that we've developed to hide away from the various demons and bogeyman, well, sometimes it's not all that safe. And so in the TV show Stranger Things, all the secrets of the unknown are kept hidden in the woods near a facility that's operated by the Department of Energy. In fact, it's so funny that I believe that this show affected people so much that the Department of Energy had to issue a letter stating that none of this is true. That the whole idea that there's a portal or a doorway to the upside down world doesn't exist. They told it just doesn't exist. And so someone once sent me that. I don't know if I ever found it, but they sent me the letter that was issued about the TV show Stranger Things, and I thought that was really funny that they actually addressed it, and they were talking about they're nothing like Stranger Things. I'll have to find that and play you, or at least have you. Here it is. It's Business Insider. It says here. It says if you've seen Stranger Things, etc. It says the Department of Energy has said that. Okay, it says here, while the Department of Energy is very real, often secretive, and absolutely performing mind-bending science experiments, the show's creators, the Duffer Brothers, drew up a lot of fiction surrounding a $29.7 billion a year wing of the U.S. government. Paul Lester, an Energy Department spokesperson, watched every episode and had a lot to say about it in an official blog post. He said he liked the TV show, but he doesn't like that they didn't get anything. Well, everything wasn't quite right about the Department of Energy. So he said, Hawkins National Laboratory doesn't exist. In the show, Hawkins National Laboratory is a tightly secured energy department facility in the middle of a deep, dark forest, once again, the woods. The truth is, Hawkins National Laboratory is just like the fictional town of Hawkins. It doesn't exist. However, one of the national laboratories has a forest connection. The Argonne National Laboratory in Illinois is named after the surrounding Argonne Forest. Established in 1946, Argonne is America's first designated national lab and was founded to continue Enrico Fermi's work on nuclear reactors. Argonne is now a multidisciplinary science and engineering research center that focuses on important energy, environment, technology, and national security issues. He also states that the Energy Department doesn't explore parallel universes. He said there are several scenes in the show where Hawkins Laboratory researchers don full bodysuits and protective gear to walk through a peculiar portal which transports them to an alternate dimension known as the Upside Down. While the Energy Department doesn't chart parallel universes, it does help power exploration of new worlds. We're talking outer space, not the bizarre cosmos in Stranger Things. So no, they do not run, the Department of Energy does not run a CERN-like facility that opens portals. They also say the Energy Department doesn't mess with monsters. National laboratory scientists aren't evil. They're actually really nice and smart. Lights aren't powered by monsters or other life. They actually sat down and had to bit by bit, point by point, explain that the Department of Energy is not involved with any of this science fiction stuff. I mean, they didn't say there was no upside down dimension. That goes back to the quantum stuff. That goes back to the reports that we were given earlier about how there is the theory, back all the way to 1997, there is a holographic universe that Maldacena, the professor, physicist Juan Maldacena, said existed, and now it's been toyed and actually thrown around a little more about this idea. But once again, it's a facility in the middle of the woods in this film, so it's even more creepy. And people say that the woods are places where you'd more than likely come up with finding portals, rosen bridges, quantum entanglements, creatures, cryptids. I mean, think of it. All of the cryptozoological anomalies, like the Flatwoods Monster, the Jersey Devil, Bigfoot. I think Bigfoot's just an animal, but, I mean, some people think he's an interdimensional being. And so, and that's the argument people get into when you go to these Bigfoot conventions, and people have a hard time saying there's no other dimensional cryptid out there. But think about it. What is the Skinwalker? That's another one. The Skinwalker. What does the Skinwalker do? Is it a supernatural being? Is the Skinwalker a conjured being that threatens or frightens people in order to get them to move off land? I mean, I could just imagine the situation going down in North Dakota if someone decided they wanted to unleash the Skinwalker on those who are trying to destroy the land. That could very well happen. So far, no word that it's happening because it is a peaceful protest, and they are being the protectors of the water, from what I understand. They did call in the National Guard, by the way. But just the idea of a Skinwalker, and coming up, I'm going to read you that letter that was sent to me by the security guard that's right now listening to the program. He said he can't get in, and I told him, well, go ahead and call now. We have a few lines open. He said he's on rounds. But anyway, I want to read you this. This is something that I think you'd really be interested in hearing. In fact, I can just imagine the terror that was going on in his mind when he was a young Navajo boy. Talk about this coming up on Ground Zero, about what's in the forest and what frightens you. Have you seen anything in the forest that you can't explain? Heard a lot of great stories tonight. And of course, we have these clowns that are menacing people in South Dakota, and the Rhode Island strange noises. We'll play that again tonight, too. Maybe people have an interpretation of what might be happening there, as a man in Rhode Island recorded the strange sound coming out of the woods. You actually hear the birds and the wind blowing and this weird sound coming out of Rhode Island. It's all coming up on Ground Zero. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. I'm Clyde Lewis. We'll be back. And now, Tales from the Infinite Upside Down. Actually, it's a letter that was sent to me. The Infinite Upside Down from Stranger Things, a TV show on Netflix. I highly recommend it for people who really like. It's like a mixture of Stand By Me, The Goonies, time travel. I don't know. It's just crazy. But let me read you this letter. I only have a few minutes to read. I'm going to read it to you. Dear Clyde, I believe your show is the greatest. It keeps me awake when I listen during my lonely shift as a security guard. Clyde, the woods are a scary place. I'm Native American, and I must tell you that I believe my uncle and I encountered a Skinwalker when I was younger. I was a kid. My uncle and I were finishing up chopping, gathering firewood from my grandmother's because it was getting dark, driving back on a dirt road at about 30 miles per hour, give or take 5 miles per hour. I had this awful sense of being watched. Before I could turn to look out my window on the passenger side, my uncle quickly shouted, "Don't!" I completely froze. My heart felt like it was beating out of my chest. Then it felt like it completely stopped when I heard a tap, tap, tap on my window. My uncle sped up and was loudly praying in my native language. I didn't know what was going on and thought it was all over until our truck suddenly dipped from the bed. My uncle then started saying, "Look at me, look at me. Don't turn away." He kept saying, "Look at me, look at me, look at me. Don't turn away," over and over. Then I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. But from the window behind me, tap, tap, tap. It was getting harder for me to breathe, and I wanted to cry. A minute or two passed, and the truck dipped again. My uncle looked around and sighed. It was quiet besides the truck and the road. He looked at me and he said, "We will ask your father to do a prayer in the morning so the evil will forget our faces." He said it to me in Navajo. He says Navajo in English. I remember curling up on the seat and just staring at the radio, watching the time go by, listening to my uncle sing an old prayer till we got to my grandmother's house. To this day, my uncle has never talked about it. Skinwalker. Must have been heavy on the truck to have it dip in the way that it did, because he was describing how the truck would dip and how his grandfather would pray. Or actually, his uncle would pray as they were taking the wood to his grandmother's house. So, wow. We will ask your father to do a prayer in the morning so the evil will forget our faces. Can you imagine just hiding your face from something that may terrify you? Whether it be a clown or a large, menacing, walking wolf or a werebear or a Bigfoot. Any of those things coming out of the woods. You know, and then I don't like entertaining the idea that Bigfoot's an interdimensional creature, but hey, you know, who knows? I mean, that would make it even harder to believe, but you know, what's happening with these clowns? I'm not saying these clowns are interdimensional, but it certainly is bizarre how the psychogenesis is actually happening, and how people all over the country will eventually see these clowns as they're hiding in the bushes, ready to jump out at night and scare you. Or even stand there with balloons on a street corner late at night. Once again, it was Lon Chaney that said there's nothing more frightening than a clown at midnight. And just the thought of a clown driving up in an automobile or knocking on your door or just standing there staring at you would be terrifying enough. A clown standing in a cemetery, that'd be horrible. Which once again enforces the idea that a clown outside of his element is terrifying. But a clown in a circus or a carnival, that's something that's not as terrifying. Unless, of course, the carnival is closed for the season. Then a clown standing there, not supposed to be there. Can you imagine a clown at Oaks Park right now standing there? Can you imagine that? Right now on the waterfront? Oh, like everybody's going to be this menacing look. Yeah. Try to manifest a clown standing at Oaks Park right now. And you're driving by Oaks Park and standing there with the river behind him is this clown with balloons. I would not be there long enough to even tell. So picture that in your mind. Oaks Park, river behind him, clown, balloons. I think you have your nightmare. We'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero. The numbers to call tonight, 888-673-3700. It's 888-673-3700. Let's go to Courtney in Maine. Hi, Courtney. You're on Ground Zero. Go ahead.
Hey, Clyde, first of all, I have two things to say. One, I want you to know I love you, man. I really appreciate everything you do.
Thank you, man.
I really do. I do live in the woods. So clown thing is a joke. I've been to war and all that stuff. This clown thing is a joke.
The clown thing's a joke? You're saying the clown thing's a joke?
Don't yell at me and hang up with me.
No, I'm not yelling at you. I'm asking you. I'm trying to find out. You're saying that the clown thing's a joke?
Yeah. All right. Let me explain it in a better mindset. Some dude just got arrested for lying about seeing the clown.
You're right about that. You are right about that. In fact, I was going to bring that up, and thank you for bringing it up. Some guy was arrested, actually, for saying that he saw the clown, and he didn't see a clown at all. You're right.
He just, it's come on, man. You talk about fear porn all the time.
That's not fear porn.
It's happening.
It's not fear porn. Fear porn is when you talk about things that...
Come on.
Fear porn, let me explain to you why I feel fear porn is. Maybe you and I have a different idea of what it is. Fear porn is when you talk about things that you cannot control. Like, for example, earthquakes. If I say, let's do an earthquake show just to scare you into thinking that earthquakes are coming so you'll buy all my preparedness goodies, that's fear porn. Or the sun is going to explode tomorrow, that's fear porn. Or, these are things you can't control. I mean, even when you're, and sometimes I do earthquake shows, but I don't do them all the time. Or asteroids, we have these close calls, these close shaves with asteroids. There's nothing you can do about it, but it's creepy to talk about. It's fear porn.
Clyde, I'm great from the get-go. I love you. So, I get that. But in the same aspect, like, some dude, like, claiming it, like, this whole clown thing, I think is it is really scary. But, like, I don't think I think it's not true.
Well, let me read to you here, and I want to thank you, Courtney, for bringing this up. This is a story that Courtney most certainly brought up, and it's important that we talk about this. This was released today, as a matter of fact. It says here, Georgia police arrested 2 people today, or yesterday, for calling 911 and allegedly making false claims about clowns trying to lure children into a van. Brandon Moody, 26, and Rebecca Moody, 27, were arrested and sent to Troup County Jail for obstruction and unlawful conduct during a 911 call. Brandon Moody called 911, reported seeing clowns around a white van, a statement he later said he made up. The Truth County Sheriff's Office said in a news release. He then advised Rebecca Moody to call 911 and make the same report, even though she was not in the area at the time. When officers arrived at the scene, they spoke to the driver of the white van, who said he ran out of gas and they searched his vehicle. Quote, there were no signs of any costumes in or around the vehicle, police said in a statement. While Brandon Moody admitted to making false claims yesterday, he told police he did see clowns inside the same van the previous day, September 13th. Earlier this week, LaGrange police in Georgia said it had received several calls about clowns in wooded areas trying to talk to children. Now, just because this guy made it up and his wife made it up or his girlfriend made it up doesn't mean that the whole story's false. You realize that, right?
No, Clyde. I went to war. Like, I'm not, like, I know what you're saying. I don't want to believe that stuff's happening in America, to be honest with you. I just don't want to believe it.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to believe it, that's fine. But the thing is that people are being terrorized, and they've unleashed this menacing clown meme now in the country. So, it could be, it could be that this is mass hysteria. It could be that not everybody's seeing clowns, but somebody wants to admit they see a clown because people see something if they believe it's out there. I mean, there's every time we talk about Bigfoot, every time we talk about Mothman, every time we talk about these creatures that appear out of nowhere, you have to, and it's not always said because you want to kind of entertain the possibility, but it needs to be said that sometimes when these things happen, as you say, Courtney, it is part of either psychogenesis or something psychogenic, or it could very well be mass hysteria.
Mm-hmm. No, you know what it is, man. Like,
yeah,
you understand mass hysteria. You understand it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and being skeptical is healthy. I love skeptics. I always say, skeptical thought is what fuels what we're talking about here, and we make points together and be open-minded about it. That's what true skepticism is. And Courtney, thank you for calling the program.
Lewis, you're the biggest skeptic in the world.
And I thank you for saying that I am. I think you're the only one out there that thinks I am a skeptic. Well, there are a few people that do know that I am, but I really, even though I'm a skeptic, I really love to entertain these possibilities because they most certainly scare me at times, and they most certainly entertain me too. So these are topics I find very interesting. And so, yes, being a skeptic, I think a healthy skeptic with a healthy bit of critical thinking makes things even more interesting because sometimes things aren't exactly the way they seem, and you can't always put things in a box, and that's when it really gets scary. So, Courtney, thank you for calling the program tonight. Yes.
We're not saying that what we believe in is truth. What we're asking is truth. What we're saying is that, hey, there's a possibility it's
right.
Good.
We want honesty. We want to have an honest discussion and dialogue about these things that scare us, about these things that trouble us, and about these things we find strange. That's what it is to be a Fortean. I consider myself Fortean in a lot of respects.
In the woods. I can't believe in that clown coming around in the woods.
Well, Courtney, just be cool and hope that nothing taps on your window while you're sleeping tonight.
Clyde, that was not okay to say that. That was not okay to say. Tap window. I didn't have a window in here. It's at the door. I have a window. I have a door.
Okay. Well, Courtney, I just want to ask you this: How do you sleep at night knowing that there are demons under your bed? I want to know that. How do you do that?
Clyde.
Oh, you're hating me, aren't you?
Talk about demons.
Courtney.
Hold me over and talk about demons.
You know, Courtney, I love you, man. I love you. I love you, man.
Nightmares.
I love you. Courtney, you're great. I love you, man. I love you. I do.
I love you, man.
You have a good sleep.
I'm coming up to you and Ron and Alex.
Are you coming out and seeing Ron, me and Alex? Really? When?
I would say within the next month we'll put out the guys.
Oh my God! You better let us know. We'd love to see you, Courtney.
Maybe a big old hug, man.
I'd love it. We'll see you soon, man. Take care, okay?
Love you, brother.
Love you too.
Hey,
Oh, sorry. Okay. We got Trey. We have to get to Trey and his Bloody Mary ritual. Trey, hi, you're on Ground Zero. Go ahead.
Okay, man. It's nice to talk to you too, Clyde.
Good to talk to you, man.
Yeah, I just want to let you know I had a story, and then I kind of wanted to tell you about what I think about this whole clown situation.
Okay.
But I was about 9 years old, and my grandparents live in North Florida, and I don't know if people know about North Florida. Everybody thinks about palm trees and everything else when they think about Florida, but North Florida is nothing like that. North Florida is nothing but woods.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm at Grandma and Granddad's old house, and I'm with my cousins, and, you know, they always leave you with the older cousins. They all go out. It's just us there. And we wanted to do the Bloody Mary thing. We had all heard about it. Everybody's, oh, you won't do it, okay. So we get everything together, we put the paint, it's supposed to be sheep's blood, but, you get paint, you put it in the bathtub, and then you run water, you say Bloody Mary a certain amount of times, and you spin around. You turn all the lights off except for one small candle. Like, we did the whole ritual. We did everything that we were told you're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
We turn to the mirror, and she's right there. And I'm bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. I will never, ever forget this moment. I don't care anybody. I've kept this story close to my chest my whole life, but this actually happened. I'm wide-eyed, staring in the mirror, and she's right there. She has long, stringy hair. She has nothing but skeletal figure. Only thing of her chest that you can see is her heart, and it's just just one beating, just bump, 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 bump heart.
Mm-hmm.
And then she has like a jacket on, and it's just a long, almost like a cloak, but it kind of looked like leathery. It was like leathery, and it was like almost like spider-like. It was like just little holes, and you could see that she had like a silhouette of some type of dress or some type of something on, but you could see the middle part of her chest, and you could just see like a little bit of her heart, and you could see her face, but her face was like side profile, but you could see her body was facing forward, but her face was side profile.
Mm-hmm.
And then she just slowly turns in the mirror and looks straight, and just looks straight at us. And we're all just everybody staring, dead silent, nobody moves, just me and two of my cousins, and we're staring. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't do anything. She just looks straight at us, and we just both run out of the bathroom, run out of the house, and we're just like, we can't even cry. It's almost like one of those things where, did you say it? And you don't know what to do. So we just ran outside, and it was just one of those things that everybody saw. Nobody knows. It wasn't supposed to happen, but it truly happened. And we didn't want to go back inside. And this is the deep woods where my grandparents lived. Like, you're not supposed to be outside at this time.
Right.
Like, and we were much more ready to stay outside and camp than go back in that house at that time.
My God. Well,
but go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just saying, I never did the Bloody Mary ritual when I was a kid. I did the straight as a board, thick as, what was that thing? We did straight as a board, stiff as a board, where we used to lift the people with our pinkies. We did that. We did Ouija boards.
Did it actually happen?
Oh, yeah. It was this girl named Tina that we lifted with our fingers, and it was scary. She was stiff as a board. It was like she was dead. It's almost like we killed her. Too creepy, man. Too creepy.
For the clown thing, there's something that's in pop culture right now, and it's the one thing that you guys haven't hit on. By the way, I love Stranger Things. I've been watching it in one day, just like you did.
Right.
But you're forgetting about American Horror Story.
Oh yeah.
And American Horror Story, the last season was all about the circus, and they had the clown with the big face. And that, like, it's just pretty much his whole story. He was a main attraction. He was a sideshow, but he was a main attraction, and then he kind of fell off because the circus fell off, and then he started snatching kids, and he would, like, he would still do his little tricks, but he would also kill people at the end of it. And the new American Horror Story just started yesterday.
Oh, the new one?
And then, yeah, the new American Horror Story just started this week.
Wow. I'm going to have to watch that, because is it still the hotel? Because if it's still the hotel, I want to watch it.
I'm not going to lie to you, I didn't watch the new episode, so I don't know which way they're going with this one, but I know that the last season was the circus season.
I know, and I've been having a hard time getting into it, because that clown really frightens me. That's the thing. It's really a creepy thing. But anyway, I got to go. I'm out of time. But it's also The Purge. You forgot about talking about The Purge. Oh, The Purge is scary, too. That's scary, too. It really is. Anyway, we'll talk to you soon. Take care, buddy. Have a good night. All right, we'll be back with more Ground Zero. Don't go away.
FM News 101 KXL. More with Clyde Lewis on FM News 101.
Let's go to David in Oregon. Hi, David. You're on Ground Zero.
Hey, Clyde. Long-time listener. I've listened to you for 21 years.
Oh, wow.
Started out in Utah. Followed you here.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add something to the Hobbitville thing in Utah.
Hobbitland, yeah.
It was up by Westminster College on, I believe, like 1300 East.
Exactly where it's at. I didn't know exactly where it was. I hadn't been there in a while, but yeah, it's near Westminster College. It's where the hippies used to go to see the little people run around with their own acid.
Yeah, but there was actually little bit people that lived there. From why we went up there with some friends. They had little houses, and they had writing on the bricks that said like the small people shall inherit the earth. And we went in there and we were just looking around it, and we had a little man came out and arms crossed and gave us a scowled look, and we kind of just walked off and walked on. And it wasn't scary or anything, but he was just he just kind of wanted to mind us to leave him alone and let him be. But it was. Yeah, just thought I'd add to the story.
That's amazing. So there was a little person there when you were there.
Oh yeah, we definitely saw a little person. But yeah, they had all the appropriate sized dwelling stuff there, and there was all sorts of just kind of a writing. It almost looked like Celtic style, but had little sayings here and there all about little people.
That's amazing. Well, I guess I should have went there when I went to Utah, but I didn't get a chance to go. So maybe I'll find a way to get over there next time I'm going.
Yeah, that was 10 years ago, I think, when I was there. So I don't know if it's still there or if they're or ever it's gone away. But
wow. Well, thank you for reminding me, because I didn't know exactly where it was, and I wanted to remember. And how old were you when you first listened to Ground Zero? Just out of curiosity.
I was 12 years old.
Wow. So you're one of those types that get under the bed covers and listen at night with a flashlight reading a comic book.
Yeah, well, when we moved to Utah, my parents would make me go to bed at 9 o'clock, and it was still sunny outside, so my mom made a deal with me that I could listen to the radio, and started listening to Loveline, and then came across you, and I was really into X-Files and Unsolved Mysteries, and yeah.
Well, that's so nice. Gosh, having a fan that long listening, you're 12. And how old are you now? You're like 22, 21?
I'm 33 now.
Oh, you're 33. Sorry, my math's off. It's late. 33. 33 years old. I gotta check and see if I'm farting dust. I gotta figure it out. I'm getting old.
Oh my God. I met you at one of the Night Flight comic at the Cottonwood Mall at one point back years ago.
I was hoping you met me at Night Flight Comics. I love Night Flight. Mimi Cruz was the best, and she still is as far as I know. So, yeah, Mimi Cruz at Night Flight Comics. You know, she was so cool that Frank Miller named Mimi's after her in Sin City. So there's a little bit of trivia for you. Mimi Cruz, Mimi Mimi's in Fat City was named after her. So, and Sin City, not Fat City, Sin City.
Cannibal the Musical.
Yeah, Cannibal the Musical, too. I remember that. That was great. Hey, David, thanks for calling, man. Take care.
No problem.
You bet.
Thanks, bye.
You bet. The old days where we hung out with people like Trey Parker and Matt Stone and had a few laughs. It was great times. I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. The numbers to call tonight, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. You can follow us on TalkStreamLive.com. Stations everywhere across the country playing Ground Zero on the internet. And if you're having a hard time getting the full 3 hours of the program, you can go there and get the full 3 hours. Also, we'll give you links on how to find the full 5 hours of Ground Zero. Of course, we do 2 hours in the local Northwest as well. So we push a long show, and we're glad to have you aboard with us tonight. Our prayers go out to the people in Florida tonight who are experiencing that huge hurricane. And it's looking pretty bleak from where I'm looking. They're showing the satellite photos, and this hurricane is a monster. And, of course, the governor has said that Hurricane Matthew will kill you because the sustained winds are well over 130 to 150 miles per hour. And it's certainly a devastating hurricane moving through that area, and probably one of the most devastating ones we've had in over a decade, I think. Long time, certainly. So right now we're looking at probably 165 tops with the storm moving through. And as I say, our prayers go out to those in Florida who are trying to batten down the hatches and try to survive this major storm. And I haven't checked the category of it yet, but I would certainly think it'd be anywhere between a 4 and a 5. Because if my meteorological skills are still around, hurricanes gain power over water. And so I'm sure as it moves across the Atlantic into Miami and other places, it goes to probably Category 4, Category 5. It'll move up Daytona Beach, probably lose some power there as it gains land, and then back into the ocean again to gain more power, and then coming back, taking a lot of the East Coast with a powerful 4. This is a major hurricane for the United States. I just wanted to address that. And it's something, hurricanes are always something to marvel. They are powerful storms, and we haven't seen anything like this in a long time, which I find interesting, to say the least. And the other day, of course, all over the internet, there were pictures of this hurricane. It looked like a skull face or a sort of a clownish grin. It was pareidolia, of course, and I posted. Some people said, "Oh, it's nothing more than a hurricane. Stop doing this." But everybody else noticed the grinning face or the appearance of a grinning face in the hurricane, looking kind of clownish. And I think that's why, because the hysteria in this country, in places where the hurricane isn't hitting, of course, the hysteria and how it's generating, especially with the clown hysteria that's happening right now. And things like this happen in times of great crisis and trauma in the United States. Always strange things happen in other countries when the entire country is dreading, the events that are happening. And a little under a month ago, I had to make a comment about these clown sightings, the alleged clown sightings happening in the United States. And it's funny because I don't know if I did it well enough or if I shook people up enough about it, but I did say that I feel that this is going to get worse before it gets better. In fact, I reported on the clowns and the clown hysteria, tried to give a background into why. I mean, because clowns, of course, are shapeshifters. They're actually representations of death and trickster, prankster, all of these issues, going all the way back to the plague, going all the way back to Odin it's just the legends, if you will, about what clowns are and what they represent. Well, the clown issue is so pervasive in the conspiracy fringe circles that people are emailing me asking why I don't cover the issue again. And I always reply saying, well, I said what was needed to be said, and so there are no more reasons to continue to push the hysteria. Well, I'm not pushing hysteria. I want to give you a report of something that I discovered today, and in a discussion I had with Liam, my stepson, Jane's son. We were doing some family things today, trying to, we're trying to sign some papers and do some formalities, and Liam was talking about the clown hysteria today and giving me the play-by-play with his tablet, showing me, clips and saying, I think this is fake, I think this is real, and definitely was concerned about Halloween. And actually reading a story that turned out to be a hoax about a so-called clown making a phone call and saying that he wanted to see Halloween canceled in, I don't know where it was, because if it wasn't canceled, that he would kill children. Well, that was a fake news story that was released. And that's the thing, is that, some people don't have tact, nor do they have common sense. And so in the midst of hysteria, I've decided to kind of ratchet up the hysteria by saying that there is a clown calling people on the telephone and threatening to kill children if Halloween decides to continue. And Liam also was talking about how kids at his school were commenting that they were worried about clowns, and even school officials were asking parents to pay attention to possible clown sightings here in my city of Portland, Oregon. And it's interesting because school officials were assuring parents that there is no real reason to worry about the clown situation. However, police arrested a man dressed as a clown in Medford, Oregon. He was actually hanging around a playground. He didn't say anything. He was near Crater High School. And he stood there holding up a sign. He was the scariest clown, jester, black-faced, white-faced clown, standing with a sign saying, "We are here." He didn't say anything. He didn't have a gun or a knife. He just had a sign that said, "We are here." And he masked his face up with this, black-faced, red-faced. It was just a creepy clown look. And I'm thinking, what was he trying to do? We are here. Was he actually doing something he thought was, in the spirit of Halloween, in the hysteria of the clown situation? I don't know. And that's the thing, is that you better be very careful about what you wear this Halloween, because you may think clowns are in, but they certainly are not anymore, because they have made the whole clown idea, the whole image of a clown being something that is a pariah, doing damage to clowns, even though most people are afraid of them. They do a lot of damage. 2 girls from Fresno, California, aged 12 and 14, were arrested and charged with felonies after making threats involving clowns at their schools. Another male high school student was arrested for making clown-related threats online. According to other media reports, schools in a district near Cincinnati, Ohio, were closed after a woman reported being chased by a person in a clown suit. And I've been told by many listeners via email that the story is absurd, that the idea of clowns menacing people is crazy. And it may be interesting to know that the gauging of hysteria is showing that this nation, has a fear of clowns, and that whatever is happening is one of the most successful homegrown psyops ever executed. The plethora of news stories and the tool we use for analytics, Google Trends, will tell you the clown phenomena is spreading, and it is pervasive. Whether or not it's based in fact, whether or not you think it's crazy or absurd, or it's some self-imposed mass hysteria, the clown problem, the clown hysteria is taking over the internet right now. The number of people searching for clown sightings on Google has spiked in the past several weeks, from no searches in late August to dozens each day by the start of October. Police have strengthened security at schools after anonymous clown-related threats, and officers have also issued updates on department Facebook pages. There have been so many reports of clowns that police officers now are asking residents to stop sending in tips about clown sightings. So many. What is happening in this country? Well, I have an idea. And I think I'm going to get down to the bottom of this clown issue, but It's going to take a little bit of listening on your part, following along on your part. Because I want to get down to the bottom of this clown issue. And it's not based on anything crazy either. It's not based on anything absurd. It's very real. The clown sightings are very real. Hysteria is very real. And we may be discovering that what we're seeing here is social engineering and a bit of agitprop, along with homegrown psyops being carried out on this country. And I found it in a very interesting source. I'll tell you about that too. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. We're going to solve this clown issue tonight because it's everywhere. 888-673-3700. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
Once again, I never thought that I'd be back to this again, but it's the clown issue. The idea of these phantom clowns. And it's not going away. In fact, it's getting worse. The reports and the searching, the clown sightings. In fact, if you look at Google Trends, the clown phenomena is getting worse. It's spreading. It's pervasive. Whether or not it's based in fact or you think it's crazy, it certainly has this country in some self-imposed mass hysteria. Who knows? There are a lot of people searching for clown sightings on Google. It spiked in the past several weeks. Not only are people dressing as clowns, but they're also calling on the telephone, posing as clowns, saying they're clowns, doing evil voices and imitations, threatening schools, bomb threats, threats of killing children if Halloween is celebrated. At least that's what was made up in a story that some people are questioning whether it's true or false. Police have strengthened security at schools. Some schools have been on lockdown. There was a school near, well, it's not really near. It's farther away from where I am in Medford, where a young man dressed as a clown held up a sign near Crater Elementary School saying, "We are here." He got arrested. And I guess, when we reported this a few weeks ago, it seemed to begin in Greenville, South Carolina, where there were reports that there were suspicious clowns and they were attempting to lure children into the woods. And then these sightings were followed by sightings in Alabama, Georgia, Maryland, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky, with arrests made in Alabama and Kentucky of some of these clowns. And what's interesting is how it's affecting children. I saw Liam today. I was speaking with Liam today. We were doing some paperwork, having breakfast together as a family, Janine and I and our friend Chuck. We were all hanging out together, having breakfast and talking, and Liam brought up the clown issue, and he said, I don't know. This is getting a little weird for me. And while he isn't necessarily afraid of clowns, he's afraid of what this type of hysteria will generate. And he was saying that he may not even trick or treat this Halloween because he's afraid of what might happen. He says, what if somebody dresses as a clown and gets shot? He says, I don't want to be on the street when some guy decides he wants to put on a clown suit and another guy thinks it's a threat and decides to shoot him. And that's something that I thought about, but you put that stuff in the back of your mind. You think, hey, this clown thing is going to subside. But you're hearing about clown-related threats being sent to schools. Police have strengthened security. Some schools on lockdown. We get PTA and other groups sending out updates to parents about the clown situation when clowns have been hanging out at playgrounds. Hearing of clowns chasing children. Clowns in vans, opening up vans, inviting children to come in to be kidnapped. Many sightings that we hear about here, many sightings of the clowns were, in the beginning, hard to verify, leaving people wondering if it was a prank or a hoax or just a figment of our collective imaginations. The reports, of course, are unsettling even for those who don't suffer from clown fears. In the week since our first report of the clown situation, there's no way around the fact that whatever is happening has gotten worse. This is now the year of the clown, and with Halloween coming, there may be some serious repercussions if anyone dresses up as a clown and even appears suspicious. As Liam said, I don't even know if I want to trick or treat, because if I do, I worry that somebody will be dressed as a clown, and if they do, they'll either be killed or they will kill. Now, believe it or not, this has actually prompted a march that apparently all the nice clowns are organizing a clown
actually a Clown Lives Matter march. Clown Lives Matter march. This march is going to be happening October the 15th all over the country. And so clowns, if you're listening, some of you who are clowns, who dress up as clowns, and when I was young, a friend of mine named Stuart and we were clowns. I went to clown school to be a clown in parades. They teach you how to be a good clown at a parade. And I've always said that a clown in its element is not scary. I mean, if you have a clown in a parade, I'm not afraid of that. If you have a clown at a circus, I'm not afraid of that. If you see a clown at a carnival, I'm not afraid of that. But if you see a clown standing on a street corner at 2 a.m. with black balloons, like the Wasco, Wisconsin, I think it's Wasco, Wisconsin. They were the Wasco clowns. I know you remember that. The Wasco clowns were clowns would stand in places and get pictures taken, and they distribute the pictures. You're seeing these strange clowns at night standing in cemeteries or standing in strange places. The Clown Lives Matter March is actually being done because they want to say that there is a peaceful way to show clowns are not psycho killers. They want the public to feel safe and not be afraid of clowns, so they want people to march in solidarity to save the image, perhaps the tarnished image of clowns, especially around Halloween. I know, this sounds bizarre, doesn't it? It sounds like something out of a horror film. Never in my life have I heard of anything like this. I know that we had Pennywise the Clown in It. We had Pogo the Clown with John Wayne Gacy, which, of course, John Wayne Gacy was a notorious serial killer who killed boys. 33 boys were found buried in his home in Illinois. I just don't understand. I mean, I'm reading all these headlines. UAPD investigating possible clown hoax on campus. Omaha police investigate possible school threats from clowns. Teen arrested for trying to hire a killer clown. Woman made up clown attack story. These are headlines. FBI getting involved in creepy clowns case. Clown attack closes several schools in Ohio. The psychology behind why clowns creep us out. Clown threatens high school students on Facebook. Ohio woman chased by clown near home. Creepy clowns are scaring people. Can you believe this? No wonder Liam thinks that some clown is going to be shot on Halloween. It's a frightening idea. But it's possible. And not only that, we're seeing a lot of so-called videos of clowns shooting people or people shooting clowns now. It's hysteria, and we're going to get down to the bottom as to why this is happening. I think the theory I have is pretty solid. It's a pretty solid theory as to why we're seeing all this hysteria with clowns. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
I'm Clyde Lewis. You are listening to Ground Zero. The clowns have arrived, and these clowns aren't fun-loving clowns with balloons and cartwheels and unicycles. These clowns are a little scarier. Reports have come in that costumed clowns have appeared outside of bedroom windows, woods, playgrounds, and even been seen carrying weapons. Law enforcement are not amused, and neither are the nation's clowns who argue, the good clowns that argue that the creepy clowns are terrifying people and ruining the good that clowns do. In fact, they're planning a march, Clown Lives Matter, on the 15th. That's how bad and pervasive this whole scary clown thing is becoming. Let's go to Jaron in Michigan. Hi, Jaron. You're on Ground Zero.
Hi. I'm in Utah, actually, and I don't understand why you're saying this isn't actually a story. You read us a few headlines, and each headline had a word in it, like possible, maybe.
Yeah.
And then
it's all possible, maybe, because I have never seen it, Jaron.
Of a lady who, that one phone call where the lady was calling in to report to the police, she didn't actually see it. Her kids did. That was entirely
they did
as well. So you're kind of making credence to a story that is obviously an urban
No, I'm talking about a psychological phenomenon that's happening. It's not an urban legend, Jared. If you knew what an urban legend was, I think that we could have a cogent conversation, but you obviously don't know what an urban legend is.
I do.
No, you don't, because this is not an urban legend. This is a very real.
20 and 30 years we've been.
Jaron, this is a very real scare that's happening because people have decided to dress up as clowns and terrify people and menace people. And so it does develop into some hysteria, but it's not an urban legend. An urban legend is something like finding a rat leg in Kentucky Fried Chicken, or waking up without a kidney in a bathtub.
That was an urban legend too.
Slender Man is a tulpa. Slender Man was created on the internet and is manifested in a lot of child's minds. In fact, Liam and I talked about Slender Man tonight. Slender Man appears in this new movie, Mrs. Peregrine's School for Weird Kids or whatever. I mean, yeah, it's not an urban legend. That is something that has been created called a tulpa. An urban legend is something that's lasted for some time that is believed to be true, but it's not true. The clown situation is very true, and people are experiencing it, and it's happening.
People are experiencing it by saying, "Oh, well, there's clowns out there."
No,
but in
look,
fact,
I just
no
got a
one
picture.
has actually a piece of evidence.
Jared, they do. I got a guy in Medford, Oregon that was arrested, a 21-year-old kid arrested for dressing up like a clown in front of an elementary school, holding up a sign saying, "We are here."
That's pretty funny.
It's not funny at all. It's not funny. Imagine how the kids felt when they came to school and saw a clown with menacing face standing in an elementary school.
It's funny that the stupidity of society and the social media phenomenon has allowed this to happen. That is funny.
What's funny is you don't know what an urban legend is.
I do too, and
No, you don't.
take up an attitude with everyone who disagrees with you.
No,
I'm
that's
from
not a
Utah. You're just from
disagreement.
Kearns.
Jaron, yeah, I'm from Kearns. What, you want to make something of it, moron?
Oh my gosh!
No,
You're
you
gonna
want
take
to? Really?
name calling?
Yeah, it's name calling because it fits, because not only are you a moron, you're an ass clown needing unicycle lessons.
I'm an ass clown, huh?
Yeah, you are. So why don't you go put on the floppy shoes, get a nose on you, and go hang out until somebody decides they want to basically fire a paint gun at you. Because you're a clown. You don't know what an urban legend is, and you're so full of crap that you call my program and go, "Oh, you take an attitude and people disagree with you." You're not disagreeing with me. You're talking like a total moron. A disagreement is where you say, "Well, I don't agree that these clowns are as scary as you think they are." Well, okay, tell me why. But that's not it. You come and say, "You're reporting an urban legend and perpetuating a myth." No, I'm not. People are really seeing this stuff. And then he says, "You're from Kearns." What a moron. You know, in Kearns, we'd beat up people like you. I don't know where he's from, but Kearns High School was a tough school to be at, and that's where I went to school. Class of 82, Cougars. Represent. You're from Kearns. Ooh, man, attitude, dude. No? He's probably from Magna. Oh, sorry, Magna people. I'm sorry. I can't drink your water. I'm sorry. Anyway, 888-673. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Let's go to Zach in Washington. Hi, Zach. You're on Ground Zero.
Hi, Clyde. My initial reaction when I started hearing all these stories was, it's just some sort of like, one of those distracting media stories, typical, whatever. But, then I heard you had some sort of theory about the whole thing, and it kind of popped into my head. Hey, earlier today I was thinking it might be kind of funny to put on a clown mask myself and go for a stroll down the street,
Really?
And so I kind of wondered it appeals to my inner prankster or something, I guess. I mean, and I was kind of wondering how that might tie into like your whole psyops theory, wherever that's
Well, it does add into it, and I'll tell you why. Because I think people do things behind a mask that they wouldn't normally do otherwise. And that seems to be the allure of clowns. That seems to be the allure of anything clownish. I mean, look at rock stars, for example. Look at all the rock stars that have been successful being clowns. You have the Insane Clown Posse. You have Marilyn Manson. You have Alice Cooper. You have Kiss. Just going down the list of clown acts that are rock bands. And the fact that you look at horror movies, for example, where clowns have been, you have It. And you have, with Pennywise, you have Jigsaw, going down the list of these clowns that are scary in films. Michael Myers, we can argue, is a clown because he's got white face. Captain Howdy from The Exorcist, that was a clown because it had dark eyes. The Joker, of course, Heath Ledger's version, not Jack Nicholson's version. Because Jack Nicholson's version was a lot like the old version that Bob Keane first came up with, was taken from an old movie called The Man Who Laughs. And I didn't mention The Man Who Laughs, but The Man Who Laughs, if you look at pictures on the internet of the character, the man who played, I think his name is Conrad Wirt, I think that's how you pronounce his name. He was the actor that played The Man Who Laughs, which was of course the image of the Joker that eventually made it into the Batman comics. And then of course the Joker has evolved over the years, different interpretations from Nicholson, the guy from what's his name from Batman the 60s version, Cesar Romero. He played the Joker. We have Jack Nicholson, and then of course Heath Ledger, and the recent depiction with Jared Leto playing the Joker. But what's interesting about each Joker interpretation, the one that was most frightening was the one that Ledger played, because he wasn't playing a clown; he was actually playing a personage or a persona that wore corpse paint on his face. And that means the colors of black and red, which are and of course his lips were disfigured. So he was actually depicting the very likeness of a corpse, which is the original idea of a clown. It's they represent the plague corpse, which is really creepy.
Yeah, there are a bunch of those out there, and classic.
Well,
but
I wouldn't wear a clown mask and walk down the street. I just wouldn't do that unless you want to be on the nightly news in handcuffs. It just seems to me that there's a zero tolerance thing going on about clowns, because it's an urban legend, as Jaron says, and that they're just arresting phantom clowns and then they disappear into thin air. So, no, I'm just kidding. I mean, they're really arresting people. And of course, that picture of the clown that was standing in front of Crater School, yesterday? They busted a guy in Medford, Oregon. And he was just standing there with a sign. He didn't do anything, didn't have any weapons, didn't have anything. He was actually arrested for disorderly conduct. So dressing up as a clown now, your freedom of expression can no longer happen because of people who've been menacing others dressed as clowns. It's crazy.
Yeah. I'm sure I won't end up doing it. I just have too many other things to do with my time than
Yeah.
But I think it sounds funny to me, but.
Yeah, it's uncomfortably funny in a way. We laugh ourselves to death over it. It's uncomfortably funny, but it's also very serious. And like I said, people have been writing me saying, talk about the clown thing. I said, I already have. What is left to be said? And so I really started thinking about this whole clown thing and why it's happening. And I think that I've got a solid theory as to why. I'm going to share it with everybody and why it's happening, because I believe that what we're seeing is the aftermath of, remember I talked about agitprop, or what was called agitated propaganda? Well, this is a bunch of agitprop, psyop, sort of homegrown psyop, and social engineering. And it all comes from, well, not necessarily the media, but it comes from Hollywood, and it's not because of Pennywise the clown, and it's not because of other clowns you see in TV shows and in movies that have depicted clowns as being menacing or at least killer clowns. I think this goes a lot deeper into why we're rioting in some places in the country, while we're fighting over who we are, us against them, evil versus good, this type of thing. And I think it's coalescing right now in this menacing clown phenomenon, and I'll tell you about it coming up, Zach.
Sounds like you're going to go deep, Clyde. I'll keep you on for as long as I can.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much. And look out for those clowns under your bed, okay? Do that.
I will.
All right.
You too.
Bye. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. The clowns are here. It's the year of the clown. And we've had other clowns before. We've had other phenomena before that have happened. This isn't the first time. I remember in England they had the Northampton clown. And that was, I think, 2013. The Northampton clown was just, standing in places to get reactions, made a documentary about the Northampton clown in England. And he had a Facebook page, actually. I remember that. And people were giving him death threats because of the fact that he was scaring people, the Northampton clown in England. So we've been here, the Wasco clowns. You may want to look those up, too. They were another clown group that were there to scare people with their pictures. But never have we seen this type of hysteria in the country involving clowns. I mean, when they're shutting schools down for clown threats, this is where it gets a little outrageous. And when your stepson comes to you and say, what do you know about clowns? I'm saying, okay, let's have a talk about this. And so I really have to think hard about why this hysteria is happening. It's not just because of colorophobia, which is, of course, the fear of clowns. Something deeper. We'll be back. It seems like up to the minute, every hour, every so often, we get a story that's just, it just crawls into the newsroom here about clowns. I mean, besides the hurricane, the clown story is probably the number 2 most talked about story, while people are being, terrorized by a hurricane in Florida. We have reports of clowns showing up in the San Francisco Bay Area. A mother told police that a man in a clown suit attempted to snatch her 1-year-old child out of her arms at a bus stop in broad daylight. She says she kicked him and he ran away. In Abilene, Texas, a man told police the 2 clowns held him at gunpoint after he took his dog outside to do its business around 4:30 a.m. A local TV station writes that according to the police report, the man had a hair-raising stare-down with the clowns, one of whom was named, actually one of those were armed with an AR-type rifle. The tense situation was resolved when the victim retreated into his residence to get a bigger dog, and the clowns drove away. But in other cases, suspects have been identified and arrested by police. We have a few of those, too. In Baytown, Texas, teens were arrested and charged with dressing as clowns and chasing people with sticks. A man reportedly running around in a clown mask in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, was arrested and charged with carrying a concealed weapon. Police arrested a man in Altamont, Illinois, after he allegedly used a chainsaw to cut brush while wearing a clown mask, alarming nearby pedestrians. In Arkansas, police say they arrested a man who was dressed as a clown and terrorizing people with a horn in Bentonville, Arkansas. They also arrested 2 accomplices and say the 3 men did not intend to harm anyone. I mean, I could go down the list of clown stories. I could recite police report after police report after police report, and it still would not explain why all of a sudden people are dressing as clowns and are terrorizing one another. I mean, this is amazing. This is, I mean, look, forgive me if you think this is absurd, but take a look at, I think this is the biggest psychological, story. I mean, remember the time people were actually trying to melt snow and they couldn't melt it? Remember that story? I remember my producers were up in arms saying, why are you reporting this story? It's not true. It's sublimation. That's why it's not melting, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, because it's a psychological phenomenon. People waking up, going outside, molding snowballs, and trying to burn them. And when they do, you see smoke and you see all kinds of blackness, and what you're seeing is sublimation, but why do people feel that maybe their snow is fake or that it's synthetic? What leads them to that idea to where this hysteria of, taking a butane lighter to your snow is more important than opening your Christmas presents? I don't get it. And so why now are we seeing this clown hysteria? Why are we terrorizing one another? Why is this happening? Well, I think if we go back in history a bit, we can see that there have been incidents similar to this. There was one, and I talked with Lauren Coleman about this when I was in Kennewick, Washington. The Mad Gasser of 1944. The Mad Gasser of Mattoon, to be exact, was a bizarre figure who wreaked havoc in Illinois, Mattoon, Illinois. It was a phantom story. It turned out to be so elusive that law enforcement officials eventually declared him a hoax, non-existent, despite dozens and dozens of eyewitness reports and actual physical evidence that was left behind at the scene of some attacks. What it was is a mysterious man or woman wearing black clothing and a mask, kind of looked like Darth Vader. This is back in 1944. Wearing black clothing, going from house to house using some sort of aerosol can and nozzle to pump toxic gas into people's homes. And making matters even more interesting was a series of nearly identical attacks that took place in Virginia in 1933 and 1934. Officials kept the cases quiet, but you look at social science and how you look at the attacks in Mattoon, and they've been, if this was nothing more than mass hysteria, then how is it that the same attacks were going on in Mattoon and they were similar to the ones in Virginia, which were barely publicized in order to duplicate them so closely? We have a mysterious figure dressed in black who came and went without warning, left little in the way of clues, except for he sprayed, or she sprayed, paralyzing gas into the windows of unsuspecting residents. Sort of pranking, if you will. The gas was never identified in either case. In both cases involved fairly isolated areas where the attacks took place. The homes were in rural areas, out of the middle of nowhere. So whoever or whatever this bad gasser was, they thought it was a prankster. Some say it was a hoax, and then it became a mysterious threat for everyone. He's vanished into time, but now this has all evolved into the clown caper. The Pennywise plague, whatever you want to call it. Clowns are here, and we'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. So you wouldn't believe the argument we're having on Facebook right now. It's the funniest thing I've ever. I mean, my producer Andy is laughing too. We're having uncomfortable laughter as we speak of clowns tonight. And I said I would never. I didn't want to approach this issue again. The hysteria of the clowns, but it's getting worse. It's so pervasive. It's the most downloaded or most searched for in Google Analytics. The most searched for thing, clown sightings, right now on the internet. I think now it's the second story. I mean, the mainstream isn't going to cover this, or maybe they are. I mean, local news is covering this. The clown hysteria is out of control. And what's funny is the other day, I posted on my Facebook page, someone had pointed out that Hurricane Matthew, when it was formed this face, this pareidolia that looked like a face. Okay, and I'm saying pareidolia because it appears to be a face, right? And I thought it kind of looked like the Grinch Who Stole Christmas. And other people said, "Oh no, it's a skull, it's Deadly Skull or whatever." And someone else pointed out to me that it looked like a clown. And I'm like, "Oh, come on, no." And so I said on the air, which is interesting, that. And it wasn't something that I'm basing the whole show on, but I said, it's funny how this clown hysteria is happening. And when Hurricane Matthew formed there below Florida, it had this face that it formed, the eye and then the smile, and they said it was skull-like looking. And I said, but it could also appear to be a clown because it had this demonic grin on its face. When this pareidolia, it looked like the face of a grinning clown. And so someone sent me a picture with Tsoukalos, the guy that goes, "It can't be aliens, but it's aliens." You know that guy from Ancient Aliens? And so it shows Hurricane Matthew forming and a weatherman standing there with a smiley, ugly, scary skull face of Matthew, and then what they did is they materialized it so it looked like a scary clown. If you want to look at it, it's on my Facebook page. And another thing too, another thing too, which is interesting, is if you look at a map, and I was looking at a map, what did I do with that map? I lost the map, I guess. But wait, no, here it is. If you look at a map of these clown sightings and where they started, and then as they progressively moved further south, and in some places like Ohio, two things about the clown sightings that somebody had brought up to me that's really interesting. One, the clown sightings have happened in key states for the vote, which is interesting. And they've also been sighted in the places where this hurricane is going to affect the United States. Now, there have been clown sightings everywhere. We just had some in Oregon, which, was one that they had clown sighting in Medford, Oregon. None have happened here close. But the reason why I'm talking about this, mainly because of the fact that Liam had talked about it with me at breakfast this morning. He says, "Have you talked about the clowns yet?" And I said, "Well, of course I have, but I just don't think it's worth talking about." "Oh, yes, it is." And I says, why is that, Liam? And he says, because of the fact that he said people are scared. And he also told me, he said that there happens to be, his school, not on lockdown, but they sent out letters about the clown sightings and to be prepared. In fact, someone sent me a memo dated today locally here, actually in Forest Grove, Oregon, somebody got a letter that said this. It says, "Dear Forest Grove School District parents, as you may have seen or heard through the national media, there have been reports of individuals dressing up as clowns and making various threats to others across the United States. A few reports have also surfaced in Oregon. As it is our highest priority to ensure that our students and staff are safe, we have checked with the Forest Grove Police Department to inquire about any local threats or information in our community. Forest Grove Police Department has had no sightings or threats of this nature to date. However, our administrators and teachers will take this opportunity to review and reinforce with all of our students the training and safety precautions students have received around reporting any contact with strangers in general. We will keep you all informed of any new information we hear from the Forest Grove Police Department regarding any credible concerns. If your student sees anything suspicious or around their school, or you or your student should contact the building principal. If you see anything suspicious in the community, you should contact the Forest Grove Police Department," and it gives the phone number. So this clown hysteria that I've been talking about, that I talked about a few weeks ago, this clown hysteria is pervasive now. This is the year of the clown. This is, they're locking down schools. People are making claims. I'm noticing now, every other minute or so, we're seeing clown stories coming down, the news, pipelines. I can give you a list of clown stories. And despite the fact that police are called and witnesses are questioned, they've arrested a few people, but sometimes the stories, they can't find any proof that these clowns have been seen. So they're phantom clowns in a way. And of course, most of the arrests we've had are for disorderly conduct. There was an arrest in Medford, Oregon, where a guy dressed as a clown stood in an elementary school holding a sign up that says, "We are here." He was arrested for disorderly conduct. But the idea that the clowns have killed someone or have harmed any children is not even an issue right now, because it hasn't happened. But most of the witnesses are children. I'm sure that many of the clown sightings are not wholly accurate and not at least partially figments of our nation's collective clown-hating imagination. But you need to figure in social media here and others that tweet false reports saying that these clowns exist, that are dangerous and are coming for you, and you've got a full-blown panic on your hands. And yes, mass hysteria, but there's more to it than mass hysteria. And that is why some people are saying it's absurd. We had one guy say, "Why are you perpetuating an urban legend?" It's not an urban legend. What it is a cultural freakout. It's what it is. It's a cultural freakout because a lot of people don't like clowns. And not only that, but this is a phenomenon of some sort of self-imposed psyop, some psychological operation. It's also agitaprop. And it's also, agitated propaganda. And we're looking at social engineering as this is going on as well. Key states where they vote, this is where it's happening as well. And where the hurricane is going to be is where it's happening. And even a lot of people saying the hurricane itself, when it formed, Matthew, had an eye and looked like a face of a clown. So people are seeing clowns. Even if they're not there, they're seeing clowns. Now, I had a letter sent to me, an email sent to me saying, "Clyde, don't you think Clyde, don't you think that what is happening is a result of predictive programming?" And they mentioned It, Stephen King's It, Pennywise the Clown. There's a new movie that Rob Zombie has made called 31 about clowns. Scary, scary show about clowns that Rob Zombie directed. And I know that a lot of people would like me to say that in It and Twisty. Liam talked about Twisty today from American Horror Story. I know a lot of people are saying, well, these clowns have been on our TVs for some time and we're seeing this thing. But no. This may be part of it. This could have generated the fear of clowns. You know, Twisty's a pretty scary clown. So is It. But I believe that we can look to other movies that show how intimidating clowns or people who wear clown-like masks are actually part of a clandestine operation to protest and to use intimidation in the form of organized psychological terror. In Reading, Pennsylvania, a teenager wearing a Purge mask, or a mask made popular by the Purge movies, was stabbed to death after an altercation with an older man. Initial reports, however, suggested that the perpetrator, who was wearing a clown mask, had been the perpetrator. The perpetrator was wearing a clown mask, according to initial reports. But no, he was wearing a mask made popular by the movie The Purge. A local witness who asked to remain anonymous told the news that by the time reports of the crime had gotten across to the river to West Reading, the story had morphed into one in which a clown had dragged a child into the woods and killed him there. The next day, schools were closed. 2 students from South Lake High School in Groveland, Florida were apparently harassing others while wearing purge masks. For some reason, they thought the school parking lot was the best place to do it. Well, it wasn't. They were running up to cars. They were pulling on door handles. So a terrified classmate notified the resource deputy, who promptly called the police, saying that students wearing clown masks were harassing students. Now the 2 young men involved are awaiting their court date. Purge masks. Think about what that means. Purge masks. Has anybody seen the movie The Purge? There's your predicted programming, and I'll explain coming up on Ground Zero. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. So, when I was looking over this Reading, Pennsylvania story about the teenager wearing a purge mask, and then, of course, moving on to Groveland, Florida, South Lake High in Groveland, Florida, about kids wearing purge masks, I stopped for a moment, and I thought, wait a minute, you look at this story, you look at these 2 stories, and you hear the story about a teenager wearing a mask inspired by the movie The Purge, and he was stabbed to death after he apparently tried to fight an older man, and it was reported that he was wearing a clown mask at the time of the attack. Now, same thing for Groveland, Florida, where there were 2 kids that were wearing purge masks harassing people. And it was also reported that students dressed as clowns were running up to cars and sometimes pulling on the door handles. And so this too got reported as a clown attack. Now think about what it means, okay? Think about this whole situation. We have the clown stories, okay? And some of the arrests I've seen were clowns. They were scary clowns that were arrested. Some of the pictures were arrested. But I'm beginning to wonder if all of this clown hysteria is part of some sort of silent protest or clandestine protest, where it's a protest of intimidation. You see, you look at the boys. Let's talk about the boys in Florida, for example. They were both seniors. They both had misdemeanor charges, suspicion of wearing a mask to intimidate. And the fact that they didn't get thrown out of school completely, given the zero tolerance policies of most schools, that's getting off pretty easy, especially in the middle of this clown hysteria that I think is a product of predictive programming and a little bit of social engineering. It can be seen as agitprop to discourage people from going outside in the area where the hurricane is going to affect some of the key states of voting. Some of the key states for voting, some of the initial sightings were places like Ohio, South Carolina, just going down the list of some of the states. I mean, I've seen a map of where these clown sightings, none of these clown sightings, though, have happened in the Midwest. They've all happened either on the East Coast or the West Coast. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with The Purge, the movie The Purge, but the Purge movies have uncannily foreshadowed the type of hysteria that is being generated with the advent of this clown hysteria. The premise of The Purge is that in the not too distant future, I guess 2028, America is ravaged by crime and the prisons are overcrowded, so the government decides that every year, an annual 12-hour period during which all criminal activity, including murder, is legal. So you have a 12-hour time period, one day set aside. I think it's like in March 21st. March 21st and 22nd in this film. The United States goes under purge, where no police, fire, or any other first responders will respond to murder, theft, looting. So the purge is actually set aside, according to the story, as a healthy way for the country to get its frustrations out. Everywhere during the purge, people are rioting, looting, and killing. The most eerie thing about the purge films is that one of the killers, or some of the killers actually, wear creepy clown masks, or masks that could be depicted as clown masks. Strange-looking masks that look like scary clowns or scary politicians, or there's one with the Statue of Liberty with her eyes crossed out. And ironically, or coincidentally, maybe it's no coincidence, the last Purge film was called Purge Election Year. It was released, believe it or not, prior to the wave of bizarre shootings and street protests that we are now seeing on the nightly news. Now think of the timing of this film. The timing of the film's release, Purge Election Year, released before we started seeing these bizarre shootings, these street protests, and now clowns are showing up. And some of the killers and some of the people that are actually that go out during the purge dress as clowns. They put masks on their faces. They dress as some sort of a creepy, ghoulish clown. Some of them are strange, smiley faces. Others are clown faces. Some are hideous faces, like in election year. Somebody dresses up like a hideous Uncle Sam. Another dresses up as Abe Lincoln with a bullet through his head. Quickly, I want to give a description of the plot before we go to break. The year is 2028 on the eve of the 25th sanctioned purge, where from dusk till dawn, for one day a year, March 21st and 22nd, America purges itself, suspending state emergency response and police protection as all crime is legalized, including murder. If you were to look at the Purge films, the scenes in those films could be used as stock footage for the riots and protests seen on the nightly news, and the masks that are worn by those who are out to kill and loot are clownish, ghoulish-looking masks. Many of the mobs are seen wearing clownish corpse paint like the Joker in Batman. So it can be argued that this Purge election year film could actually be a film that's socially engineering chaos in our current election year, as we are seeing the mirroring of the two sides issue that I had covered earlier in this show. I did a show called Zealot. And in this case, it is not just the good and evil, us against them paradigm being featured. It is also the idea of excused fascist savagery and barbarism versus excusable extrajudicial executions, which are excusable. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. The Purge films depict activist violence as a necessary evil, and evil is used for social justice. I'm Clyde Lewis, and you are listening to Ground Zero. Tonight, clown hysteria. It's getting worse in this country, and many people are now saying that the clowns have arrived. This is the year of the clown. What a scary way to start October, with clown hysteria and people dressing up as clowns. Schools on lockdown because of the clowns. It's a strange phenomenon. Psychologically, I don't know what to say, but it seems that it can be argued that this could be the result of some mirroring and some forced structuring that was done in a series of films called the Purge films, especially a film called Purge Election Year. A film that could be socially engineering the chaos, or could have been responsible for some of the social engineering and chaos that we're seeing now. It was set in an election year. It was actually mimicking our election year, 2028. We're seeing the mirroring of the two sides that we talked about in Zealot, the good, the bad, the evil. You know, it's not just the good and evil that is being depicted in this film. It's not just the us against them paradigm being featured. It's also the idea of excused fascist savagery and barbarism versus excusable extrajudicial executions, which are seen as excusable and that continue. We see the shooting of unarmed people or armed people. You know, while the anti-purge resistance group of the leftist radicals, which of course in the film is it kind of resembles Black Lives Matter, we also have the brute force that is being carried out. And it's being done so in a way to instigate social reform. Both political sides are willing to deploy mobs to carry out their agendas, and many of the members in these mobs wear ghoulish, clown-like masks. Now, you may put into question my theory of how the Purge film is an agitprop or even some social engineering, probably even predicted programming, and that's fine if you don't think it's real, but I can show you that it's happened before in another film. For example, V for Vendetta. An agent codenamed V wears a mask that is a clownish death mask that represents a militant protester by the name of Guy Fawkes. The face of V represents the clown prince of chaos. Have you noticed that this clown mask is now worn by protesters as a form of intimidation? Does anyone remember in the film that when a whole group of people wore these masks, they intimidated the men with guns and frightened them into surrender? You see? The clown mask and its relationship with death and chaos sends a powerful message. That's why it's the face of Anonymous. Talking about the internet group Anonymous. They wear the Guy Fawkes mask. It's the mask of Anonymous. It's there to represent chaos, whether it's protest or an occupation or an attempt at hacking computer systems. The face of the V, Guy Fawkes, the ghostly, clownish Guy Fawkes mask with the happy cheeks and the smile, it represents an idea that cannot be destroyed even in death. The grinning, ghoulish clown is a haunting image, and the archetype is seen in a lot of films, including The Dark Knight, where Heath Ledger gave his psychotic performance as the Joker. And during the buildup of a massive viral marketing campaign, you remember there were pictures of Ledger looking dead. He was wearing that corpse paint look. It was creepy. Ledger's Joker was the image of the classic dead clown. It was even more ghoulish when you consider that he died of a drug overdose. So we're seeing all these pictures of a dead clown, and knowing that the actor who played him was dead was kind of a creepy thing. And remember that the film arguably influenced the shootings in Aurora, Colorado, and the various copycat crimes where people wearing Joker makeup committed crimes. Some were wearing clown masks as well when they committed their crimes. There's a whole lot of copycat killings where we had Joker copycat killings after the Aurora shootings. When Stephen King wrote the book It, he devised a character that he believed embodied childhood phobias, and the idea of a killer clown came to mind. It was Pennywise the clown, reminding us all of Gacy and Gacy's Pogo, John Wayne Gacy. But according to King, the clown was a mixture of Bozo, Clarabelle, and Ronald McDonald. Some people are writing me and telling me, talk about John Wayne Gacy. I said, well, there you go. And it's inferred in that show It that Pennywise is a thought form that was created by the children. He's actually a guy by the name of Bob Gray in the film or in the show. He's a shapeshifter that befriends children and then harms them. Now, is it a horrible coincidence that an archetype of a clown is used to lure children away from the parents, and then he attacks and kills them, like Pogo killed 33 boys, or John Wayne Gacy, Pogo killed those boys. And when you look at fictional killers like Michael Myers from Halloween, or you look at the demonic image of Captain Howdy from The Exorcist, all associated with clown-like looks, the trickster, the shapeshifter, the transmogrifying devil, all with the power to mesmerize, trick, and in some cases attack. So why should you fear a clown? Well, it's simple, really. The clown represents death, shapeshifting, the deceiver, the trickster, and for some reason, this social engineering, this causal engineering, has created this hysteria, and that's why I think it's taken on a life unto its own. Predictive programming, maybe, intimidation, the idea of perhaps rebel clowning. That was done in England a while ago. The idea of the clandestine, what do they call themselves? The clandestine, what are they called? I'll have to look it up. It's the clandestine clown posse? No, clandestine insurgent rebel clown army. Clandestine insurgent rebel clown army. There were clowns that showed up at protests. And they thought if they showed up at protests as clowns, the police wouldn't beat up on them because they would somehow it would change their minds if they saw clowns protesting rather than seeing real people protest. But now it seems that clowns in the United States are becoming something of a pariah because of what is happening in the incidents in schools. Let's go to LD in Pennsylvania. Hi, LD. You're on Ground Zero.
Oh, Clyde. Hey, LD from Pennsylvania. Yeah, the key state. So what I wanted to tell you is I live in western Pennsylvania, and the area that I live in, there's about 15,000 people that live here. The kids are hysterical. Just a little way over in the valley, there's a little town called Bentleyville. There's probably about 6,000 people there. They're having a parade this weekend. Nobody's allowed to wear a clown mask or uniform at this parade.
Wow.
No costumes of clowns whatsoever. These clowns have been seen on the bike paths. Now, I haven't seen them, and I don't know anyone personally that has seen them, but the word is they're out there all around our little cosmopolitan, what do they call these little bedroom communities? Nice place to come home to at night. They're out there. Something's out there. And I just think it's a huge distraction from what's going on. I mean, you want to talk scary, talk about what Russia's doing with Syria and the United States and the bombing of the embassy.
We already have.
Come on.
We
That's
already have.
scary.
We already
I know
have.
you have.
Yeah.
I know you have. But geez, oh man, get real here. This is ridiculous. A freaking clown mask? I want to wear one to work tomorrow.
Well, they're going to do the Clown Lives Matter march on the 15th. Remember, we all had to dress as clowns to show solidarity. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
But see,
That's what I'm saying.
I'm seeing, though, if you've seen the Purge movies, I think you can understand why these clowns are menacing people, because I think it's a form of protest. I think it's a form, it's more effective, I believe, for these individuals to dress up as clowns.
I saw it
Yeah.
when I was, back in the 80s with
Right.
John Boy.
Right, exactly.
And that was bad enough. But
Right.
I've always thought that people that like clowns are creepy in themselves. I mean, I know a lot. I'm in the retail, I'm in the antique and collectible business.
Mm-hmm.
So I sell a lot of old stuff like that, a lot of clown stuff, memorabilia.
Yeah.
The people that buy that stuff are creepy in themselves.
Wow. I had no idea.
I'm glad you're talking about this.
I know.
Because, honest to God, it's craziness.
It is craziness. And it's hysteria that I can't believe. I mean, this is huge proportion hysteria. This is bigger than satanic panic, I think. You remember back in England where they talked about the satanic panic, where they were saying that, people from social services were going door to door stealing children, and they were using for satanic rituals, and they found out it's not true. And then, of course, this spread to the United States, where they were saying that satanic kids were being kidnapped for satanic rituals as well. Well, there may be
you
kids.
hit it on the nose with the anonymous, because everything I was thinking about, you came up with it. Anonymous and Gacy and all this clown stuff has really been going on for years.
Yeah, well, the thing is when
why
it comes
not hide behind a mask?
Yeah,
we all would like to hide behind a mask.
You hide behind the mask when you want to do something mischievous. And if you want to commit a crime, most people, I mean, if you remember that scene in Batman where those criminals wore clown masks to rip off that bank, and then the Joker shows up, you go, oh, I see. And there you have the ultimate criminal with the Joker.
Yeah, put a stocking over your face and a hoodie.
Yeah, that's similar. Anyway, Ellie, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Anything that it distorts the face can be considered clownish or ghoulish. And of course, The Purge, if you've seen Purge Election Year and all the other Purge movies, some of the strange masks that these killers wear to hide their identities, I think it's social engineering. And people wondered, what would these films do? What do they generate? The idea of one day out of the year, 12 hours of killing and looting. Hell, we see that on the nightly news. Charlotte, North Carolina, Ferguson, Baltimore, L.A. Protests and insurgencies. And now clowns. Here's a connection. 888-673-3700. V for Vendetta. Anonymous. Occupation. All wearing the V for Vendetta mask. Intimidating? Yes. There a connection? I don't know. 888-673-3700.
It's the things that go bump in the night. Ground Zero with Clyde Lewis.
888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Let's go to Alex in South Carolina. Hi, Alex. You're on Ground Zero.
Fine. I would like to say it's an honor to speak with you, and I tip my tinfoil hat to you nightly. Good.
Thank you, Alex. Good to hear from you.
I'm calling from what could technically be considered the epicenter or
for lack of better words, ground zero of where all the sightings began in Greenville, South Carolina.
Yes, of course,
And,
that's where it started.
Yeah, actually, the very first 2 sightings were a few miles from my home. And since then, I've kept up with it through social media and been following all of it. And especially what you were talking about during last break, this predictive programming, and as I like to say, preemptive programming, is, with what's going on with a lot of movies and, even looking back at what they learned from the MK Ultra experiments, what is being programmed into us, not just within, so many hours of a movie or so many years, but when you start looking at decades and, how it can affect different generations, I just believe there's got to be something behind it.
Well, one of the things I was thinking about, too, is that you remember that The Matrix was released in theaters. And it was funny because everything they described going on at that school in Colorado where they were shooting up that school, Columbine. They were wearing black trench coats. They were using guns. Blah 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 blah. And if you look at that scene in The Matrix where they were wearing black trench coats, they go and they shoot up that I guess you could call it that entryway to that building. It sounded just like what happened in Columbine. But yet they were citing the Basketball Diaries as the film that may have inspired them. I sat there and I thought, what? It's the same as The Matrix. And then I read that the reason why The Matrix wasn't cited is because those who reported it had interest in Warner Brothers, and they didn't want to draw attention to The Matrix as being some sort of influence on those kids. And I can tell you now, I would much believe, and I believe it or not, I got this from Marilyn Manson. Marilyn Manson, of course, was called into question during Columbine. And once again, we have to point to the fact that what does Marilyn Manson do? He dresses up like a scary clown, and he sings. He's like a scarier version of Alice Cooper, another creepy clown singing to kids. And and go down the list of all the rock stars that look like creepy clowns, and you've got messengers. You've got, they're kind of like Pied Pipers. One clown does it, another clown does it, another clown does it, copy. And yes, when you look at films like The Purge, where you see people looting and committing crimes wearing masks, and not only that, but Mr. Robot is another example. Mr. Robot is another TV show where, what do they call it? The F Group, whatever they call themselves, F System or whatever. They dress up in like these strange mustached parodies of the Guy Fawkes mask that Anonymous wears, which is another clown mask. It just seems like this is the idea of a clown, is programming.
That's like my girlfriend and I were discussing. Like the group ICP, the Insane Clown Posse.
Insane Clown Posse, yes.
Yeah, and like their followers, the Juggalos.
The Juggalos.
Throughout my life, I'm 32 now, and some of my older friends were Juggalos back in the day. And that was part of their, painting up and dressing up, was not just the fact that they were, anti-society, was, they wanted to, in a sense, like instill fear in the people and scare people with their presence.
Right. Exactly. And that's it's very psychological to do that. If you look at Slipknot, the band Slipknot. Some of the characters in Slipknot, they wear clown masks, and it's very effective. It's very effective to see these clowns, very frightening clowns playing guitars on stage. Alice Cooper is kind of like a demonic clown in a way. Kiss, of course, they wear grease paint that makes them look like demons and other characters. So yes, it's a very strong meme, the clown, to get power, gain power, even if it's not a clown with floppy shoes or a nose or weird hair. It's still a frightening visage, and it's still something that is being used to convey mob mentality, looting, killing, Satan. All this stuff is all wrapped up in the clown image, and it's really creepy. Alex, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. What a way to start off the Halloween season, but to talk about clowns, real menacing, and people frightened, shutting down schools, and people caught up in this mass hysteria. What do you think it is? 888-673-3700. We'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. So the creepy clown threats that we hear about, the phantom clown menace that is going on, the mass hysteria, you think it's just harming children, right? Children should be well aware of the clowns. Clown incidents in schools, lockdowns, all kinds of craziness happening. It's creating mass hysteria to the point of this is coming off as sort of people can stand in the streets and block traffic. They can set fire to their buildings. They can jump around and they can shoot. They can go against police. But a clandestine clown rebel army, people dressing as clowns can intimidate an entire nation. They can frighten an entire nation. They're frightening parents and their children. They're prompting school principals to call and say, there's nothing to worry about, except some schools are having clowns show up. Some people are being stabbed to death because they're wearing masks inspired by the movie The Purge. And this is where I think we're getting the forced structuring of the clown menace is in the movie The Purge. There are at least 3 of them. The last one was Purge election year. And during the Purge, some of the mobs that want to kill from both political sides are wearing clown face or ghoul face or corpse paint. So they look like clowns, or they appear to be scary clowns or menacing clowns. Kids in whiteface with black eyes wearing hoodies. That's your clowns. Sort of like ghouls or goths, they're your clowns. The growing number of creepy clown threats are hurting some businesses too. Not only are they shutting down schools, but they're hurting businesses. If you look at the San Francisco Chronicle today, I was reading that the Bay Area are saying that the clown performers there are already feeling the pinch. They're feeling intimidated. Now, because of the clown threats, professional mimes and clowns are saying that it's hurting their business. And they're saying that they're afraid that these horrible clowns or these menacing clowns are destroying those other clowns that are trying to bring joy to people. Clown costumes are soaring in popularity in stores. They never used to be so popular. They never really sold that much. Clowns are creepy, but in general, you perceive it as being creepy because that's what we're told to perceive, that clowns are creepy. Clown Lives Matter. Clown Lives Matter holding a march on the 15th of October across the country as clowns are uniting. The ones that are saying they're good clowns, they're uniting to change the image of clowns because of this. This is so pervasive. They're trying to change the image of clowns. 888-673-3700. Let's go to, is it Cray in Kansas? Cray, hi, you're on Ground Zero.
Hey, how you doing? First time calling any kind of radio station, but I'm really a clown, and I work and I'm partners in an actual haunted house for the season.
You play a clown for Halloween?
Absolutely. Our haunt is actually geared. We have 5 signature clowns. And these, what we do is we actually wear masks, professional masks that are actually anywhere from $350 up to $600 that are custom done. And we get it. Clowns are intimidating, but when we run a haunt, it's our business. And for a lot of haunt owners and a lot of people who run haunted houses, some people make their year-round money from the haunt. Now, in that thing where we're at now is that we're out trying to promote our haunt, and we dress up and do, say, zombie walks, or we do local parades and things like that. And now with all this blow up from all these I guess I would say youngsters. I don't know that.
No, they're not all youngsters. They're not youngsters, Cray. They're older individuals. They're young adults. They're in their 20s. That are doing this.
It just seems like it's more of a joke. It just seems
not a
convenient
joke
to
at all.
October,
not a joke at all.
It seems like it's around.
And it didn't start in October, Cray. It started in August. You know that, right?
Well,
it started in August, Cray. It didn't. We just got word that a clown stabbed a kid to death. Could you give me the exact report, please? We just got word that it's just been reported that a clown got an altercation with someone and stabbed them to death. So we're going to get to that story soon, hopefully. Though this has been going on for some time now, Craig. This is not an October joke.
Right. Well, I'm not.
Craig,
I don't mean it as a
no, Craig. I want to tell you, I feel bad for what's going on, and I have a feeling that this is really going to hurt your business.
Well, and that was the main concern, is that now that we go out to promote, is that now we have to worry because we're innocent. And a lot of us, we have our families.
Well, hold on. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Scott in Oregon, can you feel Cray's pain right now? Because I understand you've made haunted houses using clowns. Is that true?
That's right. You keep mentioning the word hysteria. My business was called Hysteria City for over 15 years, and it became a city. We did large-scale Halloween events that were like theme park size. And we turned our events into that size because of things like the clowns, and especially the clowns. Our haunted houses started out just as that, like you would typically see a haunted house back, 10, 15 years ago. They were a haunted house, and you might go through a room that had like clowns, but that room was always the most popular or the most scary. People loved it, so eventually we drifted from that. We would make even bigger rooms, and then we would turn like, okay, let's do a full-scale clown haunted house, right? And that was cool, and it was all cool. But later on, especially like about, 8 years ago, we started doing, we did the Clown Asylum, a huge, giant Halloween attraction that was based on psycho clowns, that was all the rage. But the problem that I had, and one of the biggest reasons I'm not doing Halloween events anymore, to tell you the truth, is to do with the clown. Because I'll tell you what, I started doing Halloween events because of the fun. Halloween, kids, candy, family stuff. Sure. And over the years, it turned into something completely different. All right? It turned into massacre, blood, and it never was frightening enough. But where it was frightening enough was in the clown areas, right?
Right.
And so we would take two.
Let me ask Cray, since he's still clowning in haunted houses, do you think, are you the one that runs the haunted house, or do you think that whoever's running it may cancel the clown exhibit because of the clown hysteria?
Actually, I'm partners. It's me and another guy, buddy of mine who run it. He's a clown as well. We started off as clowns, and we've actually introduced 3 other clowns into it. We actually did 2 local parades, and won actually first place in the commercial entry because our clowns and everything walked through the parade and shook hands with all the kids that loved us.
Right.
Gave us high fives. Yeah. We had no backlash. Obviously there are people who are afraid. We get that. But when we go out to promote, we do not growl, hiss. We talk in our normal voices.
Yeah.
We're there to promote. Right. We say hi to everyone. It's just the way to do the business. We're not out to terrify. When you come to the haunt.
Cray, do you think this will hurt your business? Because now it seems that even coming to school if anybody dresses up as a clown in school, I think there would be a no tolerance policy now for kids who want to dress up as clowns. And I think that a lot of people would find the clowns in poor taste this year. I don't know. What do you say, Cray?
What I'm seeing is that we promote on social media and things like that, that we're not getting any of that. We're getting people who are saying, be careful. And that was was kind of my main concern of the call, is that now with what's going on is that when we go try to promote or try to do anything, that we have to be extra super careful, because people don't understand that, hey, they're part of a haunted house. We're not just out walking the streets.
Well,
terrorized.
I would just say though that it's very risky. I mean, as Scott had put it, it was a very interesting attraction. It gained a lot of attention in his haunted house. But then, of course, now it's getting out of hand. And, of course, now it's moving from the haunted houses to the streets. And many people are intimidated. The hysteria is overwhelming. Scott, thanks for the call. And you too, Craig. Good luck this year for Halloween if you're planning on clowning around. Because, and once again, Clown Lives Matter is having their march on the 15th. I'm sure there are organizations of clowns all over the country that want to march and try to change the image of clowns. But yes, this is not an urban legend. This is reality. This is happening. It is certainly causing mass hysteria. There have been clown sightings everywhere. People are getting letter. Have you gotten a letter from your teachers or from your principal's office? Or are your kids concerned? Because Liam was talking about this today, and a number of other people were urging me to talk about the clown situation. I said, but I've already covered it, and I don't know if it's worthy of covering. And today I noticed in the newsroom story after story after story about clowns. And now my producers tell me a clown has stabbed someone. So this is getting out of hand. This is like the movie The Purge, like it or not. Purge election year, the movie Purge, wearing a mask in order to send a message of protest, maybe even a message of insurgency. 888-673-3700. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. Someone pointed out to me something interesting, and I really didn't think about it. Alex and the Droogs in A Clockwork Orange, they were clowns. Their clown face, though, they wore strange clothes, and they wore just the eye makeup. But some say that it was a clown archetype used, and so they were thugs, and they were miscreants, and they dressed as clowns. That's an interesting concept. Once again, adding to the idea that dressing up with a mask or a clown or hiding behind it. I remember the movie The Warriors. They would wear war paint as well. That's very interesting. This is happening. Let's go to Joe in Oregon. Hi, Joe. You're on Ground Zero.
Hi, Clyde. Oh, this is so cool getting to talk to you. I've listened to your show for a couple of years, and I really enjoy it. It gets the creative juices flowing.
Thank you.
And again, it's good to have you back on the air, and condolences to you and your family.
Thank you.
What I wanted to do is I wanted to share my own personal theory about the rising of the clowns. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but I think it really starts with media coverage. And I think that what we see is, I try to look at a variety of media sources. One thing that I find of particular interest are the number of comments that a media story receives. Yahoo News, for example, you can go through and you can see the relative number of comments. And I don't think this is lost on mainstream news media outlets. I think that it's almost like feedback in a way. You report a story. What are the things that people really get riled up about? What do they click on? And those are the stories that are kind of promoted into the mainstream. And it's this concept of the collective consciousness. Things that we all think about collectively. I mean, obviously, right now it's clowns, and I can't think about anything.
But could it be? Yes, I agree with you. Couldn't it be like it's a tulpa? I always thought that maybe this is a tulpa. That for some reason we're manifesting an archetype of a tulpa. These shadow archetypes were talked about. I think it was Jung that talked about them. But yeah, you're right. I would say that. Okay, so why are we manifesting clowns, in your opinion?
Well, I think we're thinking about it. I mean, it shows up, and I've grown up. I've never liked clowns. Personally, I've always found them creepy. People in my family think they're creepy. My friends think they're creepy. And I think it's because why would someone in their right mind want to dress up in a clown costume? No one wants to be laughed at. I mean, I would personally rather be laughed with than laughed at. So what kind of a person wants to be laughed at? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
It just doesn't compute. And I think that there's kind of this mistrust of clowns. Why would you be doing this? Why would you dress up in this ridiculous outfit, why would you go out and try to interact with people in a completely peculiar manner that just is completely contrary to reason?
But here's another thing, Joe. Yeah, who wants to be laughed at? Nobody. But, clowning, in my opinion, you look at people like Emmett Kelly, you look at the old clowns. Clowning was an art form. I mean, technically, it was an art form. It wasn't meant to be menacing. It wasn't meant to be laugh at me, because some of the best clowns were sad clowns. I mean, like I said, Emmett Kelly. You look at Emmett Kelly, he was a sad clown. You look at Stan Laurel and Hardy, he was a clown. And you look at the clown art and the way the art of the clowning is. And that's one of the reasons why when I was a kid, actually in high school, I went to clown school. I went to, what was it called? Clown Alley. And my friend Stuart and I, we became clowns. I was two different clowns. I was Bubbles the clown and I was Bumsy the clown. And Bumsy the clown was a hobo clown. And we dressed up as hobo clowns. And believe it or not, the hobo clown look was very effective for some reason. The sad face and the half black, half white face with the white lips and the red nose. Yeah. That was very effective as a clown, because people could relate to the sad, poor clown more than they'd relate to the creepy or the weird or the funny clown. And we learned some things about clowning. First of all, if you're a clown and you want to be a happy clown, your makeup should never have sharp edges. You should never draw on your face sharp edges, because that denotes some evil, or you have to round off your edges, round off the eyes. Stay away from colors like blue, because blue represents death. You have bright colors like bright red and using colors that are not considered blood colors, except for the mouth. That's the kind of thing.
That's fascinating. Yeah. I wasn't aware of that. I had no idea about that.
Because you could come off looking like a ghoul. I mean, how close are you as a clown looking like a ghoul? I mean, what do most depictions of ghouls and zombies look like? Hollowed out cheeks with blackened eyes, purple lips. I mean, these are things that are, that's why a clown is just a small leap to the death visage, the idea of a dying person with hollowed out eyes, black eyes, and more of a white face.
Sure, symbolism. And going back to what you're talking about, why has this all of a sudden become such a huge issue across the country? Mm-hmm. And I really do. I think that we see it presented in the media. And you had a caller earlier in your show who thought it was funny.
Yeah,
he thought this was funny.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of wonder if the kind of people going out like this grandfather that supposedly showed up at his school with boxing gloves and clown costume and was kind of making gestures to children through a window, if he thought it was all funny.
Yeah, they don't get it, do they? They don't get that it can be scary and traumatic for some people. That's the problem. And obviously it is, colorophobia is taking on a new persona here in the United States. Joe, I'm out of time, buddy. Thank you so much for a great call.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. 888-673-3700. It's 888-673-3700. Where are you on this issue? It is a scary, scary thing for a lot of people. Schools shutting down, lockdown schools, notes going to parents, calls going to parents. Beware of the clowns. Is it going to be a problem for Halloween? I think so. 888-673-3700. We'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis. You're listening to Ground Zero. Numbers to call tonight, 888-673-3700. No clouding around, right? We're not clouding around here. It's important. It's an important issue because people are scared. Scared of clowns. Scary clowns everywhere. Great way to kick off October, huh? Even though this has been going on for months. Let's go to Alex in Virginia. Hi, Alex. You're on Ground Zero.
Hey, Clyde. Just to let you know, like in the Richmond suburbs where I live in Chesterfield County, my daughter comes up to me last night, excuse me, and says that the word going around in the little social media areas that all the schools tomorrow or today, being Friday, is supposed to have a surge of clown appearances, and she's all freaked out. I mean, she turns 15 this month.
That's interesting because my 10-year-old, my stepson, said the same thing. He was out of school today. And he said he stayed out of school because he said he didn't want to go to school because there was going to be a surge of clowns. He heard a rumor, and he didn't want to go to school because of it. I'm like going, oh, come on, and he really was afraid the clown situation. And I was like, okay, so we had a discussion about it today over breakfast. And of course, I carried over into some business stuff that Janine and I had to do. Luckily, we had our friend Chuck with us, and we were discussing the clown situation. And Liam goes, are you going to report that some of it's a hoax? I said, of course I will. He says, because I think a lot of these stories are being generated, being embellished and hoaxed. And I go, well, of course, the story about the clown that said that if Halloween comes, he'd kill kids is not real. I mean, we have to, this is how mass hysteria begins. But I'm thinking that this is some subtle form of protest, some clandestine way of creating a clown mob or rebel clown army that is intimidating people.
Right. Oh, I agree. I told her last night, so look, this is nothing but a scare tactic.
Yeah.
All of our schools, at least the first half of the day, there's a police officer there.
Yeah.
All day long, most of them.
And a lot of this stuff is happening in key voter states, and also most of the sightings where they begun is the same place where this hurricane's going to hit. Kind of bizarre, huh?
Yeah, mostly down here in the South. And that was going to bring another point of mine is that, if this keeps up, and you know how they always say the cliche, the Southerners love their guns?
Yeah.
Eventually, somebody's going to get shot and killed, and it's not going to be funny then.
Mm-hmm.
And they just need to be careful what they're doing. But there's another county, it's in Rika, which is on the other side of Richmond. There was 2 teenagers last week that were arrested. One was 17, one was 18, for going around in clown outfits, scaring people. Right. And they got to realize, I'm not sure if it's nationwide, but I know in Virginia it's a felony to hide your face over the age of 16 unless it's Halloween day or night. Other than that, if you're over 16, that's a felony.
Right. It's amazing. It's amazing you'd be arrested for wearing a clown outfit. That's just crazy. It just really is crazy. Hey, Alex, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Let's go to Liz in New Hampshire. Hi, Liz. You're on Ground Zero.
Hi. You forgot Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Oh, I love that movie. I love that movie. Too. It's a great film.
Anyway, I wanted to give you a little background on the Mad Gasser that kind of supports your theory. Mm-hmm. My dad was in the CCCs in Wyoming in the 30s. And his roommate was going to fill a flit gun with chloroform and spray it up under the door of the commander's room and steal the payroll. Mm-hmm. And he got the idea from a movie that was shown in town that week. And the reason my dad told me this story was, this was in the 60s in New Jersey, that a guy was going around putting gas in people's houses and going to rob them. He got caught. But, same thing, Mad Gasser, and it's 30 years apart.
The Mad Gasser Mattoon, it started in the 30s, then it happened again in the 40s, and then maybe it happened again. The idea of this character. In fact, if you look at depictions of him, he looks like Darth Vader. We're looking at Darth Vader back in the 1930s wearing this gas mask type black outfit with a helmet, going around with this canister full of gas and making people nauseous. People complained, and then they kept it quiet there in Virginia, and then he moved into Mattoon, Illinois, and that was in the 1940s.
Well, that's how the guy was described in the 60s in New Jersey. That was Bergen County.
See, this is where you get creeped out, because this could be a phantom of some kind, where it's a phantom menace, if you will. That this is some phantom spirit that takes over, and somebody decides that it's their job to start gassing people. It's just creepy.
Yeah, well, I'm going to stuff the newspaper under my door.
Yeah, I would too. And not only that, but I remember. No Country for Old Men, the guy walked around with a canister and killed people. That reminded me of the Mad Gasser as well, but it wasn't gas. He was just killing them with plugs coming out of a gas aerosol pump type can. So there you go. Some strange stuff. Thank you, Liz.
You're welcome.
Thank you for calling. Great call from Liz. Cindy in Virginia, you're on Ground Zero.
Hello?
Hello, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Yeah. I read it ages ago.
Yeah.
And as soon as I did, I was renting an apartment. I was 20 years old, and everything started bubbling up in my sink.
Right.
Scared the crap out of me.
Yeah.
My cousin, his 2 kids were in the house chewing gum, and he was like, "Where'd you get the gum from?" And they said, "Oh, a clown outside." And so he, of course, wanted to check it out, and it was my Aunt Linda. Now, I lived in the town a mile by a mile square.
Uh-huh.
And so anyway, I was working construction, 20 years old, and I went into the sewers in Bangor, Maine, which is where it was from.
Yeah, he lived in the sewers.
Exactly like Stephen King described it.
Did you know that there were a lot of children, Cindy? There were a lot of children that wouldn't go to the bathroom because they were afraid that Pennywise would come up through the toilet, like he came up through the drain in the film. A lot of kids wouldn't go to the bathroom because of that. We had a lot of bedwetting and a lot of other problems with small children who just happened to see Pennywise come through the drain and thought that he lived in the sewer, and a lot of them didn't want to go to the bathroom.
I have no idea about that.
It's true,
but
it scared kids. A lot of kids didn't want to go into the bathroom alone or in the dark because they were afraid that Pennywise would come up through the toilet.
I know it scared the crap out of me.
Yeah, it's a pretty scary thing. Yeah, it really is, Cindy.
Actually, 30 years later, here I am. I moved to Norfolk, Virginia. I was working in a convenience store.
Yeah.
And a clown walked in.
And what happened?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Scary. It gets scary when that stuff haunts you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I was frying chicken, and we had like 5 fryers, and I was pulling chicken up a fryer, and I turned around and looked, and she was at my register, not the other one that was completely clear. And I screamed, what the hell? And it was just, this girl was probably 4.5 feet tall, dressed as a clown. And I'm like, get the hell away from me. Go to the other register.
Get the hens, clown.
And she was like, well, I want to get some chicken. I said, well, go order it from her.
Yeah, you know.
Gas or whatever you're going to do over there. And she was like, why are you so afraid? And I'm like, what the hell are you doing here? Why are you here?
You should have, Cindy, you should have told her you're a clownist. I'm a clownist. I'm sorry. I have problems with clowns. I'm a clownist, and I'm sorry. I'm not going to serve you chicken. That's what you should have said. Let's go to Rich in Pennsylvania. Hi, Rich, you're on Ground Zero.
Hi. Love your show. I just wanted to say maybe the re-release of It could have something to do with it. But
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. Has nothing to do with it whatsoever.
But
nothing.
This, the Juggalos, the followers of ICP, Insane Clown Posse, that pretty much is a gang. They were being, they were hounding them for years because of gang activity and these kids that were dressing up like clowns, and this has been going on for some time.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I know all about the Juggalos, and that's the thing is that you see the Juggalos whenever the Insane Clown Posse come to town. In fact, they have gang alerts when they come to town. They want to make sure there's no gang activity when the Juggalos are around because they paint their faces and they commit. A lot of them commit gang crime. Because they cover their faces.
They do.
Yeah,
I just wanted to throw that in there.
That's good. It's a very good point. Yeah, and once again, it goes back to the idea that when your face is covered, you'd be more than happy to do something you wouldn't normally do. People to identify you. That's why you go to these protests. You see people covering their faces. They don't want to show their faces, and so they put like a handkerchief over their face, or they wear a Guy Fawkes mask, which looks like a clown mask. And I wouldn't be surprised that when these new violent things happen, these riots, you'll be seeing more kids wearing clown masks when they attend these groups, because that's what we're doing is we're creating this meme, this archetype of clowns being part of some rebellious or insurgent type of, like I said, a rebel clown army. This was going on in England for a while, but they weren't bad. They just dressed up as clowns because they thought that if they did that, the police would be distracted. And that's why this rebel clown army existed. And, the clandestine insurgent rebel clown army, the CRCA, in England, in London, basically they said, hoping against hope, clowns ask for their toys back from nice police officers. Give us back our stuff. We're protesting. They have bullhorns There you go. It works, I guess. Rebel clowning. That way you can get involved in politics and protests and no one knows who you are. Dressing up like a clown. It may be the new way to protest. And maybe the new way to, well, it's not a new way. I mean, people are dressed up like clowns all the time to commit crime. Look at the Joker. 888-673-3700. We'll be back. I just posted on my Facebook page an eBay entry to purchase scary smile face Halloween masks inspired by the Purge Anarchy movie. And if you see these masks, they look like clown masks, which, of course, the Reading, Pennsylvania case, the young man that was stabbed to death, that was wearing a Purge mask, and, of course, the Florida teenagers, the young people that were pulling on car doors, they, too, were wearing Purge masks. These are clownish masks. Clownish masks. Let's go to Cindy in Texas. Hi, Cindy. You're on Ground Zero. Cindy in Texas, you're on Ground Zero.
Hi, Clyde. First of all, I just want to send my condolences about your dad.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I have a problem with that lady that called in that said that all the people that like clowns are creepy. No, we're not. How about Red Skeleton?
You mean Red Skelton? Skelton. That's
Yes.
Skelton.
He was a very gentle man.
I'm related to him, by the way.
Are you?
Mm-hmm. Freddie the Freeloader, man. He used to perform at our family reunions.
Oh my gosh, I loved him. I grew up with him.
I love
You know,
Red Skelton,
like when I was a little girl and stuff. Yes, absolutely loved him. So clowns never scared me, but I know there are people out there that are scared of clowns, and you know, I kind of feel for them. And I know there's a lot of weird stuff going on, and I think it's just our society, the way it is now, they just take stuff and throw it out there and do bad things with the good stuff that used to be out there. You know what I'm saying?
They take good stuff and make it evil, and the evil stuff eventually becomes good stuff. I mean, look what happened to Dracula. 500 years ago, he was a vampire. Now he's a lover. He's a misunderstood figure. You know, I'd hate to see what happens in 400, 500 years with Hitler, you know? He was a misunderstood person, and hey, let's build him an amusement park. Let's have a cereal called Fatherland Flakes, and we have little marshmallow swastikas floating in the milk. I can see that happening. I mean, what, they have a Count Chocula now? It's a cereal for Dracula.
Well, you know? I kind of grew up on Dark Shadows,
so
too.
Did I.
Remember that?
So did I. Barnabas Collins, all the way. Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I mean, it goes back a way.
And it took Tim Burton to screw it up. I don't know. It's like the imagination of Tim Burton. Yeah.
Yeah, Tim Burton. Good old Tim Burton.
Cindy, thank you for the call. Yeah, we were talking about that. We saw that Mrs. Peregrine's movie, and Janine says to me, it's from the imagination of Tim Burton, honey. Remember that. The imagination of Tim Burton. Yeah, that's what it is. James in Tennessee, you're on Ground Zero.
Hey, I like your show, Clyde.
Thank you.
You know, the first Hollywood was invented by a clown. Chaplin was the first superstar in Hollywood. And
yes. Charlie Chaplin was one of the first clowns. He was a clown. And as I said, Stan Laurel was a clown. He was actually a professional clown.
Yeah, Marcel Marceau. Now that's interesting. You're related to Red Skelton.
Yes.
I studied with Marcel Marceau and did clowning in Hollywood.
Anthony Newley was a clown too. I remember.
Who's that?
Anthony Newley was a clown. He was a singer. He was a singing clown. What's that?
Yeah. If it wasn't for the clowns, we wouldn't have Hollywood. The entertainer, you know. I went to San Diego State University Clown School.
Oh, awesome.
Here we have a convention. It's interesting. What school did you go to?
I went to Kearns High School, Kearns, Utah, 1982, graduate. I went to a clown school though called Clown Alley. It was a clown school that was put together by a guy called the D Burger Clown. We had the D Burger Clown. We used to have a place called D's. It was kind of like the Utah version of McDonald's. We had a clown that, you know, when you drive up to the drive-thru, he'd give you a hamburger. The D Burger Clown. Look him up. He's kind of an interesting character. They had these big signs of the D Burger Clown on the D's drive-in. and they were Yesco signs, and they made these motion signs, and the Die Burger Clown had a nose that when you would, I remember they erected a new D's in my neighborhood, and when they brought the clown sign in, I was very surprised to see that the nose on the Die Burger Clown was about the size of a VW. So, and when they had the sign up, it didn't look that big because the signs were huge, and you had this round clown going back and forth with balloons that said fries, shakes, turnovers, and the little nose on the Die Burger Clown would spin, and he was actually a character. Guy would dress up as a clown, showing up to elementary schools and doing presentations about safety. He'd make balloon animals ride a unicycle and honk a horn and give us hamburgers, D-burgers. They were the best, too. Stay with us. We'll be back with more coming up on Ground Zero. Don't go away.
FM News 101 KXL.
I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. I remember doing a seminar or lecture for a Ground Zero lounge to a group of people talking about something that I called pop communion. Popular communion, meaning that in the end, most of the time, we listen to a clown. From childhood, clowns tell us what to do. From Ronald McDonald, Clarabelle, Bozo. And we're raised, and we see clowns, and we look at them, and I don't know if we grow up with the fear of them, but we grow up wondering why a man would wear face paint. Why this would happen. It's creepy, really. And I would say that it's like back when I was a child, hang up about Cesar Romero playing the Joker in Batman. And I talked with Adam West about this because it was one of the things that, I wanted to tell him about my experience of watching Batman when I was a kid. And I watched the Batman series with Adam West, Burt Ward, and I asked my mother one time, this is, when you're a kid, you have these questions. With every ounce of naivete that I possessed, I asked my mom, why is it that the Joker is able to go places without people recognizing him? In other words, why is it that if this guy shows up in clown makeup, why don't you go, well, this guy's a little weird. He's got clown makeup on. See, this was around the 60s, right? I'm thinking, you're thinking reality here. Sure, we understand a Caped Crusader, a guy in a Batman outfit, knowing that he's Batman and knowing what it represents. And we see a guy in tights called Robin, we know what he represents. And we see Batgirl, we know what she represents. We see a police officer, you know what he represents. And you see a fireman, and you know what he represents. So you see a clown in a clown suit. And I thought a clown suit in the clown situation was far more revealing than the Penguin or the Riddler. I have a problem with a guy wearing a suit that had question marks on it. I don't know why. It's like having paisley on a tie or something. But I always thought the Joker can go places and no one cares. He looks like a clown. I mean, it was a valid question because, let's face it, he was dressed like a clown. He was a criminal. Everybody knew that he was a criminal. You recognized a criminal with his clown face. He was unmistakably a psychopath, and yet he was able to move about Gotham City without suspicion. The only time, he ever had any problems was with Batman. I mean, his face was an exaggeration. He was pale and clown-like. No one called the commissioner. No one was suspicious. It was unreal. And then again, it was just a TV show, and I was a kid. But my mother said something very important when I was a kid. She says, son, there are people in this world with enough power and money that hide behind masks. They hide behind their wealth. They use their wealth for good or they use it for bad. They can convince people that they are good and do good deeds. Sometimes, though, they can look good on the outside and be bad on the inside. In other words, people are not to judge a book by its cover. She coined an old Bible scripture that stated, by their fruits you shall know them. And I know it was good dime store philosophy at the time. It kind of had me a little confused. But I've always been obsessed with evil clowns since then. Killer Clowns from Outer Space, man. What a show. But I'm beginning to understand how a Joker or a clown can do what it's doing now with this this type of I guess, scare, if you will. Hollywood often twists real-world chaos into a muddled cocktail for audiences to consume, and we know this because we talk about predictive programming. And I talked about the Purge election year, for an example. You look at this, and you look at some of the, the radical groups that are in that, the mobs, and they dress as clowns, and they have clown masks. I post the clown masks, or the Purge mask. This is from Purge Anarchy, the second one. But I mean, they get these masks, these clown masks that the mobs wear, these fascist paramilitary mobs. We've got neocon-like groups fighting alongside these other groups. And once again, we see this narrative of the false left-right paradigm. And we have excusable violence and inexcusable violence. We have issues over race and immigration, and those things are the underlying, I guess you call the underlying theme of the film's character development. There's even a group there that's like Black Lives Matter, for crying out loud. And yet we wonder if this isn't social engineering, right? Purge election year. You couldn't be more obvious than that. We've got communitarian ethos as part of the film's core narrative, the idea that the community can actually enforce or otherwise advance this type of terrorism, this homegrown psyop, this agitprop, if you will, this social engineering. Ultraviolence is used to implement the anti-violent potential narrative that basically we see. I mean, even though we have this anti-violent political narrative that we see on the news, secretly they're edging it on. They want it. It's inevitable. Violence is not only inevitable, it's necessary in order to achieve political and social evolution, and this is what they call change. Now figure that one out. When Barack Obama said that change was going to come to America, we see the perversion of this in The Purge as clowns go around committing crimes. And when we have political and social evolution for these crimes, whether it be terrorism, domestic terrorism, or insurgents, this is referred to as change. Not the change that we thought we were going to get, the change that we are getting. And people are incredulous about this. And we wonder why clowns are the image that are going to be adapted or adopted by groups that want to bring subtle and clandestine terror to the United States. I mean, think of how the histories of gangs have evolved over the years. You got the Crips. They were spawned in '69, I guess. That was after the Black Panthers. They were a militant group. And then we have the Bloods. And we have intelligence programs, and we have other counterintelligence programs, and we have agents provocateur that disrupt political rallies and protests. And we have the Socialist Workers' Party. We had FBI programs where they would go into these political groups. And you just look at the history. I mean, they weren't wearing clown suits at the time, but they were wearing their uniforms. And they were agitators. And then from there, agitators turned into domestic terrorists. You look at the Weather Underground and other groups. But you see the same type of groups being depicted in this film, The Purge. And maybe it's because they're drawing a little bit of history so that we can familiarize ourselves with these gangs. But the strangest gangs of all are the ones that are wearing the masks. So what appears to be a street gang rising up against a group of paramilitary mercenaries in the film, what we're seeing is the controlled opposition directed and steered by government infiltrators on either side. Welcome George Soros. Welcome the Koch brothers. Welcome to other NGO groups that are actually financing this type of behavior. This is our reality, which is routinely admitted from any of the narratives we hear on the nightly news. Real-world gangs and terrorist organizations have money behind them. Clowns, on the other hand, they don't. And they know that the clown is an effective visage to use to bring fear and even intimidation into the minds of the people. They learned it from Ledger's Joker in Batman. They learned it from V for Vendetta, as V wears a mask that is a clownish death mask that represents a militant protester, an old character named Guy Fawkes. Remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder plot. The face of V represents the clown prince of chaos, causing problems, ideals that cannot be killed. This is a clown as well. It's worn by protesters at Occupation. You see them at other protests. They wear those masks as a symbol. Remember in the film where everybody wearing the mask intimidated the armies and the police? The clown mask and the clown face sends a very powerful message. For some reason, it is now the face of clandestine rebellion. That's why it's the face of Anonymous. Because Anonymous is there to create chaos, to get people thinking. Whether they're at a protest, or whether they're an occupation, or whether they're hacking computer systems, or even sending out a message on YouTube, the face of V, the Guy Fawkes clownish death visage, represents an idea that cannot be destroyed, even after death. Bullets cannot take down ideas. And so that face, the grinning, ghoulish clown, is a haunting image, and the archetype is seen in a lot of other films, seen and depicted in films like The Purge election year, which I'm beginning to believe has somehow socially engineered the idea that clowns, or those who wear masks that look like clowns, you look at the masks that are on my Facebook page, and I believe that there have been cases, and some of these cases may include the idea that they weren't wearing clown masks at all, but they were wearing Purge masks because the Purge movies represent insurgents. And I have to go back to the Reading, Pennsylvania, and the Groveland, Florida cases that I talked about earlier. And I've been getting reports of these being sent to me. That's the 16-year-old that was stabbed, by the way. We were saying that a 16-year-old was stabbed. That was my producers. They weren't paying attention to this, but it was in Reading, Pennsylvania. A teenager wearing a Purge mask, the one from the Purge movies, was stabbed to death after an altercation with an older man. Initial reports suggested that the perpetrator, who was wearing a clown mask, which he wasn't, he was wearing a Purge mask, but then again, it looks like a clown mask, so that again, we have another clown attack. A local who asked to remain anonymous told us that by the time reports of the crime had gotten across to the river in West Reading, the story had morphed into a clown dragging children into the woods and killing them there. And the next day, schools were closed because of this incident. 2 students from South Lake High School in Groveland, Florida, were apparently harassing others. Well, they too were wearing the Purge masks, and for some reason, they thought the school parking lot was the best place to do this. Allegedly, the clowns were running up to cars and sometimes pulling on the door handles. A terrified classmate notified the resource deputy, who promptly called the police, saying that students wearing clown masks were harassing students. Now, the 2 young men involved are awaiting their day in court. Now, think about what that means. The boys, both seniors in their school, are facing misdemeanor charges of wearing masks. They're saying that the charge is wearing a mask to intimidate. I remember we'd go to church functions for Halloween. We were told we couldn't wear masks. In school, we couldn't wear masks. We were able to use makeup effectively, but never, ever were we able to wear masks. And the reason why is because we were told you would do things in a mask that you wouldn't normally do if your face was revealed. And that, I believe, is the truth. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be having these reports of clowns and the fear of clowns and the mistaken identities of clowns for those Purge masks that look like clowns, and this social engineering that perhaps these films have committed, and the idea of predictive programming, molding and shaping the insurgents that we've been seeing into the same as what we see in Hollywood. Twisting and turning the predictive programming. Probably the reason why the clown insurgence is happening. What do you think? 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Let's get your thoughts on the clowns. Have you received notices from schools saying that clowns have been around your neighborhood? 888-673-3700. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
This is Ground Zero on FM.
Of non-thinking men, the end. Fun of clowns compromise the end. We'll never wear clown suits and rubber noses again. The end. The end. The clown awoke before dawn. He put his floppy shoes on. He painted a face from the ancient gallery. And he flopped on down the hall. I just had to do that on the air. It was in me to do that. This is the end. There's danger in clowns, the end. Fakes and hoaxes, clowns, the end. That's it. Right? The end of clowns. It's just sad, isn't it? That the clowns are like, it's just a sad thing. Hey, I want to tell you something before we get back into the clown talk. And by the way, we have a few lines open right now. 888-673-3700. 888-673-3700. People are talking to me about this wormhole experiment that we're doing tomorrow. We need you to be there at 1211 Southwest 6th Avenue. It is at the Skype Live Studio. I hear we're going to have Fearless Beer there. At first, I heard we weren't going to have Fearless Beer there. We're opening the doors at 6. Marshall Barnes is going to be with us. He is a scientist, a real, honest-to-God scientist who is working on warp drive for NASA. He claims he's created it, it's ready to go, but he's going to demonstrate for us how you can bend time and create wormholes. Simple ones. Do-it-yourself wormholes. And he'll demonstrate how these are real wormholes at the get-together tomorrow. We will be live streaming it for the national audience, but we want you to be there live to give it an audience. We're going to have a lot of press there because this is a major event. No one has attempted to open a wormhole on the radio before. We're going to do it. So please come and support us. 6 o'clock tomorrow at the Skype Live Studio. 1211 Southwest 6th Avenue. That's 1211 Southwest 6th Avenue. You can park and take the backs. You can do whatever you want, but you can get there and be there early. We'll be on the air with it. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
More with Clyde Lewis and Ground Zero on FM News 101.
Tonight, clowns everywhere. It's all hysteria and maybe a product of predictive programming and social engineering. Genetic. Robert in Kentucky. Hi, Robert. You're on Ground Zero.
How you doing, Clyde?
Doing great, man.
Can you hear me all right? Yeah, I'm a long-time listener. You got the best show on the radio.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I don't know if you heard about what's going on here in Kentucky with the clowns, but I'm like right in the hot spot here in Louisville. I work security at night, and we've actually had a couple incidents with clowns. But we're right next to a college, so I don't know if it's the kids just messing around. You know, they get together on the internet because they're bored and try to do stuff like this. But one night we were walking around the property there, and we heard a clown laugh in the woods. Scared the crap out of all of us. And we've had incidents in Louisville with the clowns trying to lure kids into the woods, and there's actually been like news reports of it. But I tried to call last night too, and I don't know if I can get off topic for a second.
What's up?
But I tried to call in last night. I actually waited a long time trying to get in and make a comment last night.
Oh, well, go ahead and make your comment. What is it's going on?
All right, appreciate it. The mark of the beast, you know, a lot of people say it's the microchip. And I don't know if you knew, because I didn't hear anybody say this last night, but the 666 building on Fifth Avenue is actually owned by Kushner Properties. And Jared Kushner is the stepson of Donald Trump. And inside the 666 building is where they make the microchip. And Carly Fiorina actually works for the company and designed the logo. So I just thought that was very important to your topic last night. I really wanted to say that.
That's interesting. I had no idea.
Yeah, you can look it up. It's all verifiable information. So that actually connects Donald Trump to the microchip. So if he gets elected, who's to say he's not the Antichrist? Considering, that would deceive the very elect, considering all the right-wing Christian conservatives are deceived by Donald Trump. So I just thought that was kind of interesting, considering he lives in the 66th floor of the Trump Tower.
I didn't know this. I didn't know this at all.
Yeah, and the building's 666 feet tall. Donald Trump is actually, if he gets elected, he'll be the 45th president. That's 945, and there's 11 letters in Donald Trump, so there's a 911. So some good numerology.
So where have you been getting this dime store numerology? Because I find it fascinating.
Man, I could go on all day. I've got 2 pages of information of Donald Trump being the Antichrist. And a lot of people are saying it, but it's just not getting into the ether out there. I don't know why. I guess because so many Christians are blinded by him. It seems like the right wing is where the conservative Christians hang out at, but they're really not up to date on the doctrine because they're supposed to be deceived by the Antichrist. And we all know Hillary's full of crap. So, but Donald Trump, I'm not political at all. I'll be honest with you. I'm just like you. I think they're both a joke. I don't understand how we don't have anybody with some brains out there running for president. Like, you should run for president over Donald Trump or Hillary, if you ask me.
No, it'd be a conflict of interest. I don't think I could do that at all. I really don't.
Yeah, well, we just need somebody that speaks the truth, is what I think.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that call and for that support. I love it. Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Take care, Robert.
Good night.
You take care of yourself. Take care. Let's go to Charles in Texas. You're on Ground Zero. Go ahead.
Hey there. I was wondering if you'd ever heard of this concept of the carnivalesque. I mean, you sometimes talk about people like Baudrillard and those sort of people.
Yeah, go ahead. This is interesting.
And the thing is, the carnivalesque idea, back in the Middle Ages, they had part of a sort of a social, sort of letting off steam, safety valve. They would have a carnival that would reverse the roles of people. Things would stand on their head. In other words, people would be, you would have, and of course you would have clowns and other sorts of things. And the idea was that the servants become the masters become the servants, that kind of thing. Just maybe for a day, and I'm thinking now about clown phobia being encouraged now as a way to sort of demonize the carnivalesque in a way, but also to demonize challenges to authority is what it's doing. Because in a way the clown is also a challenge to authority, relating back to that sort of thing. And so it kind of make people afraid of any kind of challenges to authority. In other words, clowns are now creepy and everything else, and you have all these stories and, TV shows, movies, everything trying to make clowns out to be this horrible thing. And, it's sort of, it doesn't, and also when you consider that the name of the movie, that Purge, the election year, although it just kind of it makes me think about the carnivalesque, which is actually sort of a concept that a guy named Bakhtin, he was a Russian literary theorist or something, who wrote about it in relation to the Middle Ages and stuff, and how sort of the social safety valves, and actually sort of the basis of a lot of challenges to authority, including scientific challenges to authority back in those days. How they challenged the church and stuff. But anyway, because science was a challenge to authority back in those days. It sort of arose out of a European tradition of challenging authorities, particularly religious authorities. So the carnivalesque has an element in development of science too, at least European science. So I just kind of bringing up this idea that there seems to be another effort to sort of demonize or scare people off from challenging, from any kind of challenges of authority. So you have all these sort of more sick, and unpleasant, ideas of clowns and things like that. But I don't know.
Well, it sounds. I'd have to look into that because, it's like the idea that what was they say? A clown stands. What was this? It was the same type of literature I think you're talking about. A clown stands at the gates of life, and he uses the earth, or he demonstrates that the earth is a place, a big playground and an amusement park, when in reality he uses his disguised as it's actually a butcher shop that he disguises as an amusement park. So is that what you're talking about?
There's an interesting thought. Well, when you think about carnival, it relates to carne. Well, the meat,
right?
I guess flesh, that sort of thing, fleshly delight, I guess. But the thing is, it's interesting. That's now we start getting way off into strange theories. But I don't know. I just thought it'd be something to remark upon. The other odd thing, real quickly, is my dad's birthday is the same day as in the movie The Purge. The Purge Day, March the 21st, is the same. It's the same day, and of course, my dad was murdered earlier this year.
Oh my God!
And I was saying afterwards that they had to murder him in order for evil to become out of balance, to sort of kind of have its day this year, and because my dad had a really sort of spooky power to we were involved in lots of things. We had lots of connections to things like the 3 events in July that happened, each one of them we had very special, unique, and extensive connections to this year, and they sort of set the tone for the rest of the year. The thing with the Bastille Day, those were 2 guys from, we're near Austin. I'm sort of stuck out in the woods here, but we have a French legation in Texas, in Austin, and we used to celebrate Bastille Day with those 2 guys that were killed, his father and his son. We've known them for a long, long time, and chances are my dad were alive, knowing how he works things, this strange mojo of his, that event wouldn't have happened, Bastille Day in France this year. In Nice, France, where people got run over. And the other thing is because we're kind of also insider people, we sort of know how those events are actually created. But and then of course there was the sort of the club shooting in Orlando, the gay club shooting in Orlando. We had some odd connections there too, but and also the shooting of the police up in Dallas. So it's very odd for me to see this happening this year, when I know that if my dad was still alive, and the problem is when I talk about my dad, people think, oh, he's just a son who's just mourning his dad, and so he's thinking he's this great guy. It's like, no. My dad was very spooky sometimes, the way he could affect things. But yeah, I was just looking at this sort of this idea of carnivalesque and this effort this year, particularly, to sort of demonize any kind of rebellion or
Yeah, see, I'm thinking to myself that this is what you're referring to. It's like, I don't know where I heard this. Maybe it was Baudrillard, maybe it was something else, where the simulation right now is that we come down to earth, and standing at the gates is a clown. And the clown is actually the devil, okay? And the clown says, welcome to my carnival. And the minute you get into the carnival, you realize this isn't a carnival, it's a butcher shop. It's a slaughterhouse. And that's how the clown fools us. It's the metaphor that the clown is the devil. He tells us we're in a carnival of delights, when in reality it's not a carnival of delights. It's a slaughterhouse where we're the ones that are going to be the meat at the end of it all. Carnival or carne, the flesh sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, if you remember from your clown training, I also got a little bit of clown training myself, clown school, and the interesting thing about it is they also talked about how you take things in life sometimes, there's a certain introducing of grace, how to just take an event that happens to you, something that makes you look foolish.
Well, and you kind of, it's like breaking your fall character-wise. Yeah, they teach you that. Right. They also teach you how to deal with unruly children. If a child touches your nose or grabs your nose, you give a little bit of a firm hand to them and you say, no, it sends the message you don't harm them, but you send a message to them that you should not be touched like that, and you won't touch them in a way that would offend you either. It's an amazing way they teach people. Charles, I'm out of time. It's an amazing way they teach people in clown school a number of things, like how to make up, what to do, how to behave, how to take pratfalls and turn them into pluses. It's an amazing thing. 888-673-3700. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL. This is Ground Zero with Clyde Lewis on FM News 101.
Once again, I have to emphasize that tomorrow we're going to have a remarkable show that will be live in the Skype Live studio. And I want you to be there to see this, because it is going to be, in fact, I've had people asking me questions about whether or not we're going to burn down the studio, whether or not there's going to be some sort of a quasar, a quark or something going down. Who knows? We are going to be experimenting with wormholes and Rosen bridges. And this is something that I've always wanted to do because we've talked about CERN on this program. And we've talked about breakthroughs in warp drive and breakthroughs with bending space-time. There's a new TV show out called Timeless. I may watch it tonight before I go to bed because it talks about time travel. It talks about the very things that we want to experiment with tomorrow with Marshall Barnes right here on the air. It will be streamed, but I'd like for you to be part of the audience at 1211 Southwest 6th. It's 1211 Southwest 6th Avenue, downtown Portland. The Skype Live studio is a great place to get together because there's all kinds of cool things there. We hear the Fearless Beer will be served, and we're going to have one hell of a time demonstrating black holes, demonstrating wormholes we'll be making there inside the place, and experimenting with what could be the building blocks for warp drive. R&D specialist Marshall Barnes, who has worked for NASA, has spoke to many of these scientists. In fact, I spoke with a gentleman in Trenton, New Jersey, during my tour of the area where the aliens landed, Grover's Mill. I was there. I met a guy, and he even knew Marshall. He said, whatever happens, it'll be remarkable. It'll be quantum magic Excelsior, and we want you to be a part of it. So, tomorrow, doors open at 6. Show goes on at 7. We'll be doing it live from that studio that night with an audience. We want you to be a part of the audience. There's going to be a lot of press there, a lot of people wanting to see this, a lot of scientists wanting to monitor it. It's going to be the first time ever in the history of radio that a talk show host and a scientist open up a wormhole on the air. It's not a hoax. It's real. And it'll be a remarkable feat. 1211 Southwest 6. Be there at 6 o'clock. 1211 Southwest 6. If you park, do a park and ride, take the train in, or you can find parking downtown. No problem. Be there. We'll enjoy having you there, and you'll have a great time, I promise. And to get some of your testimony, too. 888-673-3700. A lot of phone lines open now. Call in if you haven't had a chance to get in. More to discuss right here on Ground Zero. We'll be back. I'm Clyde Lewis, and this is Ground Zero. We have a few lines open right now, 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. If you had a hard time getting in, you'll be able to get in now. I know a lot of people write me this. I didn't get a chance to get in and talk to you last night. Well, here's your opportunity because we have a few lines open. And let's switch some gears here a little bit. I want to kind of draw some anatomy here of mass hysteria. Because I think it's important that we don't rule this out. I know that when Liam and I had our conversation at breakfast today, he also, I explained to him what mass hysteria was, but it was funny because it was harder for me to explain it to a 10-year-old because this was probably his first real well-known bout with mass hysteria. And having to deal with the idea that, his school going through some problems because of the clown scare. Now, there was a clown scare in Medford. A 21-year-old was arrested because he dressed up as a clown. Crater School, elementary school. He dressed up as a clown. And he stood there with a sign that says, "We are here." Now, I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he thought it was just a Halloween prank, but it certainly riled the staff there. And, this has been happening all over the country. In fact, here's a recording that someone sent me of a principal sending a call to parents and students about a clown incident that happened at their school. Here we go. Right there. Yeah, that sound clip right there.
Great. Hello, Heritage Middle School family. This is Dana Finch, principal of Heritage Middle School. I'm calling to let you know about an incident that occurred at school today and to ask for your help. First of all, at no time were any of our students or staff in danger, but we did have a disruption of our school day for one of our 8th grade classes. In a nutshell, a student brought a clown costume to school, put it on, and ran around the gym. With current social media attention and threats to clowns, this behavior is especially disruptive. We will not tolerate disruptive behavior on our campus, and we will take the appropriate disciplinary action. According to law enforcement, with all of the social media attention to clowns, wearing a clown costume in the community might not be a safe choice. Please help us work with your child to make good choices at school and in our community. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Now, isn't that odd that, what is the appropriate disciplinary action for a young man who puts on a clown costume and runs through a gym? What should be done to that student? I mean, think about it. I mean, it's Halloween, okay? That's one thing. But, I mean, what could be an appropriate, what is an appropriate punishment for a young man who dresses up like a clown? Once again, I refer back to trying to explain, to my stepson just why and how hysteria gets out of hand. And I'm looking at happy clown faces right now on the internet, and I'm just thinking to myself, when I was a kid, I was raised, Red Skelton, of course, and D. Burger Clown, and Ronald McDonald, and, I mean, all these clowns were not considered evil clowns. And something happened along the way, I think. Something changed the way we view clowns. I don't know where it began. It could have been Stephen King's It. Pennywise the Clown. As I said earlier, you see, before Pennywise, we had the Droogs, which was from A Clockwork Orange, and that Alex, the character, was kind of like a clown, in a way. Kind of a clownish character, and they were thugs. And so, you try to pinpoint, how hysteria begins. In the 1960s, for those of you that remember back in the days of Psycho, hysteria in that regard was that people didn't want to take showers. They were afraid to take a shower because of the hysteria. Okay. 1960s. I believe it was the 1960s. That's when Hitchcock came out with it, right? It was 1960 that Alfred Hitchcock came out with Psycho. A whole generation of people were afraid to take showers when they were home alone. That film, Psycho, for some reason got into the minds of people and scared them. Ronald O'Brien. Now, there's a name nobody knows about, but that whole idea of X-raying candy at Halloween, that came from a man who poisoned his 8-year-old son with tainted candy on Halloween night, which destroyed the idea of getting candy, and people afraid that generations of families would get razor blades and needles and poison in candies. The thing is that was an incident that did it, and that was enough to get people scared and to continue to this day the idea that there's a danger to poison candy at Halloween. I'm sure the danger increases with terrorism and everything else that's rolling around there. So yes, the practice of x-raying your child's candy came from the 1974 poisoning of a young son of Richard O'Brien, where he tainted his own son's candy and poisoned him. And that's why you have to get your candy now x-rayed when you go trick-or-treating. Or parents have to sit down with their kids and look over the candy to make sure it's not poisoned. Now we talk about clowns and the hysteria with clowns. Going back to Insane Clown Posse, we talked about ICP. That was a rap group from the 80s. And they dressed as clowns. But, they call their hip-hop horrorcore. And they have a gang of fans, a tribe of fans that also dress up as clowns. And once again, the clown image is associated with horrorcore rap. Now, we have death metal bands that dress up with white face, and they wear corpse paint or clownish, ghoulish type paint on their faces, of course, inspired, I think, in many ways, by people like Alice Cooper, Strange World of Arthur Brown, Kiss, Marilyn Manson, even Motley Crue. I mean, these are bands that utilize the idea of clown paint, corpse paint, war paint, kabuki paint, if you want to look at what Kiss does. They're kind of kabuki-ish in a way. And each face and persona is a personality that they hide behind. I mean, I remember when Gene Simmons was being interviewed back in the day where Kiss removed their makeup, Gene said, it wasn't the same without the makeup. We still played our instruments, we still sang, we still toured, but when you put the makeup on, and I'm hiding behind the demon persona, I wag my tongue, I jump around, I act like Godzilla. Didn't do that. I mean, he did stick his tongue out, but he, and some of the ideas of breathing fire and spitting blood, even without the makeup, was kind of tiresome. But coming back with the old demon and the Star Child and the spaceman and also the cat, those are images that were very familiar with listeners, and people bought more tickets to see them with makeup than without. It was an image that was created. Marilyn Manson, the same. Marilyn Manson, another scary type clown-looking character, a ghoulish character with corpse paint on his face. You look at the Joker, for example, and the idea of these paint-faced criminals. They're not practitioners of fun. They're ghastly symbols of fear now. And we can also say that Stephen King had a hand in scaring people with clowns. But he tweeted the other day, he says, hey guys, time to cool the clown hysteria. Most of them are good. Cheer up the kiddies, make people laugh. But who cares? The clowns are still out there scaring people. Starting in Greenville, South Carolina, clowns standing in the woods scaring children. Then you have clown copycats spread across the country. It's like clown cars showing up and then running out to doing all kinds of mischief. They're showing up outside of schools, various locations in 10 states trying to scare witnesses. Rumors fueled by social media have spread fear across the nation of clowns that want to kill people. You go through the schools, San Antonio, Oregon, Medford, Ohio. Some of the key states in the voting actually are seeing these clown sightings, and the Hurricane Matthew is also moving into the areas where these clown sightings first happened. There was actually a picture, pareidolia of Matthew that looked like a grinning skull or a grinning ghoulish face similar to what a clown would look like. I don't know if that was the intent, but they were saying it was kind of a skull ghoulish look as the eye and what appeared to be a smile was seen in a radar picture sent in by NASA. And as I say, of course, it's pareidolia, but the image was definitely ghastly and definitely appearing to be clown-like. So now what do we do? Do we outlaw clowning for Halloween? Do we say no clowns this year? The year without clowns? Do we shelve the face paint? Have clowns lost their way? Have we seen the manipulation from Hollywood enough to, surprisingly, keep this going? Look, they've outlawed, I haven't outlawed it, but they certainly look down upon blackface in minstrel shows. They even look down upon the sad hobo clowns because it's partially blackface. But you see the clowning happening. There are performers who are wearing this outrageous makeup, but you're also seeing bands like Slipknot wearing clown masks that are hideous, that are scary. And if we go back to the 1980s, we had a lot of creepy clown sightings then. France has had their share of clown sightings. Last year it was England. There were the Wasco clowns, the clown of Northampton in England as well. I had an opportunity to speak with Lauren Coleman when I was in Kennewick. He, of course, is a cryptozoologist that talks about Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, and several other cryptids, and Mothman. And I've been trying to pin him down to come into a show, but he's just in so much demand now. They just had the Mothman celebration in Ohio. And all these mythical beasts like Bigfoot, I see him in Kennewick, Washington, traveling on. He says, I got to talk about the phantom clowns. Well, he has a phantom clown theory, which he says that the proliferation of clown sightings is mass hysteria. Children see something that looks like a clown, they tell their parents get scared, and it spreads. There's actually a colorophobia, which is the fear of clowns. And of course, the studies say that it's an irrational fear of clowns, that this is an irrational fear, and they don't understand why it's happening. Clown phobias usually are fueled by the fact that clowns wear makeup and disguises that hide their true identities and feelings. And some people have a fear of dealing with people who hide behind a mask. I want to talk tonight with people a lot of people I want to get opinions and get ideas from. I'd like to talk to a few clowns. That'd be cool. But what is this? This is clown hysteria. And I'm wondering if this is part of some psychological operation, whether it be self-imposed, it could be agitation propaganda. Think about it. What if these clowns weren't clowns? What if they were terrorists? Could this be some sort of a agitated propaganda type situation where we're wondering, or Homeland Security is monitoring how these clowns are being seen and what people are doing, how they're reporting it, what the response is? Supplant the clown for a terrorist. Supplant the clown for some invasive type Russian or something. It's a different story, isn't it? We'd have a whole new different discussion. Maybe this is something that is getting us kind of groomed for the idea of invaders. Plausible. 888-673-3700. We'll be back.
FM News 101 KXL.
More with Clyde Lewis and Ground Zero on FM News 101.
A lot of people are sending me Facebook messages tonight that are just creeping me the hell out. Seriously. Got a guy in Tulsa, Oklahoma, who's sending me information. He asked me if Beetlejuice, would he be a clown? Yes, he would. He would be a clown. He is a clown. A ghoulish clown, but he's a clown. But he says this, he says, Clyde, I work security in early morning hours. A person in a clown voice called us. Somebody who said he was a clown said, you will die today. People are getting phone calls from clowns. There was a story that was being released saying that a clown had threatened to kill children at a high school or kill children at a junior high school. This is insane. Are people just doing this because they want to? I just can't believe this is happening. I'm just looking at all these things that are being sent to me. Somebody said, Clyde, you were talking about the clowns that came to your school to teach of all things safety. And then came flesh. What did they bring to eat? Cow flesh. That's why clowns and burgers are common. They have what's this guy? This is a place called Zippy's, and their mascot is a clown. See, that's interesting too. I mean, why are hamburger chains, like McDonald's and D's and Zippy's and other places, why is a clown always the representation of these burger places? Because once again, it goes back to the idea of the clown standing at the gate offering you, look, McDonaldland, there's an example. Remember Ronald McDonald had McDonaldland? You had Mary McCheese, you had the Big Mac Cop, you had the Hamburglar, you had Captain Crook, who actually fished for Filet-O-Fish. A clown again standing at a Garden of Eden where French fries grow and the goblins eat the French fries and you can eat them too. Hamburgers are offered to you at all times. There's a McDonald's at the end. But once again, what does the clown represent? The clown represents the devil offering you a garden of delights, telling you this is a carnival. This is a place where you can have fun. And what he doesn't tell you is that he is the devil. And what he's actually showing you is a slaughterhouse. Come play in my playground. Come eat of whatever it is I'm offering you. But I won't tell you that I'm the devil. I'm the trickster. I'm the one who's going to betray you in the end. Oh, and by the way, this paradise I've offered you, you're going to die in it. That's a very strikingly, hideously macabre metaphor, especially when clowns are knocking at the door. Now in the United States, clowns are calling people. Clowns are showing up at your bedroom window. Who knows? Maybe there's a clown under your bed. Take a look before you pull the covers over your head and hide. When I was a kid, we worried about not clowns, but demons. Maybe they're one and the same. 888-673-3700. That's 888-673-3700. Your phone call's coming up. Don't go away. I'm Clyde Lewis. I thank you for tuning in to Ground Zero tonight, especially on this dark night where the clowns are lurking. Strange times we live in, right? Would have thought the clowns would be so scary. Mass hysteria everywhere. What are we doing? What is happening? Why are people so frightful of clowns? Why are schools in lockdown? Why are there threats? Why did a young man get stabbed wearing a clown face from the movie Purge? See, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's programming. It's programming, and I think it comes from movies like The Purge and movies like V for Vendetta, where protest, insurgents, those type of things are now being associated with clown face. Joe in Arkansas, you're on Ground Zero.
Hello?
Hi, you're on the air. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, hi. I was just curious. You were talking about this mass hysteria and where it comes from, and I think, you're on the air talking about how clowns are terrorists, and comparing those two, it's like sort of what is your suggestion on what we should do, sort of outlaw clown?
No.
Masks?
No.
You're literally.
I'm reporting on something. I'm reporting on something that's happening, which I'm finding psychologically bizarre. That's what I'm talking about.
No, I think it's really good. What was the jump to terrorism? Saying that these clowns are secret terrorists?
No, I said I didn't say that, Joe. Joe, I didn't say that. I said, what if this is a psychological operation? And I said, why don't you supplant the clowns for terrorists? And how would we react to that? It's the idea that the clown is symbolic of an invader. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to create a metaphor. What if it were terrorists instead? What if this is a psychological operation to see if people are reporting clowns to the Department of Homeland Security? And would they do the same if we were seeing either terrorists or refugees or people coming over the border? It's the same principle. That's what I was saying. I wasn't saying the clowns are terrorists.
No, well, I totally mistake that then. But
yeah, you did.
I mean, fine. But my main question is, should we take away clown masks? Should we outlaw them?
No. Do you think we should outlaw them?
No, I think that, it's clowns don't scare people. It's people who scare people.
Well, there are a lot of people who are afraid of clowns right now, and there are a lot of schools that won't let kids dress up as clowns. In some towns, clown suits and clown costumes, wearing them in public is illegal, or they're making them, at least they're putting a ban on them for now. And you heard that call that I played from that principal who said that a young man wore a clown suit and ran through a gym, and they suspended him. They gave him disciplinary action. So what kind of disciplinary action do you give a kid who dresses up like a clown and runs through a gymnasium?
I have no idea. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with half the people. I guess my point is that probably is one of, how many other clowns or people are dressing up as clowns to be funny and to be fine. There's no real problem. You've got one idiot or a few idiots.
No, you've got massive. Joe. This is widespread. It's not one or two idiots. It's widespread. People, look, we have a lot of copycats going on. I mean, you have one or two sightings in, South Carolina? And then it spreads because of hysteria. It spreads because people believe if they dress up as clowns, they can terrorize or otherwise frighten people with a psychological type of operation where they're psychologically committing menacing and things that terrify people. It's, people love to scare people. And maybe that's what's happening. But you can't, I don't think you can ban this type of thing. I think that this is something new. Like I said before, Psycho. People didn't want to take showers after they saw Psycho. People didn't want to go into the ocean after they saw Jaws. Stephen King's It changed everything that we thought of clowns for the longest time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I guess, my only point is to say that I do think it's the work of a few idiots and not the general clown population.
Well, I don't think clowns are evil per se, and I think there are a lot of clowns. As I said, Clown Lives Matter. They're going to march because they want to not, they want clowns to have a bad name, but it's hurting business, it's hurting clowns, and a lot of people wearing clown masks. But I'm telling you, I don't think, to be honest, Joe, I don't think that they're clown masks. I think that people are wearing purge masks, or they're wearing these masks that are these Guy Fawkes masks that are from V for Vendetta. I really do.
And people are just reporting that it's clowns?
Yes. I think that I think there's some legitimate clown masks that are being worn, but if you take a look at some of these clown masks that were used in the Purge movies, and there were two cases where they actually said that clowns had attacked, when in reality they were wearing Purge masks.
Yeah. I know. Hey, listen, thanks for taking my call. I say what I say, because I think it's just a bunch of idiots. And, really making, a lot about clowns.
All right, Joe, thank you for the call. Thank you so much. Let's go to Jane in Texas. Hi, Jane, you're on Ground Zero.
Good evening, Clyde. First of all, condolences to you and your family on
Thank
the
you.
death of your father.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. There are a lot of threads to this particular subject matter, and I never quite saw them blowing in the wind, so thanks for that. But the two things that hit me the most is that satellite depiction of Hurricane Matthew. It's like our entire culture and people have an innate feeling that something wicked this way come.
Mm-hmm.
There's a term, and I'm not saying that it was invented at this time, but it's become a part of our zeitgeist or our national vernacular right now, and it's the term perfect storm as a metaphor for a tipping point, the beginning of a catastrophe, of epic proportions with many facets. This particular thing here, at first, when it was mainly kids reporting, and adults, of course, legitimately fearing for their children, making more of it, reporting it, I kind of thought it kind of reminded me of Salem. Okay, And then as it became more and more, well, I'm not going to say prevalent, but started to occur more and more, I thought of all the movies that you've mentioned. I never watched any of them. I developed a fear of clowns when we were stationed in Italy, and when I was 5, I went to a circus, and it was European clowns, and they were hurting each other. They were hitting each other with mallets, and I was a little girl. You don't do that.
Punch and Judy, okay.
Yeah, I just like, whoa. And then they all blew up in a car. 20 of them jumped in a car, and the car blew up. That just freaked me out. But, so I never watched those clown movies, but I remember them, and I remember the buzz about them. I have kids in their 20s and 30s, and so, they were watching it, and it's like that generation, everybody likes to be afraid. We did, but it was what I call, low level. They've amped it up. Technology's allowed it to be so graphic and so realistic. And so as it started happening in a copycat kind of sense, I just kind of feel that once it all washes out and we can see who is doing the copycats, I think that's going to be generational. Okay, because where I always have a fear of clowns and lived through the Gacy and all that stuff, and that made an impression on me just as a young person, not even an adult yet. I think that the darker turn is more prevalent in the generation, I don't know if we would call them the millennials, or maybe a little bit older and then down to current times, and so that is another thread in a culture, your generations, okay? So it's like, and the predictive programming part of it, well, yeah, because if the younger kids that are still mischievous and like to scare people remember these movies and they jump in on it from their perspective, they're going to go out and try to scare more people. That's
and here's something to understand, and this is, and I don't know if you know this, Jane, but did you know it's harder now to scare younger generations of kids because they've been exposed to all kinds of things that are far more creepier than you and I could ever fathom. I found this out with Liam. I mean, Liam doesn't scare easy, but for some reason, he wasn't afraid of the clowns. He was afraid of the reaction from people. And he told me, he says, I don't know now if I want to go out and trick-or-treating, because he says, I don't want to hear about some clown being shot who's trick-or-treating on a street that I'm on. He was more concerned about somebody being shot and killed than he was about the menacing clowns.
Yes, the mouth of babes.
Yeah.
Well, and I understand that, and because of I consider it a desensitization of an entire generation. And as my kids were really enthralled with these movies, because the graphics were phenomenal, like The Ring, that I did watch, and my daughter was in her mid-teens, and she said, "Well, Mom, what would you do if a little girl came over the fence out there?" We were sitting on the patio. I said, I would kick the crap out of that little girl, because I'm not afraid like she is. Because what we had, you're right, cycle. Yeah, I have a problem with showers. I'm in my 50s, and I understand why my mother didn't let me watch it when I was a teenager, okay? But everything to me has escalated, not because of technology, just because to tell a story, the more realistic you make it, the more of an impact it has.
Right.
And that is what we are, and all of our fears are innate, I believe, pan-culturally and across time, and so fear for our children, it's in the Bible even, so everybody's always afraid for their children and their future. And so with the powers that control human endeavors, one of the other threads is the dark aspect of that. And there is one, whether people want to believe it or not. You can look at history. It's there.
Yeah.
It's there, and it's got a nefarious edge to it.
Well, we've had our share of phantoms in our history.
Yes.
Phantom happenings, and, I'm not finding a supernatural element to this, although there could be. But what I am finding is that if you look at modern propaganda, if you look at agitating propaganda, if you look for tension strategies, that could easily be seen as group sorcery in a way. propaganda can be seen as group sorcery. And the fact that we have technology, which I've been talking about a lot lately, about technology, social media, Twitter, this technology augments what could be known as sorcery. So what we have is a technological form of sorcery, where this clown situation is being passed along a lot quicker. We're seeing it in the social media, and the mainstream media doesn't even have to report it because it's already a buzz with social media and the internet. And usually it's the young people that glom onto this long before us older people get a clue about it. I'm just so stuck in media every day that I'm aware of it, and I see what's being reported. And at first I thought, no, this is insane, but now it's so pervasive it has to be addressed. Jane, thank you so much for calling in. I love the branches and pathways you carved for this segment of the show. Thank you so much.
Have a good night, Glenn.
You too. It was great. Great call. We'll go to your calls coming up. More calls. All right, gotta go to Christina in Oregon. Take us home. Christina in Oregon. Go ahead. Hi. You're on the air.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic. You know, you're talking about this clown thing. We did get the phone call last week about the clowns and everything in the school district. And today my husband texted me saying that there was one scene in our neighborhood, and when the kids were dropped off at the school bus stop, it attempted to chase them down. One of the uncles came out with a stun gun, and when he heard everything and tried to deal with the issue, and yeah, I don't know what to think of it. I know I'm off tomorrow, and if these, I call them domestic terrorists because they are terrorizing these children. If they do this to my kids while I'm standing down there, they're going to be looking at the business end of my Glock.
Really? You think it's that intense for you that you would shoot a clown if he was just menacing?
Oh, I'm pretty sure once he saw it, he would stop. But yeah, if I'm having to protect my children, oh yes, definitely.
You see, that's the thing that worries me. And see, this was the very thing that Liam talked about today at breakfast. He was worried that somebody would shoot a person dressed as a clown, and that's one of the reasons why he was afraid to go out trick-or-treating. I think he's going to go out because I'll convince him to. But he was worried about trick-or-treating because of the clown incidents. He thought this Halloween, somebody's going to wear a clown outfit, and they're going to get shot. That's what he was saying to me. He worried about that.
Yeah, the clown outfits don't bother me. My kids love clowns. But if they chase my children and start to terrorize them, that's a totally different story. I mean, come morning, call Salem PD, find out what I am legally allowed to do inside the law. And if I'm only allowed to wing him, then he'll be limping home.
He won't be riding his unicycle, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
Aim for the nose. That always works. They pop into confetti when it's all over, Christina. They pop into confetti when it's all over. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm just not really sure what to think of it. And, the kids, they came, crying home. These are, grade school children. And this bus stop, my preschooler gets picked up there. Yeah. And then later on in the day, my kid gets dropped off in the afternoon. And then my preschooler comes home in the evening. I don't want to terrify my 4-year-old.
No, and that's it. I mean, if it's causing this kind of concern for the children, Christina, it is some pretty bad stuff. The answer is sending in the clowns. What was that old song? Never mind, they're here. They're here, and be careful. Good night.